Chapter 602. This was a vast and dark space. Countless dazzling light blades formed a storm that swept through everything. The impact that heavenly connecting tower felt was brought about by the huge blades of light. Jiangxi was inside Sky Pisser Tower. Although he couldn't feel this kind of random flying, the scene in all directions had already appeared. He could clearly see that those light blades were like giants, kicking Sky Pisser Tower around like a ball. Obviously, if he was controlling Sky Pisser Tower himself, he definitely wouldn't be able to withstand such an impact. Too strong. Unbelievable. There are countless light blades like a storm here. Even a heavenly venerable would die. Jiangxi couldn't feel the power of the light blades, but he was the owner of Sky Pisser Tower. He could clearly sense the energy that erupted from those light blades through Sky Pisser Tower. The power of each light blade far exceeded the attack that Heavenly Venerable Qingyang had used on him. If I didn't have Sky Pisser Tower, I'm afraid I would have been annihilated the moment I entered. Jiangxi took a deep breath and finally calmed down. At this moment, when he really calmed down, he discovered that there was something wrong with his body. The supreme treasure that he had put away, the sixfold mountain, seemed to be trembling a little more than when he was in the first safety zone of Mount Xianhuang. The sixfold mountain had been trembling, but because it hadn't increased by much, he didn't notice it immediately when he entered this space just now. Could it be? Jiangxi's eyes lit up. Mount Xianhuang was very tall, a total of 900 million light-years. The entire body of the mountain was naturally very large. If it was hollowed out, it would be about the same size as the grotto heavens of many Tao lords. I teleported into the mountain. Jiangxi felt that this was very likely. Teleporting in Mount Xianhuang was filled with too many uncertainties, and it was impossible to control the direction. There was a strong attraction between Mount Xianhuang and the sixfold mountain in his body. When he teleported just now, it was very likely that he would have entered the mountain under the influence of this attraction. I've never heard of any powerhouse in Chaos Sea being able to enter the mountain. Jiangxi felt that he had found the key to refining Mount Xianhuang. In the long history of the Chaos Sea, a large number of heavenly venerate powerhouses had tried countless methods to refine this supreme treasure, but none of them had succeeded. Even if they want to enter the space inside the mountain, they won't be able to survive. Jiangxi smiled. He really had to thank Celestial Master Qingyang for forcing him to teleport away and come here. Then, he relied on the special treasure, the Heaven Connecting Tower, to survive. Small. With a thought, Jiangxi caused the heavenly tower to shrink rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it became the size of a speck of dust. Those light blades were incomparably huge, and there was a certain distance between each light blade. After the heavenly tower became smaller, the chances of being hit by the light blade were greatly reduced. Even if he was struck, it would only be a single light blade at most. There would not be hundreds of light blades striking him at the same time. It's just a blade of light. With my control over Heavenly Tower, I can already fly through this space. Jiangxi tried to control the Heaven Connecting Tower, and sure enough, he felt that it finally stabilized. It was no longer like a flying ball that could not be controlled at all. Now, it was only hit once in a while, so the impact on flight was very small. The source of the attraction is there. Jiangxi sensed carefully. Because the light blades outside were too strong, his spiritual consciousness could not spread out. He could not teleport, nor could he investigate this space. He could only rely on the connection between the treasures to determine the direction. Then, Jiangxi controlled the Heaven Connecting Tower and flew towards the source of the attraction. The dust-like Heaven Connecting Tower's speed continued to soar, and soon, it exceeded 1,000 times the speed of light. This space was filled with endless light blades. Each light blade was extremely powerful, there were many of them, and there was no pattern. As a result, the Heaven Connecting Tower was struck from time to time, and its flight was crooked, unable to maintain a straight line. The attraction between the treasures is increasing bit by bit. This made Jiangxi even more certain of his speculation. This was definitely the interior of Mount Xianhuang. Next, while controlling the flight of the Heaven Connecting Tower, he also sorted out the gains from the battle just now. The eternal experience points obtained from killing a universe realm Downlord was very useful. It was a total of 9 yuan last time. When I killed Downlord Jurfa and Downlord Quan Yu, I obtained a total of 12 yuan of eternal experience points. At that time, I still had 2 yuan left. In addition to this time, I can convert another 10 yuan of eternal fragments to expand the Grotto Heaven world. The remaining 1 yuan of eternal experience points is enough to support the deduction of Dao techniques for thousands of years. Jiang Xi quickly made a decision. If he wanted to do it, he would do it. He would let his clone in the 4th universe expand the Grotto Heaven world. He believed that after this expansion, his strength would increase again. In addition, Dao Lord Flying Feathers Tier 6 armor treasure had also become his spoils of war. It just so happened that the Sixfold Mountain was still a Tier 5 treasure. After the armor transformation, its defense was still a little low. The newly acquired 6th grade armor supreme treasure was just enough to further enhance his body's defense. Of course, the Sixfold Mountain was not eliminated. The spacetime domain of the treasure had a certain amplification effect on his Mountain C spacetime. Moreover, if he could really refine the Shenhuang Mountain, then the armor transformation of the Sixfold Mountain could be used again. Jiang Xi was excited just thinking about it. If such a powerful treasure really transformed into armor, how strong would its defense be? Even if he stood there motionless and let the heavenly venerables attack, they would not be able to break through his body's defense, right? At the same time, Dao Lord 9 Firmaments also found Jiang Xi's clone and asked about the battle in Safety Zone 1. After knowing that Jiang Xi's original body was fine, Dao Lord 9 Firmaments did not ask any more questions. The other upper echelons of the human race in the 4th universe and Venerable Ming were also relieved. After all, the talent and strength that Jiang Xi had displayed had far exceeded everyone's understanding. It had only been 500 to 600 years since he killed the 3 Eon Realm Dao Lords of the Heavenly Feather race. He had just come out, but he had already killed a top-tier universe Dao Lord. Moreover, he had been able to escape Heavenly Venerable Qingyan's attack. With such strength, without including Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament, Jiang Xi could already be ranked in the top 3 of the human race, second only to Venerable Ming and Dao Lord 9 Firmament. Therefore, everyone was filled with hope for Jiang Xi's future. Back then, Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament's growth experience was just like Jiang Xi's. It could be said to be legendary. Even before becoming a Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament's speed of improvement was not as fast as Jiang Xi's. In time, Jiang Xi would definitely be another invincible Heavenly Venerable, and the human race in the 4th universe would also become even stronger because of this. In the blink of an eye, 4 years had passed. Heaven-piercing tower had already flown more than 4,000 light-years in this space. The trembling of the 6th-tier mountain had increased by thousands of times. If Jiang Xi had not been suppressing it with all his might, this treasure would have left his body. Of course, in Heaven-piercing tower, the 6th-tier mountain could not escape even if it wanted to. At this moment, the space of Heaven-piercing tower was still reflecting the surrounding scenes of the outside world. After flying for such a long distance, Jiang Xi finally saw the source of the attraction. In the distance, in the middle of countless light blade storms, a dazzling 9-tier mountain stood in the dark space, emitting a dazzling light. Those huge light blades were dissipating from the 9-tier mountain and then being swallowed back. The eruption and swallowing maintained a balance, as if maintaining the stability of this space. Could this be the true body of the treasure? Jiang Xi wondered. However, the distance was still too far for him to see the specific situation of the mountain clearly. Heaven-piercing tower continued to fly, getting closer and closer to the 9-tier mountain. At the same time, its flying speed began to slow down. Just like this, another month passed. Jiang Xi was only 1 light-year away from the mountain. Heaven-piercing tower finally reflected the true appearance of the mountain. It was a 9-tier mountain that was completely formed by stacking countless light blades. At the core, there were the most concentrated light blades. It's not a physical body. Jiang Xi was very surprised. In that case, the 9-tier mountain was not a treasure. However, it was clearly the source of the attraction that the 6-tier mountain sensed. Jiang Ci was puzzled as he kept approaching it. 1 trillion kilometers, 10 billion kilometers, 100 million kilometers. As he got closer, the scene he saw became more specific and clear. It actually looks like this. Of the 9-tier mountain formed by the light blades, only the highest tier in the middle looked real. The other 8 tiers were all illusory. The middle tier corresponds to Mount Shenhuang. Jiang Ci looked carefully as this thought flashed through his mind. He continued to get closer. 1 million kilometers, 100,000 kilometers, 50,000 kilometers. Get lost. Get lost. Get lost. Suddenly, an endless willpower impact crushed Jiang Ci's primordial spirit like a wave. Jiang Ci's face instantly turned pale, and his primordial spirit trembled. That was because this sudden attack of will was like a lofty dragon looking down on ants. It was powerful and crazy. However, Jiang Ci remained clear-headed under such circumstances. That's not right. Jiang Ci realized that this willpower impact was very weak. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have been able to remain clear-headed, and his primordial spirit would have collapsed long ago. Get lost. The willpower impact, accompanied by angry roars, kept attacking, but Jiang Ci became even calmer. Indeed, it's like a paper tiger. It feels thousands of times stronger than a heavenly venerate, but it's very weak. Jiang Ci took a deep breath, and his trembling primordial spirit calmed down. Continue moving forward, but slow down. He remained vigilant and didn't rashly fly close to the light blade mountain. 30,000 kilometers, 20,000 kilometers, 10,000 kilometers. Although the lofty and crazy willpower roared again and again and sounded very terrifying, it wasn't difficult for Jiang Ci to resist with the strength of his primordial spirit. Get lost. Get lost. The willpower impact that was constantly crushing towards him was roaring furiously. However, Jiang Ci dealt with it calmly. He didn't panic at all, and he wasn't afraid at all. He was in Heavenly Tower and could guarantee his safety. The endless light blades couldn't hurt him at all. As long as he blocked the willpower impact, it would be fine. 5,000 kilometers, 4,000 kilometers, 3,000 kilometers. The dust-sized Heavenly Tower was getting closer and closer to the light blade mountain. The lofty willpower impact also became stronger and stronger. It roared again and again, get lost. Get lost. Otherwise, I'll kill you. Kill you. Kill me. Jiang Ci smiled. If I could kill you, I would have done so long ago. What's more, I'm in Heavenly Tower. Even a heavenly venerate can't do anything to me. Why would I be afraid of a stupid paper tiger like you? It was indeed stupid. This willpower impact didn't seem to know how to think. It kept threatening him, as if it was a life that had just gained intelligence. You bastard. Shameless bastard. Get lost, or I'll definitely kill you, crush your primordial spirit, and let you fall into the cycle of reincarnation forever. The voice of the willpower impact became crazier, as if it was worried that Jiang Ci would approach. Jiang Ci couldn't be bothered and continued to approach. When he entered the 1,000 kilometers area of the Light Blade Mountain, the willpower impact became even stronger, and the pressure on his primordial spirit suddenly increased. It's starting to be a threat. Jiang Ci's expression became serious. With the strength of his primordial spirit, only a heavenly venerate could give him pressure. 800 kilometers, 600 kilometers, 400 kilometers, boom. The willpower impact reached another level. Fuck. Jiang Ci finally couldn't take it anymore. He knelt on one knee, his body and primordial spirit trembling. Pain, intense pain from the depths of his primordial spirit. Get lost. Bastard. Get lost. The voice of the willpower impact became even crazier. The closer he got to the Light Blade Mountain, the stronger the willpower impact became. Jiang Ci felt that his body and primordial spirit were being torn apart. I haven't reached my limit yet. He endured the pain and drove Heavenly Tower closer to the Light Blade Mountain. Finally, he stopped when he was 14 kilometers away. Perhaps this position was still a bit away from his life and death limit, but it was already very close. Jiang Ci didn't dare to continue forward. Haha, shameless bastard, you want to get close to me? If you know what's good for you, Leave this place quickly and I can spare your life. The voice was still roaring loudly. At this moment, Jiang Xi could completely see the 9-layered mountain formed by the light blades compared to the 900 million light-year Mount Xianhuang. This 9-layered mountain was only 90,000 kilometers high. Countless gigantic blades of light emanated from the 9-layer mountain, howling as they engulfed the entire space. A speck of dust stopped 14 kilometers away, motionless. In the space inside Heavenly Tower, Jiang Xi sat cross-legged. His body was trembling, his face was pale, and sweat mixed with blood kept flowing down. He closed his eyes and quietly resisted the willpower impact. As he got used to it, the pressure from the willpower impact gradually decreased. After half a year, Jiang Xi opened his eyes again. His gaze had calmed down. Under the crushing pressure of the willpower impact, my primordial spirit's strength actually improved a little. Jiang Xi smiled. His primordial spirit was at the Eon level. For ordinary Eon level experts, it would take thousands of epochs to improve. Then, he turned his gaze to the Light Blade Mountain. Is it the key to refining Mount Xianhuang? Let's try it first. Whoosh, the tip of the dust-sized Heavenly Tower extended towards the Light Blade Mountain. He wanted to use Heavenly Tower to absorb the Light Blade Mountain. Scram, scram, scram. The voice of the willpower impact became even more intense and anxious. The distance of 14 kilometers was covered in an instant. The tip of Heavenly Tower arrived in front of the Light Blade Mountain and went straight in. It was as if the 9-layered mountain was just a shadow and didn't exist at all. If he couldn't even touch it, how could he refine it and make it recognize him as his master? Hey! Jiang Xi was dumbfounded. Haha, you can't get it at all. Scram, don't court death. The voice of the willpower impact was still shouting loudly. However, Jiang Xi was already used to its existence and didn't care at all. Suddenly, an invisible wave came from the 9-layered mountain formed by the Light Blade Mountain. It passed through the barrier of Heavenly Tower and reached Jiang Xi's mind. Human, it was a very old voice that exuded an extremely ancient aura. Who are you? Within Heavenly Tower, Jiang Xi's eyes lit up. He could clearly sense that the wave of this voice was clearly different from the crazy voice of the willpower impact. I am the spirit of Mount Xianhuang, the old voice replied. Jiang Xi was a little surprised but not shocked. Some powerful supreme treasures had their own artifact spirits. This wasn't strange. For example, Heavenly Tower had its own artifact spirit, Nichang. However, Nichang was usually devouring immortal power and rarely cared about the outside world unless he took the initiative to communicate with Nichang. I didn't expect that I still have an incomplete part in the outside world. The old voice sounded again. You didn't expect it? Jiang Xi was surprised. As the spirit of a supreme treasure, don't you know how many parts you have? I once went through a great battle with my master. My master died, and the supreme treasure was damaged. The original artifact spirit was also destroyed. I am a newly born artifact spirit. I only remember some scenes of that great battle. A fist with a sky full of starlight crushed everything. I have forgotten everything else. Since I was born, I have been here and haven't moved, the old voice explained. Then, it added, I originally thought that I was an independent existence. Not long ago, I felt some kind of attraction. Then, I realized that there might be some incomplete parts in the outside world. Now, it seems that it's the 6-layered mountain on your body. Jiang Xi was secretly shocked and instantly thought of something. Great battle. He had seen the relief carvings in the mysterious monitoring space. One of the carvings was a towering mountain that directly killed a group of powerful beings with 3 heads and 6 arms. So, Mount Xianhuang was the towering mountain in the relief carvings? How do you know that your master died? Jiang Xi probed. He felt that the terrifying existence in that battle shouldn't have died so easily. Perhaps it was still alive. I am an item without a master. My past master naturally died. The spirit of Mount Xianhuang answered, Human, I have been trapped here for countless years. I want to leave, but I can't. I need your help. Help? How can I help you? Jiang Xi hurriedly asked. The six-layered mountain is an incomplete part of me. Since you have already refined it, it means that you and I are fated. I am willing to accept you as my master. As long as you merge me into your body and refine me with your primordial spirit, you will be able to take me away from here. The spirit of Mount Shenhuang slowly said, accept you as my master? Jiang Xi pretended to be surprised. That's right, the spirit of Mount Shenhuang said. After I accept you as my master, you will be able to take away this supreme treasure that is 900 million light-years tall. However, the conditions for me to accept you as my master are very strict. First, the body must be at least as strong as a fifth-tier supreme treasure. Second, the strength of your primordial spirit must be strong enough. If you are a tribulation transcender, the strength of your primordial spirit must be comparable to that of a perfected lord. If you are a perfected lord, the strength of your primordial spirit must be comparable to that of a Tao lord. If you are a Tao lord, the strength of your primordial spirit must be comparable to that of a heavenly venerable. Unfortunately, I see that the strength of your primordial spirit is only at the level of a Tao lord. You still need to improve. Otherwise, once you merge me into your body and soul will be instantly destroyed. The spirit of Mount Shenhuang finally said in a deep voice. Jiang Xi, who was inside the heavenly tower, had been very calm. After hearing the conditions of the spirit of Mount Shenhuang, he immediately realized that something was wrong. It's lying to me. According to common sense, there was no danger in a supreme treasure recognizing its master. At most, it would fail. However, Jiang Xi was different from other experts. He had a special supreme treasure, the heavenly tower. He had already learned a lot of information about supreme treasures through the artifact spirit, Nichang. It could be said that in terms of understanding of supreme treasures, there were not many experts in the entire Chaos Sea who could surpass him. Therefore, when the spirit of Mount Shenhuang probed his mind and took the initiative to communicate with him, he became vigilant. He did not want to lose his life because of refining supreme treasures. Supreme treasures above grade 6 would indeed have many harsh conditions to recognize their master. For example, the heavenly tower had 99 layers of seals. It had to be refined and unsealed layer by layer in order to unleash its corresponding power. As for what the spirit of Mount Shenhuang said, one had to meet the requirements of physical strength and primordial spirit before it could recognize its master. Otherwise, one would die. This sounded very reasonable. However, he fulfilled both of these conditions. An essence spirit comparable to a grade 5 supreme treasure. A perfected lord cultivation and a Tao lord essence spirit. Since that was the case, he could follow the requirements and directly refine it to recognize him as its master. However, the words of the spirit of Mount Shenhuang were filled with strangeness. Let's see what tricks it's up to first. Jiang Xi thought to himself. The invisible fluctuation of the spirit of Mount Shenhuang was still in his mind. Haha, that's great. I meet both of the conditions you mentioned. Jiang Xi pretended to be excited and said loudly, my physical strength has already reached that of a grade 5 supreme treasure. Furthermore, my cultivation is at the level of a perfected lord, but my essence spirit is at the level of a Tao lord. You meet both conditions? You're a perfected lord. Aren't you a Tao lord? I'm a perfected lord. Don't lie. If you don't meet the conditions, you'll die, the spirit of Mount Shenhuang said in a deep voice. How can I lie when it's a matter of life and death? Jiang Xi said hurriedly, but my spirit consciousness can't spread out at all and can't get close to you. How am I supposed to refine it? You're talking about those light blades and the crazy willpower impact. Yes, the light blades are too strong. The moment my spirit consciousness reached out, it was annihilated instantly. The pressure of the willpower impact is too great. I can only reach this position at most and can't continue forward. I can't control those light blades and willpower impact either. This should have something to do with my incomplete body. Then what should we do? You can fuse the other 6 peaks with me and make me more complete. Perhaps you can control it then. What if that still doesn't work? Your form has 9 peaks. Even if I give you my 6 peaks, you're still 2 peaks short. Human, since you and I are fated, you should believe me. I won't lie to you. You must know that Mount Shenhuang is a supreme treasure that many factions in the Chaos Sea covet. For this supreme treasure, it's normal to bear a certain amount of risk. The spirit of Mount Shenhuang said a lot. Jiang Xi listened carefully, but did not speak again. Instead, he pondered, they're all dead. Don't believe it. It'll kill you. It'll kill you. It'll kill you. The voice of the willpower impact was still roaring, but the content of the voice had changed. Human, show me your sincerity, the spirit of Mount Shenhuang spoke again. Give me the 6 peaks. Even if you don't succeed, you'll only lose a 5th-tier supreme treasure. With your strength, you probably won't care, right? Don't tell me you don't even dare to take this little risk. Sigh, I won't rush you. You decide for yourself. The spirit of Mount Shenhuang sighed. Jiang Xi was unmoved. He was not bewitched by the spirit of Mount Shenhuang's words, nor was he affected by the voice of the willpower impact. First released, then changed. Chapter 603. In the vast and dark space, the 9-layered mountain peak formed by countless light blades was the main body of the spirit of Mount Shenhuang. According to common sense, a treasure without an owner could not move. It was like a dead object. The spirit of Mount Shenhuang had fallen into such a predicament. However, its main body, Mount Shenhuang, had stood in the Chaos Sea for countless eras and was known as one of the 3 most dangerous lands. It was also a supreme treasure that many factions in the Chaos Sea had coveted for countless eras. Therefore, the spirit of Mount Shenhuang had its own pride and was unwilling to become a supreme treasure of some powerhouse. What it said just now was also 90% true and 10% false. It was indeed the new supreme treasure spirit of Mount Shenhuang after that battle. Those remnant memories told it that if the supreme treasure broke through a certain limit, it could fly like a cultivator. It could go anywhere in the world and was no longer limited by the laws of heaven and earth that could only be controlled by cultivators. However, it had worked hard for countless eras and could not find any way to break through the limit. This was because supreme treasures were different from cultivators. They were postnatal objects and could not be cultivated on their own. Not long ago, the spirit of Mount Shenhuang had sensed an incomplete supreme treasure component. It realized that this might be its chance to break through the limit of a supreme treasure. Although the chances were slim, it was worth a try. Then, there was a series of subsequent events. It expended its own origin to open a passage and transmitted its aura over. Fortunately, the owner of the incomplete component actually followed the senses of the supreme treasure and found this place. It had a 1 in a billion chance. According to its original plan, it was to find an opportunity to lure the owner of the incomplete component into this space. Then, it would use those light blades to kill the other party and devour the incomplete supreme treasure component. What surprised the spirit of Mount Shenhuang was that the owner of the incomplete component, the human in front of it, actually dared to teleport near Mount Shenhuang. This time, it did not even have to look for an opportunity. It directly lured this human here. What was even more unexpected was that this human actually had a supreme treasure above rank 7. He used it to resist the impact of the light blades and arrived in front of it. The spirit of Mount Shenhuang did not lie about this. It was indeed unable to control those light blades and will impact, so it naturally could not pose any threat to this human. Therefore, it could only change its plan and guide him patiently. It would first obtain the incomplete supreme treasure component. After the exchange of words earlier, the spirit of Mount Shenhuang believed that it had not revealed any flaws. In its opinion, this human was no ordinary cultivator to have survived in the space of Mount Shenhuang with that tower-shaped treasure. Such a practitioner had the potential to become a legend, so it was normal for him to be cautious and hesitant. However, the spirit of Mount Shenhuang was confident that this human would definitely agree to its request in the face of such great temptation. At that time, its plan would be complete. Therefore, it was not in a hurry and did not urge Jiang Xi. Instead, it waited quietly for his reply. Jiang Xi was in no hurry. He was 99% sure that the spirit of Mount Shenhuang was lying to him. There was still some uncertainty left. After some thought, he communicated with Nichang, the artifact spirit of Sky-Reaching Tower. Shong quickly condensed her figure and appeared in front of River Word, wearing a colorful feather dress. She frowned as she looked at the 9-layered mountain peak formed by the light blades, blocking the invisible waves that the other party had sent in. Jiangxi, I don't believe it. I understand. I feel that there's a problem with the conditions it mentioned just now, but I can't find out what the problem is, Jiangxi, I said. This treasure spirit has already reached the peak of rank 9. It might want to break through that limit by fusing with other supreme treasure components, Shong said with a serious expression. Peak of rank 9? Limit? Jiangxi, I was shocked. That's right. Shong nodded. There are actually 9 levels of supreme treasures. However, supreme treasures above rank 7 are very rare. Therefore, many cultivators mistakenly believe that supreme treasures are only rank 6 at most. After a supreme treasure reaches the peak of rank 9, if it can break through the limit of its grade, it will no longer be restricted by the rules. Like a normal cultivator, they can fly into the sky and dive into the ground, and go anywhere. Realization dawned on Jiangxi. He finally knew the goal of the spirit of Mount Shenhuang Shong. What grade is Sky-Reaching Tower? He was very curious. Me? Shong smiled. You've only refined 70 out of the 99 seals. Therefore, my current power is equivalent to a rank 7 supreme treasure. Although she did not say it explicitly, Jiangxi understood what she meant. Sky-Reaching Tower was also a rank 9 supreme treasure and had not broken through that limit. Otherwise, it would not be trapped on Earth. No wonder it was so freakishly strong. In a situation where it wasn't an offensive type supreme treasure, he could easily stab Dao Lord Flying Feather to death just by refining 70 layers of seals and considering the sturdiness of the supreme treasure itself. Shong glanced at the 9-tiered mountain again and said, "It's very difficult for a rank 9 supreme treasure to recognize an owner. There's no problem with the body strength requirement it mentioned. You need at least a rank 5 supreme treasure body to be able to withstand the immense energy of the supreme treasure spirit. Then when I refined Sky-Reaching Tower back then, it didn't seem to be difficult, right?" Jiangxi was puzzled. Not difficult. Shong glared. That's because I was sealed. 99 seals. If not for the seals, you would have turned into ashes with your essence soul cultivation back then. Jiangxi smiled but did not say anything. Shong continued, in terms of essence soul strength, there's a problem with the conditions mentioned by the spirit of Shenhuang Mountain. Under normal circumstances, if you want to refine a rank 9 supreme treasure, Dao integration requires the strength of a perfected Lord's essence soul. Tribulation transcenders require the strength of a Dao Lord's essence soul. Perfected Lords require the strength of a Heavenly Venerable's essence soul. Dao Lords require the strength of a Supreme's essence soul. This condition shocked Jiangxi. It was too harsh. Especially the last condition. Dao Lords require the strength of a Supreme's essence soul? Previously, Jiangxi had watched the battle with Venerable Ming in the mysterious surveillance space. Through Qing Shuang's message, he finally confirmed the existence of the Supreme Realm. The cultivation of a Heavenly Venerable was divided into 3 steps according to the origin: first step Heavenly Venerable, second step Heavenly Venerable, and third step Heavenly Venerable. For example, his master, Dao Lord 9 Clouds, was called a half-step Heavenly Venerable because he had created the secret technique to open up the universe and had already touched the path of origin. And when a Heavenly Venerable reached the end of the path of origin, they could pass through the Eternal Road and reach the Eternal Supreme Realm. The universe that they opened up could be promoted to a Holy Land universe. From then on, they would not have to fear the dangers of the calamities and would be indestructible. However, after the battle recorded in the relief pattern, the Eternal Road no longer descended. Although he didn't know how the 2 Holy Land universes in the Chaos Sea came about, this could prove one point. Reaching the Eternal Supreme Realm was thousands of times more difficult than becoming a Heavenly Venerable. It was very difficult for a Supreme to appear in an era of calamities. In the entire Chaos Sea, there were only 2 Supremes, and this was accumulated through countless fortuitous opportunities. It's so difficult to recognize a master. What if I can't meet the requirements? Jiangxi asked Shong. Of course it will fail. My body and soul will be destroyed. Ni Shong replied. Jiang Xi sneered. This spirit of Mount Shenhuang was indeed up to no good. If you give it the incomplete supreme treasure part now, it will have a certain chance of breaking through that boundary. Although the probability is very small, if it succeeds at that time, without the restrictions of the rules, it can completely control this 9th stage supreme treasure and kill you easily. Even I can't save your life because I'm not in my peak state now, Ni Shong added. Don't worry. I'm not that stupid. Jiang Xi nodded. Then work hard. 9th stage supreme treasures are rare. If you encounter one, don't let it go. You're still a perfected lord now. You have a chance to train your primordial spirit to the heavenly venerable level, Ni Shong said with a smile. Okay. Jiang Xi also smiled. This was a great fortuitous opportunity. He also turned his gaze to the 9-layered mountain peak formed by the light blades. You think you're smart, but you don't know that you've already revealed a flaw. Since you've set up a trap, you'll definitely lose your cool after a long time. I'll wait here. As long as I don't leave Sky Tower, you can't do anything to me. I can make use of the willpower impact here to train my primordial spirit, Jiang Xi thought. Even if it wasn't to refine Mount Shenhuang, he still wanted to improve his primordial spirit. The strength of his primordial spirit had always been his weakness and it felt like it was holding him back. His current combat strength was comparable to a universe realm Dao Lord. However, the strength of his primordial spirit was still at the universe realm. If he could improve it further, his strength would increase correspondingly. I'll wait slowly. Furthermore, my grotto heaven world is still expanding. Once it's done, the strength of my primordial spirit will definitely increase with the help of the power of the world. At that time, let's see if I can reach the heavenly venerable level. Get lost. Hurry up and get lost. It'll kill you. That frenzied willpower impact was still roaring. Jiang Xi controlled the sky tower that was the size of a speck of dust and gradually approached the 9-layered mountain peak, allowing the crazy willpower to impact his primordial spirit continuously. He challenged his limits time and time again as he advanced slowly. Such a high-intensity willpower impact was a rare environment to train one's primordial spirit. Time passed and 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. After 10 years, Jiang Xi advanced 4 kilometers and arrived at the area 10 kilometers away from the 9-layered mountain peak. Get lost, get lost. If you don't get lost, it'll kill you. You. Amidst the crazy voice of the willpower impact, an extremely subtle fluctuation suddenly appeared and sounded in Jiang Xi's mind. Jiang Xi opened his eyes and was extremely surprised. Because the sound fluctuation was too subtle, it was like an illusion, so he didn't dare to be sure whether the fluctuation existed or not. He carefully sensed and identified it and finally confirmed that there were other voices mixed in with the crazy willpower. It was a very weak fluctuation, as if it was difficult to even transmit a message. The willpower of this voice was very weak, like that of a baby, easily defeated. It gave Jiang Xi the feeling that the crazy willpower was like a layer of shell, protecting this weak willpower. Finally, half a month later, it barely managed to transmit a message. Don't believe it. I am the spirit of Mount Shenhuang. Jiang Xi was immediately stunned. This weak willpower was the spirit of Mount Shenhuang's treasure? Then the spirit of Mount Shenhuang with the old voice from before was fake? He really wanted to communicate with the weak willpower, but it was like a newborn, too weak, and its ability to transmit messages was very poor. Wait. Jiang Xi maintained his patience. He could sense that this weak willpower was becoming stronger. Just like that, a year later, the weak willpower could finally communicate normally. You said you're the spirit of Mount Shenhuang? Jiang Xi asked. Yes, to be exact, I'm the old spirit of Mount Shenhuang, the weak willpower replied. In the battle back then, the 9 peaks of Mount Shenhuang were shattered. I was also scattered, and my memories were completely shattered. After a long time, I finally regathered some of my origin willpower and memories. However, I discovered that the main peak of Mount Shenhuang had already given birth to a new treasure spirit. Moreover, it had already devoured a large amount of the treasure's origin, which were those light blades. We fought once, and I suffered a crushing defeat, almost collapsing again. Fortunately, some of the crazy willpower of that battle still remained in the treasure's origin, and I used it to resist its devouring. However, that battle also caused me to suffer heavy losses, and I had no choice but to fall into a deep slumber. That was until you brought the other 6 peaks and disrupted the order of Mount Xuanhuang's origin space. I was stimulated and began to awaken, and it wasn't until recently that I managed to recondense my willpower. Jiang Xi was still cautious as he listened to its narration. Those crazy willpowers said they wanted to kill me. That was an instinctive action of the crazy willpowers while I was asleep. Because as soon as you approached the new spirit of Mount Xuanhuang, I was worried that it would fuse with the other 6 peaks, and the treasure's origin would increase greatly. At that time, I might be completely devoured by it, the old spirit of Mount Xuanhuang answered. It continued, you should remember, when you were communicating with the new spirit of Mount Xuanhuang, I used those crazy willpowers to warn you that it would kill you. Jiang Xi nodded. That was indeed the case. What's your purpose in communicating with me now? What do you want to do? I want to recognize you as my master, and become the treasure spirit of those 6 peaks. That way, I'll have a body, the old spirit of Mount Xuanhuang answered. Those 6 peaks were originally a part of my body. It was afraid that Jiang Xi wouldn't agree, and hurriedly added. What about my benefits? Jiang Xi was very calm. If the treasure has a spirit, the scattered treasure's origin will recondense, and its power will increase. Moreover, if I have a body, I can fight for the treasure's origin outside to strengthen myself. The power of the 6 peaks will also increase greatly. The old spirit of Mount Xuanhuang spoke more and more fluently. Jiang Xi's heart stirred, and he communicated with Ni Shong again, explaining the situation. A treasure with an artifact spirit will indeed be more powerful. Moreover, in its current state, as long as it enters the heavenly tower, it won't be able to cause any trouble, Ni Shong said confidently. Jiang Xi nodded, relieved. Next, he communicated with the old spirit of Mount Xuanhuang again, and then released the barrier of the heavenly tower. Invisible waves began to merge into the space of the heavenly tower. Very quickly, these waves condensed into an extremely illusory 9-layered peak. It was very similar to the 9-layered peak formed by light blades outside, but there was an even more ancient implication. However, it looked very weak and could disappear at any time. It felt like a gust of wind could blow it away. Jiang Xi nodded lightly at it, and then a stream of light flew out of his body and rapidly expanded. It was the 6-layered peak. Thank you, Master. The old spirit of Mount Xuanhuang's voice was filled with excitement. Whoosh, the illusory 9-layered peak and the 6-layered peak merged into one, and instantly, light shone brightly. The 6-layered peak, which was originally a 5th-stage treasure, actually showed signs of condensing light blades. This was a sign that the treasure's origin was about to condense. The treasure's aura fluctuations were rapidly increasing. Very quickly, it became a 6th-stage treasure. The 6-layered peak originally had a treasure's origin, but it has always been in a scattered state. This old spirit of Mount Xuanhuang also carried some treasure's origin. After it merged, not only did it condense these scattered origins, but it also condensed the origin's origin. It also increased the total amount of this treasure's origin, and its power also increased greatly because of this. As the owner of the 6-layered peak, Jiang Xi clearly sensed the changes in the 6-layered peak, and he also formed a connection with the old spirit of Mount Xuanhuang. This way, I can use the 6-layered peak's ability to transform into armor again. My control over time and space has also greatly increased. Once it merges with my mountain sea space-time, its power will be even stronger. Jiang Xi was very satisfied with this upgrade. Master, the 6-layered peak's damage hasn't completely recovered, the old spirit of Mount Xuanhuang suddenly said. Damage? Yes, the damage caused by that battle has yet to recover because of the lack of origin. Then it'll be fine after devouring the treasure's origin outside. Yes. Jiang Xi and the old spirit of Mount Xuanhuang conversed. At this moment, the old spirit of Mount Xuanhuang seemed to have discovered something, and it roared, "Human, how dare you trick me?" This was because it discovered that the old spirit protected by the crazy will had disappeared. At the same time, the power of the six-layered peak of the human race suddenly increase. Clearly, the old spirit had become the spirit of the six-layered peak's treasure. "Ha, I'm tricking you?" Jiang Xi laughed. "You set me up and wanted to kill me, and you dare say I'm tricking you? Human, I wanted to acknowledge you as my master out of goodwill. When did I want to kill you? You're insulting me, insulting a Tier 9 treasure." The spirit of Mount Shenhuang was furious. "Oh!" Riverward sneered. "The conditions for a 9th grade supreme treasure to recognize an owner and the strength of one's primordial spirit aren't what you said. I'm now a perfected lord, and I need a heavenly venerable level essence soul. If you're not harming me, what are you doing?" The spirit of Mount Shenhuang fell silent, and suddenly roared crazily, "Impossible! How did you find out? How did you find out? My tower is a Tier 9 treasure, what do you think?" Jiang Xi's smile did not change. No wonder you can survive in this space." The spirit of Mount Xuanhuang's tone was filled with indignation. "Stop struggling, obediently acknowledge me as your master," Jiang Xi said. "You need a master eventually, or you'll be trapped here forever." "You!" The spirit of Mount Shenhuang sneered. "You're far from it. If you want to be my master, you must be the top existence in this sea of chaos. If you become my master, I'm afraid you won't be able to unleash my full power even after countless years. That's my shame, and even more so the shame of my previous master. I'll give you a chance." Jiang Xi shook his head. Then, he ordered the spirit of Mount Shenhuang, "Absorb." "Yes, master." The spirit of Mount Shenhuang was pleasantly surprised. Rumble. A hole suddenly opened at the bottom of the dust-sized heaven-connecting tower. The six-layered mountain extended out from the hole and quickly grew larger. Soon, it became larger than a star, and its height instantly exceeded hundreds of millions of kilometers. And heaven-connecting tower just happened to sit at the highest point of the six-layered mountain. "Ha, absorb. Absorb. I'll absorb, absorb, absorb." The spirit of Mount Shenhuang shouted excitedly. Boom. In this vast and dark space, there seemed to be another source. Endless light blades immediately sensed the attraction of the six-layered mountain and surged over crazily. The nine-layered mountain formed by the light blades also trembled slightly, attracted by the six-layered mountain that was very close to it. It was like a towering skyscraper that was about to collapse. The light blades that were constantly emitting seemed to have been blown by a gust of wind, deviating their direction and flying towards the six-layered mountain that was hundreds of millions of kilometers tall. Countless light blades flew over like moths to a flame, causing the entire nine-layered mountain to tremble. No. The spirit of Mount Shenhuang was shocked and panicked. Previously, the old spirit did not have a carrier, so it naturally could not compete with it. Now that it had a carrier, it was not afraid of it, because it and the old spirit were existences on the same level. It was just that one controlled less source of the treasure, and the other controlled more. It was like an engine of the same quality, but one had less fuel, and the other had more fuel now. The old spirit was going all out, and the speed at which it swallowed the light blades was not slower than it. No. The spirit of Mount Shenhuang was anxious. Stop. Why stop? The spirit of Mount Shenhuang laughed. This source of the treasure is mine, it's Mount Xuanhuang's. The six-layered mountain and Mount Shenhuang are one. The treasure is yours, and it's also mine. Moreover, the six-layered mountain is damaged, and I need the source of the treasure to recover. Don't worry, I won't take it all. I only want the damage from that battle to be completely recovered. The spirit of Mount Shenhuang laughed as it devoured the light blades. It was like a hungry wolf that had been starved for countless eras and suddenly saw a pile of fresh meat, tearing it apart madly. On the other side, the spirit of Mount Shenhuang was trying its best to control the light blades on its body from being sucked away. One was trying its best to devour. One was trying its best to control. However, there were too many sources of the treasure in the form of light blades, and the spirit of Mount Shenhuang could not control them all. Buzz, 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 endless light blades surged towards the six-layered mountain that was hundreds of millions of kilometers tall. When they came into contact, it was like water coming into contact with a dry riverbed, and was completely absorbed. A yellow luster began to flow on the surface of the black six-layered mountain, and its aura was also faintly changing. Moreover, these were only the external changes. The internal changes were even more intense. As the master of the six-layered mountain, Jiang Xi could clearly sense that the originally ordinary six-layered mountain's interior seemed to be decomposing into countless tiny components. There were many scars and rust on the surface of the countless tiny components. Due to the lack of the source of the treasure, it had been severely corroded over the endless years. However, when the source of the treasure poured in, the tiny components began to regain their vitality. The scars and rust quickly disappeared, and slowly became brand new. During this process, the overall aura of the six-layered mountain was rapidly increasing. The power of the treasure was gradually increasing. Whoosh, endless light blades converged like a storm. Under Jiang Xi's control, the size of the six-layered mountain was also constantly expanding. Its height went from hundreds of millions of kilometers to billions of kilometers, tens of billions of kilometers. 1 light year, 2 light years, the more source of the treasure, the higher the maximum height of the six-layered mountain. The larger its size, the larger its surface area of contact, and the more light blades it could devour at the same time. This was a process of becoming stronger and stronger. No. Stop right there. This is mine. Stop, stop. The spirit of Mount Shenhuang was furious. Chapter 604. The complete Mount Shenhuang was made up of 9 peaks. Mount Shenhuang was the main peak, and the other 8 peaks were stacked on top of it. However, countless years ago, in that great battle, the 9 mountains had been shattered into pieces. The insides of each mountain had been severely damaged, and the spirit of the supreme treasure had been scattered. The main peak of Mount Shenhuang stored almost all the treasure's origins, which was why it could give birth to a new treasure spirit. Moreover, with the help of the treasure's origins, it had long recovered from the damage. It could display its original might and become one of the 3 great forbidden lands of the Chaos Sea. The other 8 peaks were not treated so well, and no one knew where they drifted to. Due to the internal injuries and the lack of the treasure's origins, their power had greatly decreased. For example, Jiang Xi's original Triple Mountain was only a Grade 2 treasure. The Triple Mountain he obtained from True Lord Blacktime was slightly better, but it was only a Grade 3 treasure. Treasures below Grade 3 were completely common in the Chaos Sea. Many Dao Lords despised them when they saw them. Only the Dao Lords of the 4th universe would treat them as treasures and bring them back to reward the juniors of their race. This was also the reason why Jiang Xi and True Lord Blacktime could each obtain a triple mountain peak of Mount Shenhuang. Of course, Jiang Xi benefited in the end. The 2 triple mountains combined into a 6-fold mountain, and its grade also increased to a Grade 5 treasure. However, even a Grade 5 treasure was far from its original power. After all, it was a component of a Grade 9 treasure. After fusing with the old spirit of Mount Shenhuang, this treasure gained spirituality. The scattered treasure's origins gathered and its power increased to a certain extent, advancing to a Grade 6 treasure. However, it still did not reach the upper limit of the 6-fold mountain because its internal injuries had yet to recover. Now, there was a large amount of Mount Xuanhuang's origins in the origin space of Mount Shenhuang. With the help of the old spirit of Mount Shenhuang, the 6-fold mountain could wantonly devour these treasures' origins to recover its internal injuries and increase its power. Bigger, bigger, grow a little bigger. The old spirit of Mount Shenhuang sent messages to Jiang Xi again and again. Jiang Xi also controlled the 6-fold mountain with all his might, causing the treasure's size to reach its limit. Stop, you bandit, stop right now. The spirit of Mount Shenhuang roared angrily, wanting to stop him. Unfortunately, it could not control those light blades. Bigger, bigger, bigger. The old spirit of Mount Shenhuang kept urging Jiang Xi. The more perfect the 6-fold mountain was, the bigger it could become, and at the same time, the more light blades it could absorb. As for the 9-layered mountain formed by the light blades, it trembled even more violently, as if it was about to collapse. A large number of light blades were swallowed by the 6-layered mountain. Master, the old spirit of Mount Shenhuang, Mount Shenhuang, Shenhuang, of the old spirit of Mount Shenhuang. Shenhuang, the old spirit of Mount Shenhuang, of Mount Shenhuang, Shenhuang, of Mount Shenhuang? Of Shenhuang, Shenhuang of the the of Zuof of Shenhuang of Shenhuang. Xu Huang of the Shenhuang of Shenhuang of Shenhuang of Shenhuang Shenhuang. Yu. Mount. Of Shenhuang Shenhuang, of Xuanhuangs, Xuanhuangs. You and I are one. What is yours is mine. The old spirit of Mount Shenhuang laughed, still madly devouring the light blades. You will die. I will find a new master and have him destroy you. The spirit of Mount Shenhuang roared. You still want to find a master? The old spirit of Mount Shenhuang laughed. Can a true lord with a heavenly venerable level essence spirit come to you? Or can a Tao lord with a supreme level essence spirit come to you? Don't even think about it. You are destined to die. Of the two spirit treasures, one was the old spirit of Mount Shenhuang before it was destroyed, and the other was newly born. In terms of standpoint, they were destined to oppose each other and could not coexist. In terms of choice, the spirit of Mount Shenhuang had rejected Jiang Ci, and even wanted to kill Jiang Ci. It had made the wrong choice from the start, allowing the weakened old spirit of Mount Shenhuang to seize the opportunity to counterattack. At the root of it all, River Word had decided all of this. The spirit of Mount Shenhuang knew very well that only one of them would survive. And that human must have believed in the old spirit. Time passed. The internal injury of Mount Shenhuang has recovered by 30%. 40%. Master, it's half recovered. Every once in a while, the old spirit of Mount Shenhuang would excitedly inform Jiang Ci. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed, and the internal injury of Mount Shenhuang had finally fully recovered. The origin of a Tier 9 supreme treasure is indeed powerful. It's only been 10 days. Jiang Ci exclaimed. The 9-layered mountain formed by the light blades had shrunk significantly. It had shrunk from 90,000 kilometers high to 80,000 kilometers high. Compared to Mount Xuanhuang's maximum height of 7 light-years, the 9-layered mountain looked like a speck of dust. This was because the 9-layered mountain was formed by the origin of the supreme treasure, and not Mount Xuanhuang's true body. Mount Shenhuang was 900 million light-years tall, and Mount Shenhuang was incomparably small in front of it. Of course, this did not mean that Mount Shenhuang was weak. Now that Mount Shenhuang had fully recovered, the aura of the supreme treasure had surpassed Tier 7 and was very close to Tier 8. After the armor transformation, it'll be a Tier 7 defensive supreme treasure. In addition to my physical strength of a Tier 5 supreme treasure, even a heavenly venerable would find it difficult to hurt me, right? My ability to control spacetime has also greatly improved. In addition to my own Mountain Sea spacetime, the spacetime domain formed by the two should be able to reach the level of a half-step heavenly venerable. After carefully sensing it, Jiang Ci quickly familiarized himself with the new power of Mount Shenhuang. Now, in terms of actual combat strength, I'm still inferior to a half-step heavenly venerable. But my physical defense is only stronger than a half-step heavenly venerable. The only thing I lack is the defense of my primordial spirit. Jiang Ci also had a detailed evaluation of his own strength. He was looking forward to it. When the Grotto Heaven world finished expanding again, with the help of the power of the world, his physical strength and primordial spirit strength would be improved. By then, the flaws in his primordial spirit would be greatly compensated. After testing the power of Mount Shenhuang, Jiang Ci glanced at the slightly shrunken 9-layered mountain. Can you continue to devour the supreme treasure's origin? He asked the old spirit of Mount Shenhuang. There's no way to devour it. The old spirit of Mount Shenhuang said helplessly, this Mount Shenhuang can only carry so much supreme treasure's origin. Any more and it will dissipate on its own. Jiang Ci nodded gently, feeling a little regretful. I can only wait for my primordial spirit strength to reach the heavenly venerable level before subduing it. Master, don't worry. Mount Xuanhuang's conditions are very harsh. It has been standing in the Chaos Sea for a long time, but no expert has been able to meet the conditions. In a short period of time, I think it will be very difficult for other experts to meet the conditions apart from Master, said the old spirit of Mount Shenhuang. Of course. Jiang Ci smiled. It was extremely rare for a perfected lord to have a heavenly venerable's primordial spirit strength. In the entire Chaos Sea, not a single one had appeared for countless eras. Even the so-called invincible heavenly venerable purple firmament did not achieve this at the perfected Lord level. Even if a perfected Lord reached that level, they would not have the strength to survive in this space. After all, there was only one heavenly tower. As for a Tao Lord having a supreme level primordial spirit strength, that was even more impossible. Perhaps in the long history of the Chaos Sea, such a cultivator had never appeared. I'll leave it here for now. Jiang Ci controlled his greed very well and did not let the huge temptation get to his head. However, I'm not in a hurry to leave. I'll go to the Myriad World's ruins after the expansion of the Grotto Heaven world is complete. During this period, I can use the crazy willpower here to continue tempering my primordial spirit strength. Jiang Ci stood in the heavenly tower and looked at the nine-tiered mountain from afar. After the old spirit of Mount Shenhuang merged with the six-tiered mountain, the crazy willpower that filled the origin source space did not disappear. That was because that crazy willpower belonged to the former master of Mount Shenhuang. That was a terrifying existence. Even though countless eras had fallen, the remnant crazy willpower still remained in the origin source of the ultimate treasure and did not dissipate. The strength of Jiang Ci's primordial spirit began to slowly increase under the impact of the crazy willpower. Buzz, the 7 light-year tall six-tiered mountain rapidly shrank and disappeared as Jiang Ci withdrew it into his body. The heavenly tower slowly advanced in this vast dark space, approaching the 9-tiered mountain formed by the light blades and receiving an even stronger willpower impact. Human, you will regret this. The spirit of Mount Shenhuang could only roar crazily, but there was nothing it could do. Because it had not broken through the boundary of an ultimate treasure, it was restricted by the laws. Unless there was an expert controlling it, it would do anything it could not do. Time passed, year after year. Jiang Ci was trying his best to temper the strength of his primordial spirit. At the same time, his clone was also trying his best to deduce Daoist techniques, striving to reach the heavenly Tao realm as soon as possible. Cultivating 7 Daoist techniques at the same time was hundreds of millions of times more difficult than cultivating 1 Daoist technique to the heavenly Tao. However, Jiang Ci was very patient. It had only been 1,000 years since he became a true lord. Under normal circumstances, if a 5th transformation true lord could cultivate to the desolate level, it would basically take tens of thousands of eras. An era was 36 million years. He hadn't even lived for 100,000 years. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 years passed. Rumble. The mountain sea Grotto Heaven in the depths of the 4th universe finally completed its 3rd expansion. It went from a diameter of 2 billion light-years to 3 billion light-years. The limit of a cosmic Tao Lord's Grotto Heaven world was only 900 million light-years in diameter. After the expansion was completed, Jiang Ci introduced the new power of the world. Immediately, the toughness of his body and the toughness of his soul underwent significant improvements and transformations. This improvement took 3 days, and the improvement was very obvious. His body's strength rose from a Tier 5 ultimate treasure to a Tier 6 ultimate treasure, another level. As for the strength of his primordial spirit, after being tempered by the crazy will for 1,000 years, it had already surpassed a cosmic Tao Lord. Now, with the help of the power of the world, it finally underwent a substantial transformation, comparable to the top cosmic Tao Lord. With the defense of a Tier 6 ultimate treasure, my primordial spirit's defense should not be weaker than a half-step heavenly venerable, right? Jiang Ci smiled confidently. After 1,000 years of seclusion, his attack, body, and primordial spirit had all undergone a qualitative leap. Jiang Ci evaluated himself. His overall combat strength should be comparable to a half-step heavenly venerable. However, he could not be sure since he had not fought. In terms of attack, compared to a half-step heavenly venerable, his Tao techniques and secret techniques were too inferior. Most of them were supported by the long shuttle formed by the heaven-piercing tower. In addition, his Grotto Heaven world far exceeded the limit of a Tao Lord, so the power of the world it could provide was also stronger. That was why he could easily kill other cosmic Tao Lords. If not for the heaven-piercing tower, his defense would at most be comparable to a half-step heavenly venerable. His attack would be worlds apart. My attack needs to be strengthened. What if I meet a freak with a Tier 9 ultimate treasure one day? Jiang Ci shook his head. He did not even need a Tier 9 ultimate treasure. As long as the other party had a Tier 7 ultimate treasure, his advantage would be gone. After all, the heaven-piercing tower was only a special ultimate treasure, not an offensive ultimate treasure. Moreover, he had only refined the 75th seal of the heaven-piercing tower and could not fully unleash its power. The reason why it was so powerful in terms of attack was entirely because of the sturdiness of the Tier 9 ultimate treasure itself. I've cultivated here for 1,000 years. It's time to go. Jiang Xi took a deep breath. Then, the dust-sized heaven-piercing tower began to move away from the 9-layered mountain peak formed by the light blades. The strength of his essence spirit had already reached the limit of the cosmic realm. If he wanted to break through to the heavenly venerable level, it was not something that could be completed by external tempering. It was either a breakthrough in cultivation or a great opportunity. Riverward understood that the difficulty of these two methods was not small, especially the latter. After he obtained Qing Shuang's legacy in the mysterious monitoring space, he caught the great opportunity of Mount Shenhuang as soon as he came out. If there was another one, it would be too heaven-defying and almost impossible. Human, you will regret it. You and that old spirit will both regret it. The spirit of Mount Xuanhuang's old voice sounded again, filled with anger and indignation. The next time I come here, it will be to subdue you. Jiang Xi laughed loudly. Impossible. You're delusional, you're dreaming. The spirit of Mount Shenhuang roared boom. Heaven-piercing tower instantly accelerated and gradually moved away from the 9-layered mountain peak, no longer paying attention to it. 1,000 years ago, when Jiang Xi first came to this space, because the light blades outside were too strong, his spiritual sense could not spread outside heaven-piercing tower at all and could not investigate this space. He could only rely on the senses of the treasure to come to the core area of this space and find the 9-layered mountain peak. Of course, with the current strength of his essence spirit, his spiritual sense was still unable to stay in this space, even for a millionth of a second. After all, even a heavenly venerable would be killed by those light blades if they came in. Fortunately, I have the old spirit of Mount Shenhuang to guide me now, so I don't have to worry about losing my way. Jiang Xi controlled heaven-piercing tower and flew in a direction. The old spirit of Mount Shenhuang was the spirit of the treasure before it was destroyed, so it was naturally familiar with this space. Under its guidance, Jiang Xi quickly arrived at the edge of this space. The space barrier here is slightly weaker. With Master's strength, you should be able to force your way through this layer of barrier, said the old spirit of Mount Shenhuang. Jiang Xi nodded, and then with a thought, the top of heaven-piercing tower pointed at the space barrier in front of him and slammed into it. Whoosh, a hole was instantly torn in the space barrier, and heaven-piercing tower went through it and left Mount Xuanhuang's origin space. Whoosh. It felt as if he had entered the sea from a small puddle, and the world suddenly became vast. Where is this? Jiang Xi immediately observed his surroundings. The chaotic grey fog in front of him was churning violently. There was a huge abyss crack on the left and right, and terrifying lightning flashed inside. And behind it was Mount Shenhuang. It's not Mount Xuanhuang's 36 large safe zones, but one of the narrow safe zones. There are no cultivators cultivating here. Jiang Xi's spiritual sense quickly found out. For safety's sake, he did not stay here and immediately flew out of this area. When he was really far away from Mount Shenhuang and the space stabilized, he used teleportation to rush to the mysterious monitoring space. He wanted to use the space whirlpool there to head to Myriad World ruins without the monitoring space. Even with a detailed map, it would take nearly 10,000 years to reach Myriad World ruins from Mount Shenhuang by teleportation or flying. Jiang Xi shook his head. Now, it was convenient. By using the space whirlpool in the monitoring space, he could reach any place in Chaos Sea in a short time. 3 months later, in the boundless Chaos Sea, in the depths of a dangerous place called Black Flame Region, an ancient 9-story tower appeared out of thin air. I've finally arrived at Myriad World ruins. Jiang Xi was in the space of heaven-piercing tower, looking at the black flames outside that seemed to be able to burn everything. Black Flame Region was a dangerous place near Myriad World ruins, and the black flames in the deepest part were very powerful. Even a first-step heavenly master would die if he entered. However, heaven-piercing tower passed through black flame region unscathed, and soon left the area covered by the black flames. In the next moment, Jiang Xi saw a spectacular scene that was completely different from Golden River and Mount Xianhuang. Boom! It was as if there was a huge wave that hit the surface of the sea, and the roar resounded through heaven and earth. In the turbulent chaos sea, there was an extremely huge abyss whirlpool. It seemed to be able to devour everything. However, the abyss whirlpool did not have the slightest devouring force. It only emitted a gloomy aura of death, as if it was the most terrifying place in the world. Myriad World Ruins, it's said to be the place where Myriad World is buried. This sentence appeared in Jiang Xi's mind. The stone token left behind by Qing Shuang contained the entire map of Chaos Sea, and the introduction of Myriad World Ruins started with this sentence. According to Qing Shuang, Myriad World Ruins was a place that was even older than his tribe, and even the upper realm was afraid of it. Qing Shuang's tribe is the descendant of those terrifying existences in the relief carvings. They are already very ancient, and I don't know how many eons ago they were. Myriad World Ruins has existed for even longer than Qing Shuang's tribe. Jiang Xi shook his head gently. In the long years of Chaos Sea, there had been many crises, and many secrets had been buried. Let's go check it out. Immediately, he teleported towards Myriad World Ruins, crossing a distance of nearly 10,000 light-years each time in 3 hours. He had crossed 100 million light-years and arrived near Myriad World Ruins. It was not like Mount Xianhuang, where the surrounding time and space were completely messed up under the raging aura of the powerful ultimate treasure, and teleportation was not allowed. There was no such concern in Myriad World Ruins, as the huge abyss whirlpool was like a dead object, and did not bring any negative effects to the surrounding time and space. Of course, teleportation was not possible in Myriad World Ruins, as the time and space were completely still. Burying everything, including time and space, Jiang Xi sighed, and detailed information about Myriad World Ruins appeared in his mind. The entrance of Myriad World Ruins in the form of an abyss was more than 300 million light-years in diameter, and its depth was unknown. It was not unpredictable, but unmeasurable. This was because any experts who went below 90,000 light-years in Myriad World Ruins had all disappeared. According to the map on the stone token, even Qing Shuang's tribe had only explored to a depth of 90,000 light-years, and did not dare to go any further. Therefore, Myriad World Ruins was known as the strangest place in Chaos Sea. However, it was also the place with the most opportunities. Whoosh! Jiang Xi drove Tongtian Tower and entered the huge abyss. Silence, dead silence, and not a single sound could be heard. Even the chaotic grey fog outside the ruins of Myriad Worlds slowed down and flowed slowly. Being in such an environment, he immediately felt his hair stand on end, as if some strange existence would suddenly appear beside him at any time. Therefore, Chaos Sea passed on a message: if you want to explore Myriad World Ruins, you must be brave. Damn! Jiang Xi's body trembled. Even though he was in Tongtian Tower, he could feel the terrifying silence. Even with his current strength, he could feel chills all over his body and his heart. However, Jiang Xi's attention was quickly attracted by the scene inside Myriad World Ruins. He saw pieces of irregular stone celestial bodies floating quietly in the vast abyss, as if they had existed since ancient times. Looking around, there were countless stone celestial bodies of different sizes. The largest one had a diameter of more than 1 light-year. The smallest one had a diameter of only tens of thousands of kilometers. Myriad World Ruins buried myriad worlds. It's actually an extra-large tomb. Jiang Xi looked at the stone celestial bodies. The so-called Myriad World Ruins was an explanation of myriad worlds. The most common view was that myriad worlds represented these irregular stone celestial bodies because there was a space hidden inside each stone. Of course, there were other explanations. For example, Qing Shuang's tribe had a speculation that Myriad World Ruins buried the universes of countless calamity eras in Chaos Sea, including primal universes and miniature universes of celestial masters. The space inside the stone celestial bodies was formed by those universes. No matter what, let's explore first. Jiang Xi followed Qing Shuang's map and shuttled between the stone celestial bodies. Some of the spaces inside the stone celestial bodies were ownerless and could be entered and exited at will. Some of them were keepsake spaces that could only be entered with a keepsake. Myriad world ruins had existed in Chaos Sea for countless eras. Those ownerless spaces had been explored again and again by the great beings of Calamity eras. Until now, there were still great beings who could find opportunities in those spaces. As for the keepsake spaces, the probability of obtaining opportunities was even higher. For example, the black talisman left behind by Qing Shuang was a keepsake of a keepsake space. That space contained the inheritance and treasures of Qing Shuang's tribe. It was definitely a great opportunity. That was also the purpose of Jiang Xi's trip to Myriad World Ruins. Start first, change later. Chapter 605. Inside the ruins of Myriad Worlds, it was dead silent, without a single sound. Countless irregular stone celestial bodies floated in the void, motionless. 300 light-years away from Jiang Xi, a flying treasure that looked like a palace was flying carefully between the stone celestial bodies. Inside the palace, a man in golden armor was using his spiritual sense to scan the surroundings with a solemn expression. He was a universe realm Dao Lord from the second universe and was quite famous in the Chaos Sea. Suddenly, a gust of green wind drifted out from the distant stone celestial body and rolled straight over. The man in golden armor was shocked. He hurriedly activated the flying treasure to get rid of the blue wind. But then, a ball of pale flame came out of another stone celestial body. The white flame went through the void, went through the barrier of the treasure, and went into the flying treasure. The golden-armored man fell down without a sound. His eyes were wide open as if he had seen something terrifying. His face was filled with fear. Woo! The green wind also came in and spun strangely in the air. Together with the dancing white flames, it landed on the golden-armored man's body. The man in golden armor was turned into nothingness in an instant. In the silent void, only a miniature palace, a set of golden armor, and some other treasures were left. The cyan wind and the white flame seemed to have reached an agreement that they would each take half of the treasures. Then, they took the treasures and flew back to their respective stone celestial bodies. Just as they were about to fly back, they suddenly stopped. It was as if a person had suddenly turned around. Whether it was the green wind or the white flames, they all revealed a strange and distorted human face. He smiled sinisterly in Jiangxi's direction, but did not make a sound. Then they went back to their respective stone celestial bodies. In the empty void, it was as if nothing had happened. Those irregular stone celestial bodies were still floating in the air, as if they would never change. 300 light-years away, Jiang Xi saw everything with his spirit consciousness. When the cyan wind and white flame turned around to look at him, it seemed that something strange had bitten his spiritual sense. Fuck. Jiang Xi felt his heart twitch violently. It was as if someone had grabbed his heart and squeezed it hard. All the hairs on his body trembled, as if there were 10,000 cold little hands scratching his body. At this moment, the black talisman on his body trembled slightly, dispelling the strange aura. Is this the danger of the Wanjie ruins? That golden-armored man was a universe-level Dao Lord, but he perished in the blink of an eye. Jiang Xi felt a wave of lingering fear, and his expression turned extremely solemn. In Qing Shuang's map, the introduction of the Myriad World Ruins had mentioned these dangers. One had to be careful of wind and fire in the Wanjie ruins. If one was tainted by these two things, even an Empyrean would find it hard to survive. At this time, the importance of a map was reflected. This was because the positions of the stone celestial bodies in the Wanjie ruins were relatively fixed and rarely changed. Most of the stone celestial bodies that could produce wind and fire were fixed, and the range of activity of the wind and fire would not be too large. As long as one avoided such stone celestial bodies, one would not encounter any strange things. That golden-armored Dao Lord probably did not have many maps of the Wanjie ruins. Otherwise, he would not have passed by that place. Jiang Xi shook his head gently. The map left behind by Qing Shuang was very detailed, and it marked all the safe routes in the Wanjie ruins. Of course, flying along these routes did not mean that one was absolutely safe. It had been a long time since the Calamity era that Qing Shuang was in. Although the positions of the stone celestial bodies rarely changed over the years, a small change was enough to lead to a big change. This map is outdated, but the dangerous places that were marked in the past definitely exist now. It is enough for me to avoid most of the strange things. Jiang Xi thought calmly. Moreover, I have the Black Talisman, which is the token of the Wanjie ruins. The Black Talisman was like a protective talisman. When one was in the Wanjie ruins, many wind and fire would not attack the owner of the talisman. With the map and the token, one's life would not be in danger as long as one did not actively seek death. I can't use my spiritual consciousness to explore casually in the future. I just have to keep an eye on the surrounding environment. Jiang Xi retracted his spiritual consciousness and only explored the area within a radius of hundreds of millions of kilometers. The green wind and white fire seemed to be able to hurt his spiritual consciousness. If they followed his spiritual consciousness and strangely possessed him, he would be doomed. Let's go to the token space first and take what Senior Qing Shuang left behind. Then, I will go to the unowned space to explore. Jiang Xi followed the route indicated on the map and carefully controlled the heaven-connecting tower to fly between the stone celestial bodies. The Wanjie ruins had existed in the Chaos Sea for countless calamity eras. Those unowned spaces had been explored countless times by the experts of various eras. However, there were still experts who could find opportunities in them. Previously, Jiang Xi was still wondering about these. After seeing the scene just now and combining it with the description of the Wanjie ruins from Qing Shuang's clan, he had a vague guess. Perhaps the wind and fire were the reason. Just like the porters, they brought back the treasures left behind after killing those experts. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. Jiang Xi was still driving the heaven-connecting tower and flying down carefully. The token space corresponding to Qing Shuang's black token was deeper in the Wanjie ruins. It was about 40,000 light-years deep. If it was outside the Wanjie ruins, with Jiang Xi's maximum speed, which was 3,000 times the speed of light, he could reach it in about 10 years. However, in the Wanjie ruins, he did not dare to fly so recklessly. It would be good if he could maintain 100 times the speed of light. Therefore, if there were no accidents, he would need 300 years to reach the token space. In the void more than 10 light-years away, countless stone celestial bodies were floating quietly. One of the stone celestial bodies with the largest diameter of 90 million kilometers suddenly trembled violently. There was a faint powerful aura inside and it was about to break free. Buzz. The movement was getting louder and there were even ripples in the void. Boom. 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 Eventually, the ripples cracked the void. The powerful aura suddenly spread out and disturbed the void. At the same time, about 10 light-years away from the stone celestial body, there was a palace that had shrunk to the size of a speck of dust. It was also a flying treasure. In the palace, there were 3 experts talking. They had 5 pairs of white wings on their backs and they were emitting powerful auras. Obviously, they were all experts from the Heavenly Feather Tribe. Coordinate reference area number 19502 in the Wanjie ruins is a good place. Although there are many strange things, there are many unowned spaces in this area. Moreover, most of the strange things here have been discovered by my tribe. As long as you are careful, there should not be any big problems. Shifang, Jinlan, you and your wife have been stationed here for a long time. I am so envious. A man from the Heavenly Feather Tribe in black armor laughed. It is a good place, but there are many forces eyeing it. The short man from the Heavenly Feather Tribe shook his head gently. As far as I know, there are a few experts from several forces who are also stationed here. If you are envious, why don't we switch places? That's right. Lian Xian, why don't we switch places with you 2 brothers? A woman from the Heavenly Feather Tribe in a light green dress laughed softly. Her voice was very pleasant. Dao Lord Shifang and Dao Lord Jinlan were 2 extremely powerful universe Dao Lords of the Heavenly Feather Tribe. Moreover, they were husband and wife and usually worked together. In the vast Chaos Sea, the 2 rarely met opponents, so they were very famous. According to the internal arrangement of the Heavenly Feather Tribe, the 2 of them were permanently stationed at coordinate reference area number 19502 to search for opportunities. Dao Lord Lian Xian, who was talking to them, was also a universe Tao Lord of the Heavenly Feather Tribe and was stationed in a nearby area. No, no, no. The black-armored Tao Lord Lian Xian shook his head decisively. Our Heavenly Feather Tribe doesn't know many good places in the Wanjie ruins. Back then, the two of us paid a hefty price to obtain the right to be stationed there. Although there are not as many unowned spaces as this coordinate reference area, it is safer. Haha, you're still as cowardly as ever. The short Tao Lord Shifang laughed. If you ask me. Tao Lord Jinlan in a light green dress was about to speak when she frowned. Tao Lord Shifang's eyes lit up and he carefully sensed. After roaming the Wanjie ruins for so long, they naturally knew some taboos. They could not use their spiritual senses to probe casually, or they could easily provoke some extremely terrifying anomalies. That would be the end of them. Soon, they sensed a special fluctuation coming from afar. It's in that direction. Over there. Tao Lord Shifang and Tao Lord Jinlan turned to look in the same direction at the same time and exchanged a glance. They both knew that there was a movement, and a big one at that. Looks like you're going to have a great harvest. Tao Lord Lian Xian laughed. Lian Xian, are you going? Tao Lord Shifang asked. Of course, we're going. If we can sense it, so can the other experts. The Heavenly Feather Tribe isn't the only faction stationed in this area. It's just that the two of you might not be able to handle it. I can help you. Tao Lord Lian Xian nodded. If we can help, we'll naturally benefit. If we can't, we won't. Tao Lord Jinlan smiled. I know that. Tao Lord Lian Xian laughed. Then let's go. Let's hurry and be the first to arrive. Whoosh. The flying treasure that looked like a palace turned into a stream of light and shuttled between the stone celestial bodies, flying in the direction of the commotion. In another part of the void, a flying boat supreme treasure was also flying unhurriedly. Inside the flying boat, a handsome man was leisurely drinking from a glass of wine. At the same time, he looked at the floating stone celestial bodies with a relaxed expression. He was also a human, but not a human from the fourth universe. The handsome man frowned. There's something special. Did a treasure appear in an ownerless space? I'm in luck. I was just about to return to the third universe, but I didn't expect to run into such a good thing. Let's go take a look. Whoosh. The flying treasure changed direction and sped away. Sky Connecting Tower, which had also shrunk to the size of a speck of dust, was moving in one direction at 100 times the speed of light. In the space of Sky Connecting Tower, Jiang Ci sat cross-legged and looked at the outside world. However, there was a galaxy flowing in his eyes, and the inexplicable divine light was frightening. It would take about 300 years to reach the token space left behind by Qing Shuang, and only 10 years had passed during this period. He did not stop cultivating and had been deducing Dao techniques. Suddenly, a slight ripple was transmitted here. Ever since he saw that strange scene, Jiang Ci's spiritual consciousness had been maintaining an area with a radius of hundreds of millions of kilometers. He immediately noticed the slight ripple as soon as it entered this area. Jiang Ci's eyes instantly regained clarity, and the flowing galaxy disappeared. A special movement. He was surprised. Time and space in the myriad world ruins were completely still, and it was difficult for there to be any movement. Is it a battle between heavenly venerables? Or is there an ultimate treasure in an ownerless space? Jiang Ci speculated in his heart. He was more inclined to believe that it was the birth of an ultimate treasure, because there were too few heavenly venerables, and the probability of a battle was, of course, very small. Although it's not on the way, I can take a look. What if there is an ultimate treasure? Jiang Ci quickly made a decision. Sky Connecting Tower quickly flew in the direction of the movement. In Qing Shuang's map, a large number of safe routes were marked, and they flew along these routes. After flying for a month. Jiang Ci maintained the state of spreading his spiritual consciousness, and at this moment, his spiritual consciousness encountered the spiritual consciousness of another expert. Are you Jiang Ci, the mountain and sea Tao Lord of the fourth universe? A voice came from the spiritual consciousness. You are. Jiang Ci did not recognize the other party, as this was a foreign spiritual consciousness. I am Tao Lord Tuo Yi. A voice came from the spiritual consciousness again. Hello, I didn't expect to meet Tao Lord Tuo Yi here. Jiang Xi answered in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, but he was a little surprised. This was because Tao Lord Tuo Yi was very famous. In the Chaos Sea, he could be considered an extremely ancient existence from the Red Lotus Holy Land, one of the two Holy Land universes. Even among the many Tao Lord experts in the Red Lotus Holy Land, he could be ranked at the top. In terms of strength, Tao Lord Tuo Yi was a half-step celestial venerable like Tao Lord Nine Cloud. This was also the reason why Jiang Xi was surprised. Of course, if he took away the ultimate treasures on him, Tao Lord Tuo Yi was slightly weaker than Tao Lord Nine Clouds. Tao Lord Tuo Yi came from the Red Lotus Holy Land, so he naturally did not lack ultimate treasures. He had a full set of ultimate treasures, but Tao Lord Nine Clouds did not have any ultimate treasures. He only had ultimate treasures on him. You also noticed the movement, right? Tao Lord Tuo Yi asked again. Yes, I'm heading there. Jiang Xi did not hide it, as there was nothing to hide. Me too. Since we have the same destination, why don't we go together? Tao Lord Tuo Yi smiled. Sure. Jiang Xi's answer was very straightforward. He also wanted to find out more about the Holy Land universes through Tao Lord Tuo Yi. In terms of strength, he was not inferior to Tao Lord Tuo Yi. Then, the two met up. One drove Sky Tower, and the other drove the white flying ship. They headed in the direction of the movement at high speed. They flew for another 2 days. That is. Jiang Xi's gaze passed through Sky Tower and saw a shocking scene. In the distance, there was a slowly flowing grey fog. It was a stone celestial body with a maximum diameter of 90 million kilometers, surrounded by dense, tiny cracks in the void. A faint red fog enveloped the stone celestial body, and at the same time, it repelled the grey fog outside, forming a special area. Moreover, there was an endless stream of red fog gushing out from those cracks, causing the red fog to become thicker and thicker. What was even more shocking was that in the red fog, there was a glowing door that was slowly condensing and taking shape. At this moment, in the nearby void, apart from Jiang Xi's Sky Tower, Tao Lord Tuo Yi's white flying ship, there was also a golden palace. Is this Tao Lord Shifang? Tao Lord Tuo Yi's voice reverberated. Tao Lord Shifang? Jiang Xi frowned slightly and looked from afar. He quickly recognized that the Golden Palace indeed belonged to Tao Lord Shifang and Tao Lord Jinlan of the Heavenly Feather Clan. These two were very famous in the Chaos Sea, and their supreme treasures were naturally known by other forces. I didn't expect Tao Lord Tuo Yi to be in this area. Tao Lord Shifang's voice sounded. Who is in the tower next to us? Is he also from the Red Lotus Holy Land? Haha, this is Tao Lord Mountain Sea of the Fourth Universe. Speaking of which, you have some connections. Tao Lord Tuo Yi smiled meaningfully. Although the two Holy Land universes and the four primal universes added up to nearly 100 forces, compared to the vast and boundless Chaos Sea, these forces were still too insignificant. In the long years, everyone was busy exploring the Chaos Sea and rarely engaged in life-and-death disputes. Therefore, if there was a slight commotion between the various forces, it would quickly spread throughout the entire Chaos Sea. In the past 1,000 years, the conflict between the Heavenly Feather Clan and the Fourth Universe's human race was considered a relatively large commotion. Among them, Celestial Venerable Ming and Tao Lord Mountain Sea of the Fourth Universe's human race were also the core figures that everyone paid attention to. One was a peak Celestial Venerable who was close to becoming an invincible Celestial Venerable. He defeated 2 Celestial Venerables of the Heavenly Feather Clan in one battle and became famous in the Chaos Sea. The other was a peerless genius among the Tao Lords who consecutively killed many Tao Lords of the Heavenly Feather Clan. In particular, in the battle that happened in Mount Shenhuang 1,000 years ago, he almost instantly killed Tao Lord Flying Feather, who had the strength of a Celestial Venerable's primordial spirit. This was already known by all the major forces. In general, in this continuous conflict, the Heavenly Feather Clan did not gain any advantage and suffered a great loss. If not for the fact that both sides had peak Celestial Venerables, the Heavenly Feather Clan would have started a war of extermination. As the saying went, when enemies met, their eyes would turn red. After hearing Tao Lord Tuo Yi's introduction, the expressions of Tao Lord Shifang and Tao Lord Jinlan of the Heavenly Feather Clan immediately changed and became very ugly. I didn't expect Tao Lord Mountain Sea to be so good at currying favor. He actually managed to hook up with an expert from the Red Lotus Sacred Ground. Tao Lord Shifang's sarcastic voice sounded. Tao Lord Tuo Yi, you have to be careful. Don't get plotted against. It's none of your business who I'm with. Jiang Ci retorted. Me. A cold snort sounded from the Golden Palace, and then it fell silent. The Tao Lord couple of the Heavenly Feather Clan did not make a move. This was because after the battle 1,000 years ago, the Heavenly Feather Clan's evaluation of Tao Lord Mountain Sea's strength was second only to a half-step Celestial Venerable. They were not confident that they could defeat Tao Lord Mountain Sea. Moreover, there was Tao Lord Tuo Yi, who was eyeing them covetously. Now that a great opportunity had appeared, they did not want to start a war now. The gains would definitely not make up for the losses. I think the two of you have misunderstood. I just happened to run into Tao Lord Mountain Sea, so I came along. I didn't expect to encounter an unexcavated ruin here. Haha, such a great opportunity makes me very happy. Tao Lord Tuo Yi laughed, appearing very happy. Another cold snort sounded from the Golden Palace. At this moment, Jiang Ci was no longer paying attention to their conversation. He was carefully observing the stone celestial body that was undergoing a great change. Ruins. Whether it was the human race's database or the information recorded in Qing Shuang's map, there was a certain introduction to the stone celestial bodies in the myriad world ruins. Every stone celestial body had a hidden space. The excavated spaces were divided into ownerless spaces and keepsake spaces. The various forces in the Chaos Sea generally believed that these excavated spaces represented the myriad worlds in the myriad world ruins. However, after countless years, there were still many spaces within the stone celestial bodies that had not been excavated. It was not that everyone did not want to excavate them, but that they could not open them. Even celestial venerables did not have the strength to open those unexcavated spaces. They could only wait for those spaces to open by themselves. These unexcavated spaces were called ruins, which meant graveyards. According to the aura fluctuations emitted when the space opened, these spaces could be divided into Tao Lord ruins and celestial venerable ruins. Under normal circumstances, Tao Lord ruins would contain one or more Tao Lord legacies, and at the same time, there would be some rank 5 or even rank 6 ultimate treasures. Celestial Venerable ruins would contain Celestial Venerable legacies, and there was a certain chance of rank 7 ultimate treasures appearing. Among these two types of ruins, Tao Lord ruins were more common. Usually, one Tao Lord ruin would appear every few million epochs. Celestial Venerable ruins were extremely rare and had only appeared once in the Chaos Sea during the Cataclysm era. In the end, the Heavenly Feather race obtained the Celestial Venerable Ruins inheritance and became the strongest race in the first universe, becoming the third strongest force in the Chaos Sea. However, the ruins in front of him had not been completely opened and the aura fluctuations were still increasing. He could not determine whether it was Tao Lord ruins or Celestial Venerable ruins. However, Jiang Ci guessed that it should be Celestial Venerable ruins if nothing unexpected happened. Tao Lord Mountain Sea, I'm sure this ruins will attract many experts. My Red Lotus Sacred Ground has no other experts nearby. It won't take long for it to be completely opened. I'm the strongest and I'm afraid I'll become the target of everyone. Moreover, you have a grudge against the Heavenly Feather race. If things get chaotic later, they might rope in other experts to deal with you. Why don't we join forces? Tao Lord Tuo Yi suddenly sent a voice transmission with his spiritual consciousness. Sure. Jiang Ci agreed. However, if there are inheritances or supreme treasures, we'll have to rely on our own abilities to get them. Of course. Tao Lord Tuo Yi smiled. Just like that, the two of them reached a temporary agreement in private. Although Tao Lord Tuo Yi was a half-step heavenly venerable, he relied on the power of supreme treasures to a large extent. His true combat strength was still inferior to Tao Lord Nine Firmaments, who was a half-step heavenly venerable who relied solely on secret techniques. If he really encountered someone who could restrain him or was focused on, there was nothing he could do. Although he could save his life, he might not be fated with the ruins in front of him. Jiang Xi also had his own considerations. He estimated that his actual combat strength was at the half-step heavenly venerable level. However, he had not experienced actual combat and was not confident. Joining forces with Dao Lord Tuo Yi of the Red Lotus Sacred Ground could avoid some risks. Furthermore, the Red Lotus Sacred Ground had experienced countless cataclysm eras and definitely had a high understanding of the ruins. He could learn more about the ruins through Dao Lord Tuo Yi. Chapter 606. As time passed, the red mist gushing out from the cracks in the void around the stone celestial body became thicker and thicker. It covered the surrounding void like a bloody purgatory. The special aura emanating from the space inside the stone celestial body also became stronger. Soon, the aura fluctuations attracted another flying ship supreme treasure. Inside was the handsome man with a relaxed expression. He was a human expert from the third universe. However, when he saw the opening of the ruins, he could no longer remain calm. His eyes exploded with shocking heavenly light and greed. At this moment, Jiang Xi, Dao Lord Tuo Yi, and the couple from the heavenly feather race didn't attack the newcomer. They were all holding back. Haha, it's so lively here. Dao Lord Shenfang and Dao Lord Jinlan of the heavenly feather race. Dao Lord Tuo Yi of the Red Lotus Sacred Ground. Dao Lord Xiong Le of the Third Universe's human race. And Dao Lord Mountain Sea of the Fourth Universe's human race. Another arrogant laugh sounded. At the same time, a thick corpse aura spread out. Ah, this is the newly born ruins. The arrogant voice suddenly changed. It was filled with surprise. Whoosh! A pale white stream of light that had just arrived immediately charged toward the stone door that was forming in the red mist. In the distance, Jiang Xi, Dao Lord Tuo Yi, Dao Lord Shenfang, and the others just watched coldly. They didn't stop it. The pale white stream of light entered the area shrouded in red mist, trying to enter the glowing stone door. However, the stone door hadn't formed yet. It was like an illusory shadow. The pale white stream of light passed through it without touching the stone door at all. Stupid corpse race. Dao Lord Shenfang sneered. His mocking voice resounded through space. We were all watching from afar and didn't enter. You rushed to enter as soon as you arrived. Can't you guess that you can't enter before the stone door forms? How laughable and stupid. Dao Lord Jin Lan sneered. Idiot of the heavenly feather race. The other experts didn't say anything. You guys are the only ones who are complaining. Of course, I know that when the ruins appear, the stone door must be completely formed before you can enter. But what if this ruins is different? Furthermore, who knows if your heavenly feather race has tried it before? The deathly white flowing light stopped, and a stone coffin could be seen. An ice-cold voice came from within Jiang Xi and the others recognized him. This was the corpse race expert of the first universe, Dao Lord Dark Sea. He liked to ride a stone coffin cardinal treasure to roam the Chaos Sea. The Dao Lord of the Dark Sea was right. The experts of the heavenly feather race were the first to arrive. They had indeed tried to enter the stone door. After all, ruins were very rare. Even though the heavenly feather race was the strongest race in the first universe, they had never encountered more than 10 ruins. His understanding of the ruins was definitely not as deep as the 2 Holy Land universes. Foolish corpse race, stop finding excuses for your stupidity. Dao Lord Shifang sneered again. Fools of the heavenly feather race. Dao Monarch Nether Sea retorted. The other great beings present only looked on coldly. The heavenly feather race and the corpse race were the pinnacle races of the first universe. They were ranked first and second respectively. The 2 races were natural enemies because of their natural talents. They had never stopped fighting and killing each other. Although the corpse race was slightly weaker than the heavenly feather race, they could still maintain the prosperity of their race under the suppression of the heavenly feather race. The overall strength of this race could be imagined. They were definitely one of the top 10 forces in the Chaos Sea. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. During this time, another Dao Lord of the demon race from the second universe came. He was very similar to the demon beast-winged dragon that Jiang Ci had seen when he first stepped on the path of cultivation on Earth. The dragon's body was covered with black scales and a pair of black flesh wings. However, this Dao Lord winged dragon was very low-key. After arriving, he greeted everyone and did not say anything else. He waited quietly. After that, other than Dao Lord winged dragon, no other great beings from other forces came. Up until now, all of the experts who had arrived were at the universe level of Dao Lords. On the surface, the strongest was Dao Lord Tuo Yi, who had the combat strength of a half-step heavenly venerable. According to the division of forces, they were the heavenly feather race and the corpse race of the first universe, the human race of the third universe, the human race of the fourth universe, and the red lotus sacred land. There were a total of 6 forces. Jiang Ci only knew that he was alone. As for the others, he was not sure. Everyone was hiding in the flying treasure and cautiously using their spirit senses to isolate themselves from the detection of other great beings. No one knew how many great beings were in the flying treasure. Dao Lord Dark Sea of the corpse race seemed to be alone. Perhaps there were other great beings in the stone coffin. As for the heavenly feather race, there might be more than just the couple. It was hard to say until the last moment. At this moment, the stone celestial body with a diameter of 90 million kilometers was completely enveloped by the thick red fog. The glowing stone door was finally about to fully condense. Boom! Suddenly, the void trembled violently. At this moment, the stone door completely condensed. The powerful aura fluctuations that erupted from the stone door finally reached the limit of a Dao Lord. So it's a Dao Lord's ruin. The Dao Lord's eyes narrowed. Mountain Sea, remember our agreement. Dao Lord Tuo Yi sent a voice transmission with his spirit sense. Don't worry. Before we see the inheritance and the supreme treasure, we'll be united against the outside world. Jiang Ci replied. Although the Dao Lords were excited, they were all universe Dao Lords who had roamed the Chaos Sea for countless eras. At this juncture, they could still maintain their calm. Go! Dao Lord Tuo Yi shouted coldly. Whoosh! Whoosh! Both the sky tower and the white flying vessel turned into streaks of light and charged towards the stone door. Almost at the same time, the experts of the heavenly feather race, the corpse race, the demon race of the second universe, and the human race of the third universe all flew towards the stone door. Quick, stop Dao Lord Tuo Yi. Tuo Yi, you're the strongest and know the ruins the best. I think you should be the last to enter. Dao Lord Shifang of the heavenly feather race sneered. At the same time, streaks of white feather light shot towards Dao Lord Tuo Yi. Those white feather shadows quickly condensed into a white battle blade in the air. It seemed to be filled with a strong murderous aura, but it also had a holy halo. Tuo Yi, the red lotus sacred ground has many inheritances. You also have a set of 6th grade supreme treasures. Why are you still fighting with us for this Dao Lord ruins? Dao Lord Dark Sea of the corpse race's cold voice also resounded in the area. Instantly, a huge illusory head condensed into form. The illusory head had its eyes closed and was dripping with blood. It opened its huge mouth and emitted a strong suction force, wanting to swallow Dao Lord Tuo Yi. Dao Lord Tuo Yi. As if they had agreed, the opposing heavenly feather race and corpse race all attacked at the same time to deal with Dao Lord Tuo Yi of the red lotus sacred ground. However, none of them attacked Jiang Ci. Clearly, in their eyes, Dao Lord Tuo Yi, who had the combat strength of a half-step heavenly venerable, was a greater threat. He was also the one who knew the most about ruins out of everyone present. If they did not work together to stop him, there was a high chance that the opportunities in this Dao Lord ruins would fall into Dao Lord Tuo Yi's hands. The Dao Lords present could be said to be the elites of their respective races. None of them were fools and knew what was the most reasonable thing to do. The huge white feather battle blade, the illusory head, the fist mark, all the attacks were directed towards Dao Lord Tuo Yi. In the face of these attacks, the white flying ship that was flying at high speed in front disappeared instantly. Dao Lord Tuo Yi appeared in the void. He looked similar to a human except for a single horn on his forehead and 2 pointed ears. With a cold snort, the illusory figure of a red lotus appeared behind him. The moment this red lotus appeared, it immediately affected space-time. Even though spacetime in the Myriad World's ruins was completely still, waves of shocking spacetime ripples appeared around the assassin. Red Lotus Sacred Ground's unique mystic skill illusory figure. Jiang Xiai's eyes flashed. Red Lotus Sacred Ground's mystic skill illusory figure was a red lotus while Great Sky Sacred Grounds was a huge hammer. Buzz. The Red Lotus illusory figure swayed gently and instantly, the void trembled. Waves of powerful ripples spread out in all directions. The huge white feather battle blade, the illusory head, the fist mark, and other powerful attacks were all disintegrated by these ripples and dissipated instantly. Mountain Sea, follow me. Tao Lord Tuo Yi abandoned his flying cardinal treasure and flew towards the stone door. Good. River Word didn't slow down, but he was secretly shocked. This Tao Lord Tuo Yi's strength was indeed tyrannical. He had a deeper understanding of the combat strength of a half-step heavenly venerable. Tao Lord Tuo Yi is going crazy. He's using his strongest mystic skill right away. We must stop him. If we don't stop him, we definitely won't be able to obtain the opportunities inside. Slow him down first. Tao Lord Mountain Sea, why aren't you helping to stop Tao Lord Tuo Yi? Once he enters, the opportunities inside the Tao Lord ruins will be his. Tao Lord Mountain Sea, hurry up and attack. Two voices sounded consecutively and Jiang Xiai attacked together. Jiang Xiai ignored them and continued flying. Tao Lord Mountain Sea, do you think you can obtain the opportunities inside the Tao Lord ruins just by following Tao Lord Tuo Yi? You'll regret it later. When the experts saw that Jiang Xiai was unmoved, they were instantly enraged and berated him. You guys talk so much nonsense. Regret. Attack me if you have the guts. Jiang Xiai sneered. Thimpy. Shameless brat. Several cold snorts sounded. The three Tao Lords of the Heavenly Feather Race and the Corpse Race ignored Jiang Xiai and did not divert their attention to attack Jiang Xiai. In their eyes, Tao Lord Tuo Yi was their greatest enemy. Both sides unleashed one attack after another as they continued to besiege Tao Lord Tabo Yi. As for Tao Lord Yinglong of the Second Universe's Demon Race and Tao Lord Xiongle of the Third Universe's Human Race, they attacked to stop Jiang Xiai. Those who dared to roam the Myriad World's ruins were basically all Universe Realm Tao Lords. Tao Lord Shenfang, Tao Lord Jinlan and Tao Lord Dark Sea were even more outstanding. Among the Universe Realm Tao Lords, they were ranked at the top and were only inferior to half-step heavenly venerates. Right now, the three of them joined forces and released their full combat strength. Even though Tao Lord Tuo Yi possessed the combat strength of a half-step heavenly venerate, he did not dare to underestimate their attacks and his speed was affected instantly. Phew! Jiang Xiai, who was initially following closely behind him, passed Tao Lord Tuo Yi instantly and charged to the front. Tao Lord Yinglong and Tao Lord Xiongle's attacks did not affect Jiang Xiai much. Given his current strength, it was extremely easy for him to deal with two Universe Realm Tao Lord. Don't worry about that Tao Lord Mountain Sea. He doesn't understand the Myriad Worlds at all and will be fine even if he enters. As long as we stop Tao Lord Tuo Yi, there won't be any problems. Tao Lord Shenfang and Tao Lord Dark Sea shouted one after another. Tao Lord Yinglong and Tao Lord Xiongle, who stopped Jiang Xiai earlier on, did not continue attacking Jiang Xiai and turned to attack Tao Lord Tuo Yi. Whoosh, whoosh. However, Tao Lord Tuo Yi did not ask for Jiang Xiai's help. He broke through the attacks with all his might and flew towards the stone door. Although the distance was far and was billions of kilometers away, given the speed of Jiang Xiai and the others, this distance was covered in the blink of an eye. Phew! Jiang Xiai transformed into a streak of light and was the first to charge through the stone door, entering the ruins that had yet to be excavated. The next moment, Tao Lord Tuo Yi, the Heavenly Feather Race, the Corpse Race and the others who were restraining each other charged in almost at the same time. This is. After they entered, they were all shocked and forgot to fight for a moment. The space within the ruins was extremely safe and did not have any dangerous aura. It's completely different from the ruins recorded in Qing Shuang's map. Jiang Xiai, who was the first to charge in, surveyed his surroundings as well. It was a huge square with huge grey stones laid on the ground. There were all kinds of strange landscapes, stone carvings, fake mountains, and so on in the surroundings. Then, in the center of the square, there was a white human-shaped stone sculpture. It was wearing battle armor and holding a heavenly halberd, looking rather mighty. The rich aura fluctuation was emitted by this stone sculpture. It filled the square and passed through the stone door to the outside. As for outside the square, there was only violently churning red mist. There was nothing else. A human-shaped stone sculpture? It's very similar to the human race. The first thing everyone noticed was the human-shaped stone sculpture. Then, they looked at Jiang Xi and Tao Lord Xiong'le of the Third Universe's human race. Because they were the only two human experts present. This unexcavated ruins actually had a human-shaped stone sculpture. Did that mean that the opportunity here belonged to the human race? Jiang Xi and Tao Lord Xiong'le also looked at each other. The atmosphere suddenly became tense again. Tao Lord Mountain Sea, if I had been stopped just now, I'm afraid you would have taken advantage of me. Tao Lord Tuoyi glanced at Jiang Xi and transmitted with his spiritual sense, I was attacked just now too, Jiang Xi said indifferently. Tao Lord Tuoyi nodded slightly. He knew that if Jiang Xi had not restrained Tao Lord Yinglong and Tao Lord Xiong'le, he would not have been able to enter this space so easily. Before the inheritance appears, we're still in an alliance. Tao Lord Tuoyi asked again. Of course. Jiang Xi smiled. Buzz, at that moment, the Tao Lord aura emitted by the human-shaped stone sculpture suddenly rose to the heavenly venerate level. This is a great opportunity, haha. The Tao Lords in the square, including Jiang Xi, were all excited. The heavenly venerate level aura fluctuation meant that the ruins in front of them were the heavenly venerate ruins. In this calamity era, in the history of countless epochs, the heavenly venerate ruins had only appeared once. The heavenly feather race that obtained the inheritance from that heavenly venerate ruins became the strongest race in the first universe and the third largest faction in the Chaos Sea. Outside the stone door, the ruins in front of them looked like a Tao Lord ruin, but inside was a heavenly venerate ruin. The experts present believed that if they could obtain the inheritance and supreme treasures, they would definitely be able to create a force comparable to the heavenly feather race. Crazy. Excited. This is an inheritance related to the human race. If I obtain it, then the human race in the fourth universe will truly soar. Jiang Xi thought excitedly. The other Tao Lords were also very excited. Before the inheritance appeared, everyone had a chance to obtain it. Then, where was the inheritance? Was it those strange landscapes, stone sculptures, and fake mountains? Or was it outside the red fog? Everyone's eyes were focused on the human-shaped stone sculpture in the center of the square. Their eyes were burning with greed. However, no one was willing to be the first to make a move because they were afraid of being focused on. This is the inheritance of the human race. Finally, someone could not hold back and instantly turned into a stream of light, charging toward the human-shaped stone sculpture. Tao Lord Xiong'le, you're courting death. A mere human race in the third universe wants to get their hands on the inheritance. Stop him. Immediately, angry shouts sounded. Boom, boom, boom. All sorts of huge secret technique phantoms and a large number of attacks were focused on Tao Lord Xiong'le. Tao Lord Xiong'le drew his sword, and sword light shot out in all directions, destroying the attacks. Damn it, he hid his strength. His combat strength is close to that of a half-step heavenly venerable. Tao Lord Shenfang, Tao Lord Minghai, and the other experts were all shocked and furious. Swoosh. At the same time, Jiang Xi also moved. However, he did not charge toward the human-shaped stone sculpture. Instead, he was dodging the sudden attack. Whoosh, a red lotus phantom swayed in the air, emitting void ripples that swept toward Jiang Xi. Tao Lord Tuoyi, our little boat of friendship has capsized just like that. Riverward laughed out loud as he retreated. Right now, you two humans pose the greatest threat to us. Naturally, it's best to get rid of you first. Tao Lord Tuoyi laughed as well. He activated the red lotus phantom with all his might and sent out even more void ripples. At that moment, a long shuttle appeared in Jiang Xi's hand. It was the transformation of heaven-reaching tower. He poured all his strength into it and used the Mountain Sea Sword Sutra. This was the first time he used his full combat strength after his strength metamorphosis. Since he could not hide it anymore, he would use his full strength. In the next moment, the long shuttle glowing with multicolored light swept across and collided with the void ripples. Boom! 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 The void exploded, and terrifying energy shockwaves swept through the entire square. The battle between the two of them could be said to be the strongest battle below the heavenly venerable level. Just the energy shockwaves alone could kill a desolate level Tao Lord. However, the strange thing was that the seemingly ordinary scenery, stone sculptures, and fake mountains were intact under the energy shockwaves, as if they were indestructible. You're also a half-step heavenly venerable. Tao Lord Tuo Yi's eyes narrowed, filled with shock and fear. On the other side, the heavenly feather race, corpse race, demon race, and Tao Lord Xiongler of the human race were also shocked by Jiang Xi's sudden attack when they entered the stone door earlier. Jiang Xi's performance was still normal under the joint attack of Tao Lord Yinglong and Tao Lord Xiongler and did not attract anyone's attention. Now, all the Tao Lords present instantly understood that Tao Lord Mountain Sea was truly sinister. He had hidden too deeply. If not for the human-shaped stone sculpture in the square, no one would have thought of attacking the human experts. Then, Tao Lord Mountain Sea would probably really hide until the end and become the final winner. Kill the humans first. Tao Lord Shifang said coldly. The opportunity here has yet to appear. Perhaps it can only be summoned with the blood of the human race. Tao Lord Dark Sea laughed coldly. Kill. The other Tao Lords attacked at the same time. The battle erupted again. Tao Lord Shifang and Tao Lord Jinlan of the Heavenly Feather Race and Tao Lord Dark Sea of the Corpse Race continued to attack Tao Lord Xiongler of the Human Race of the Third Universe. As for Tao Lord Yinglong of the Demon Race of the Second Universe, he came with Tao Lord Tuo Yi to kill Jiang Xi. Roar! The gigantic Yinglong flapped his wings and instantly stirred up a shocking gust of wind. The gust of wind attacked Jiang Xi like blades. Tao Lord Mountain Sea, either leave this place or die here. Tao Lord Tuo Yi said loudly and waved his hand to form a gigantic red lotus fist seal. Boom! 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 Haha, good timing. Jiang Xi laughed loudly. The long shuttle in his hand flew and destroyed more than half of the wind blades and fist seals. Only a small portion of the attacks landed on his body. In a 1 versus 2 situation, he was only slightly disadvantaged. Furthermore, with his physical defense, the remaining half of the attacks did little damage to him. What a strong body! What a strong defense! Tao Lord Tuo Yi and Tao Lord Yinglong were shocked. At the same time, they realized that they probably could not do anything to Tao Lord Mountain Sea today. This person had hidden too deeply and his strength had increased too quickly. 1,000 years ago, in the battle at Mount Shenhuang, Tao Lord Mountain Sea almost killed Tao Lord Flying Feather instantly. Because of this, many factions in Chaos Sea re-evaluated Tao Lord Mountain Sea's strength. He was an existence close to a half-step heavenly venerable. However, they did not expect that after 1,000 years, Tao Lord Mountain Sea's strength would increase again and reach the half-step heavenly venerable level. On the other side, Tao Lord Xiongler of the Third Universe's human race had also hidden his strength. Originally, he was an ordinary universe Tao Lord. Now, the strength he displayed was close to a half-step heavenly venerable. Under the siege of Tao Lord Shifang and the other experts, although Tao Lord Xiongler seemed to be in a sorry state, he was not in any danger of death. The situation fell into a stalemate. Right at this moment, the human-shaped stone statue in the middle of the square suddenly changed. Buzz! Layers of blood-red halos appeared from all parts of the human-shaped stone statue's body. At the same time, the aura of a heavenly venerable rose once again. This commotion caused Jiang Xi and the other Tao Lords who were fighting to stop at the same time and looked at the human-shaped stone statue hurriedly. The blood-red halo on the surface of the human-shaped stone statue became extremely dense in the blink of an eye. Then, the blood-red halo gathered into a blood-red pillar of light that shot into the sky. Swoosh! A blurry figure slowly appeared in the blood-red pillar of light. Then, it became incomparably clear like a real person. Black patterned scarlet armor and a halberd. His face was like a jade sculpture and his eyes were as deep as the 9 nether abyss, enchanting. He was like a true god descending into the world, as though he did not belong to this world and was an unknown existence. At the same time, the aura emitted by the human-shaped stone statue finally reached a peak and broke through a certain limit. Boom! That aura that had broken through the limits brought with it a terrifying pressure that instantly covered the entire square, causing all the experts present to tremble uncontrollably. It was as if there was a natural law between heaven and earth that caused them to involuntarily submit and worship this figure. It's that human-shaped stone statue. Is he still alive? This isn't a heavenly venerable. This is a supreme. Heavens, this is the supreme ruins. At this moment, be it Jiang Ci, Tao Lord Tuo Yi, Tao Lord Xiong Le, the experts from the heavenly feather race and corpse race from the first universe, or the demon race from the second universe, all of them fell into a frenzy. The Supreme Ruins could definitely be called the best fortuitous opportunity in the entire Chaos Sea since countless eras. Chapter 607. The huge square was filled with oddly shaped landscapes, stone sculptures, and fake mountains. In the center of the square, a tall human-shaped stone sculpture suddenly shot up into the sky and condensed into a figure wearing battle armor and holding a halberd. The aura that spread out from the human-shaped stone sculpture also broke through a certain limit and surpassed the heavenly venerate level. At the same time, an invisible pressure enveloped the entire square, causing Jiang Ci and the others to not dare to move. They only looked at the terrifying figure respectfully. The blood-red pillar of light that shot up into the sky began to shrink and fuse into the red-armored figure's body, finally disappearing completely. The red-armored figure also became clearer. The black-patterned battle armor and halberd also became like real objects, and the patterns on them could be seen clearly. It was as if he was stepping on a staircase, slowly walking down from the sky and arriving in front of Jiang Ci, Tao Lord Tuo Yi, and the other experts. At that moment, Tao Lord Yinglong, who was the largest, had shrunk under that invisible pressure. He was about the same size as Jiang Ci and the others. The red-armored figure was very tall, close to 10,000 meters. He stood there and looked down at them. His eyes were as deep as the 9 nether abyss and were filled with indifference. Then, he said, "My name is 8 Clouds. You can call me Divine General 8 Cloud." Jiang Ci, Tao Lord Tuo Yi, Tao Lord Shifang, and the other experts did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Divine General 8 Cloud." At the same time, they were secretly shocked. Divine General? It sounded like the ranks in the army. Could it be that this Divine General 8 Clouds was the leader of a powerful army countless eras ago? Then how powerful was this force? A Divine General surpassed the heavenly venerate level. What about those with higher statuses? Did their strength surpass the Divine General 8 Clouds? The Divine General 8 Clouds did not care about what they thought. Instead, he continued coldly, "Juniors of the endless calamity era in the Chaos Sea, when you see me, I've already fallen for who knows how many calamities. Back then, when I followed the Celestial Emperor on that final path, I knew that the chances of survival were not high." Celestial Emperor? Hearing this, the eyes of all the experts lit up. Jiang Ci's heart was also moved. He thought of the path on Earth in the images he saw. Countless powerful immortals followed an emperor on a path to the heavens. Was the Imperial Emperor mentioned by the 8 Clouds Divine General the same person as the Imperial Emperor on Earth? River Word guessed in his heart. The 8 Clouds Divine General continued, "As expected, the path we have embarked on is the final and most difficult path. Even the strongest monarch and the strongest supreme treasure will still fail. I expected failure, but I will not be a deserter. I am the 8 Clouds Divine General of the primordial realm. I have my own glory. It's just that I don't want to sever Yakun's legacy." The 8 Clouds General's voice gradually deepened. "I, the 8 Clouds General, am the 183rd 8 Clouds and the only successor. My ancestors have all died in battle. I don't know how long this legacy has been passed down to my generation. If I die, the inheritance will be severed in my hands. Then, I will have let down my ancestors. I can die, but the legacy of the 8 Clouds cannot be severed. Therefore, before we set off, I requested the Imperial Emperor to build and modify this void world so that it can reappear in the Chaos Sea after the Infinite Calamity era and continue the legacy of the Eight Clouds lineage. Juniors, if you are afraid, leave now. It will be more and more dangerous later. Especially at the end, when you come into contact with the true legacy of the Eight Clouds lineage, only the one who obtains the legacy can survive. If none of you can obtain the legacy, then all of you will perish. The earlier you leave, the safer you will be. The later you leave, especially when you come into contact with a trace of the legacy. Other than the Eight Clouds of the past, any other living being who covets the legacy of the Eight Clouds lineage will die without a doubt. Make your choice, juniors. The Eight Clouds Divine General finished speaking with an indifferent gaze. His tone did not fluctuate at all. Then, he closed his eyes. For a moment, the atmosphere of the entire square was stifling. The 7 experts present, including Jiang Ci, had craziness, excitement, worry, hesitation, and many other emotions in their eyes. Legacy. This was a legacy that could truly drive many factions in the Chaos Sea crazy. Why were the 9 sacred lords of the heavenly feather race so powerful? It was because they had obtained the legacy of a heavenly venerate ruins. Once the 9 sacred lords joined forces, they could unleash a powerful force that could sweep across the Chaos Sea. It could be said that the most precious thing in the Chaos Sea was a complete legacy that could allow one to cultivate from low to high levels. And this time, the legacy was the legacy of the Eight Clouds lineage. From the words of the Eight Clouds Divine General, it could be inferred that this should be a powerful civilization from an unknown era. It was an extremely powerful lineage of that civilization. There was only one successor in each generation. The Eight Clouds Divine General. 8 Clouds was a name, and the Divine General was an official rank. For him to be able to follow the Emperor to the final path, it was obvious that his status in that civilization was very high. This meant that the legacy of the Eight Clouds lineage was very precious. The Eight Clouds Divine General knew that he would die, but he still wanted to leave the legacy behind. It could be imagined that among the ancestors of this ancient legacy that had lasted for an unknown period of time, there might be someone stronger than the current Eight Cloud. Therefore, one could not judge this legacy based on the strength of the Eight Clouds Divine General. Perhaps there was a higher realm in this legacy, but the current 8 Clouds had not reached it. The square was silent. The voice of the 8 Clouds Divine General still echoed in everyone's ears. Tao Lord Tuo Yi of the Red Lotus Sacred Land. Tao Lord Shenfang and Tao Lord Jinlan of the Heavenly Feather Race in the First Universe. Tao Lord Ming Hai of the Corpse Race. Tao Lord Ying Long of the Demon Race in the Second Universe. Tao Lord Xiong Le of the Human Race in the Third Universe. Jiang Ci of the Fourth Universe. Everyone's eyes were filled with hesitation and struggle. Are we going or not? I come from the Sacred Land universe and am not afraid of the calamity. I can exist eternally in the Chaos Sea and never die. If we go, we will be in danger of dying. If we don't go, we will miss this opportunity that we can't even ask for. However, even the powerful civilization that the 8 Clouds Divine General came from has disappeared. Can the Sacred Land universe really exist eternally? Tao Lord Tuo Yi frowned. Back then, the Sacred Masters only obtained Empyrean-level legacies in the Myriad World ruins. It allowed the Heavenly Feather Race to become the 3rd largest power in the Chaos Sea, second only to the 2 Sacred Land universes. The legacy in front of them came from an even stronger ancient civilization. It sounds like the 8 Clouds Divine General isn't the strongest existence. There are even stronger emperors above them. However, I can feel that the 8 Clouds lineage is also a unique existence in that ancient civilization. It's absolutely noble. However, the difficulty of such a legacy can be imagined. Tao Lord Shenfang's eyes flowed with divine light, looking extremely sacred. A chance to surpass the Empyrean level and reach eternity. Tao Lord Ming Xi's face was filled with madness, and his corpse aura was faintly rising. The 8 Clouds Divine General is very similar to the human race. This might be my chance, but Tao Lord Xiongle's handsome face was also somewhat hesitant. The strong people present were all struggling, deep in thought, weighing the gains and losses of life and death. Jiang Ci was also hesitating. His eyes flickered, and the aura around his body became stronger and stronger. He originally thought that he was just going to see if there were any true treasures on the way. However, he didn't expect that he would encounter the emergence of a ruin, and accidents would happen one after another. From the outside, it looked like a Tao Lord's ruin, but after entering, it changed continuously and became a supreme ruin. However, was this really just a supreme ruin? From the words of the Eight Clouds Divine General, he could vaguely guess that supremes didn't seem to be the strongest at the peak of cultivation. This way, the Eight Clouds' inheritance seemed even more precious. Inheritances moved people's hearts, but there was also the danger of death. Although Jiang Ci had a clone, since the Eight Clouds Divine General dared to say that he would definitely die if he spied on the inheritance of his lineage, one could imagine that with the methods of the Eight Clouds Divine General, the punishment that would befall would definitely not be as simple as dealing with a clone. Instead, all the original bodies and clones would fall and die completely. Should I go or not? Jiang Ci thought to himself. It hasn't even been 100,000 years since I started cultivating. Even if I didn't have this opportunity, I still wouldn't have been able to survive. With the experience points panel, it would be easy to become a Tao Lord or a Heavenly Venerable. There's also hope for me to become a Supreme in the future. However, once I accept this inheritance, it's hard to say whether I'll live or die. Should I go or not? Jiang Ci asked himself again. Phew, so what if I'm a Supreme? Qing Shuang's clan once had 7 Holy Land universes, which were the 7 Supremes. They all fell in the great battle with the enemies of the upper realm. I'm afraid it's difficult for an eternal Supreme to be eternal. He will still be crushed to death by a stronger existence. The Eight Clouds Divine General should be stronger than a Supreme. There are even stronger Imperial Emperors above him, but they also fell. I don't know how many powerful civilizations were born in the Chaos Sea during the Endless Calamity era, but who can live forever? Jiang Ci raised his head and looked at the Eight Clouds Divine General, who was nearly 10,000 meters tall. His eyes were filled with determination and desire. This is an opportunity. It's obvious that the inheritance of the Eight Clouds lineage is ranked at the top of the powerful civilization that can step onto the final path. It's an extremely precious inheritance. Perhaps, among the ancestors of the Eight Clouds, there were powerhouses who were close to the peak of cultivation. If I can obtain this inheritance, I might be able to see a further path, a path higher than a Supreme. With the guidance of the inheritance and the experience points panel, I'll definitely walk higher than the previous 8 Cloud. Just as the powerhouses in the square were weighing and struggling, suddenly, an aura appeared out of nowhere. Lian Xian, since you want to come out, I'll let you come out. What you choose is your own business, Tao Lord Shifang said in a deep voice. Beside him and Tao Lord Jin Lan, another Tao Lord from the Heavenly Feather race appeared. It was Tao Lord Lian Xian, who had been hiding in the Flying True Treasure. He was originally Tao Lord Shifang and Tao Lord Jinlan's trump card and would only appear at the end. However, he saw everything that happened in the outside world clearly. Naturally, he couldn't help but show up. Whoosh! Another figure appeared beside him, emitting a dense and eerie corpse aura. It was another powerhouse from the corpse race. Yin Xian, this is an unprecedented opportunity. I won't stop you. Tao Lord Dark Sea had a complicated expression. The 2 corpse race powerhouses had also hidden a lot, however, they couldn't hide it anymore. I know. Tao Lord Yin Xian nodded. This way, there were originally only 7 Tao Lords in the square, but now there were 9. Do you have any helpers? Tao Lord Shifang glanced at Jiang Ci, Tao Lord Tuo Yi, Tao Lord Xiongle and Tao Lord Yinglong, the 4 lone travelers. I've always been alone in Chaos Sea. Tao Lord Tuo Yi shook his head. I'm alone as well, Jiang Ci said. Me too. Same. Tao Lord Xiongle and Tao Lord Yinglong nodded as well. Haha, 3 from the Heavenly Feather race and 2 from the Corpse race in the first universe. 1 from the second, third and fourth universes as well as my Red Lotus sacred ground. Therefore, there are a total of 9 experts. Apart from the number 1 faction of Chaos Sea, Great Sky Sacred Ground, experts from the other universes have appeared here. Indeed, the laws of heaven and earth are fair. Tao Lord Tuoyi laughed. However, this choice isn't easy, right? An opportunity like this can be considered as the top opportunity in Chaos Sea. Even my Red Lotus sacred ground has never heard of such a mysterious inheritance. There are some ordinary inheritances, but none of them can compare to this Baba Yun Cheng. Even if there are dangers in those ordinary inheritances, they won't be able to threaten me. However, if the means left behind by the Divine General of 8 Clouds were to be unleashed, even heavenly venerates might not be able to withstand it. Tao Lord Tuoyi scanned the experts with a cold gaze. Everyone, you have to consider carefully. Do you want to stay and accept the inheritance? The Tao Lord's heart skipped a beat. That was because although his words seemed to be a kind reminder, there was a faint threat in them. Right at that moment, the Divine General of 8 Clouds opened his eyes once more. His eyes were like the abyss of the 9 nether as he looked down at the 9 experts. Juniors, are you leaving? Or are you staying? Have you made a decision? Jiangxi, Tao Lord Tuoyi and the other experts knew in their hearts that this was probably just a wisp of consciousness or an illusion left behind by the Divine General of 8 Clouds. It was like some sort of artificial intelligence program and not the Divine General of 8 Clouds himself. The true Divine General of 8 Clouds should have died long ago. The Divine General of 8 Clouds waited for a few seconds. Seeing that Jiangxi and the others did not speak or show any signs of leaving, he stretched out his right hand and pointed gently at the red fog that enveloped the square. Instantly, the red fog that was originally flowing slowly began to churn violently. A stone path paved with limestone broke through the red fog and slowly condensed, extending towards an unknown place. If you're willing to accept the inheritance, step onto this path. The Divine General of 8 Clouds said indifferently, I'll choose you according to the method of the 8 Clouds lineage choosing successors. As you pass the many tests, you will come into contact with the inheritance step by step. Once you come into contact with the inheritance, it will be a life and death crisis. If you successfully accept all the inheritances, you will be able to survive. If you fail, no matter how many inheritances you receive, whether it's 1 or 99, you will die. Juniors, consider carefully. If you're afraid now, you can leave immediately. Once the passageway is opened, it will not close. You can also invite your clansmen and friends over. The more inheritors, the better. That way, a new generation of 8 Clouds will be born. The Divine General of 8 Clouds swept his gaze across Jiangxi and the other Tao Lords. Make your choice. Immediately after, his figure disappeared. All that was left was the stone path that was paved with bluestones, quietly lying in the violently rolling red fog. The calamity is coming, but we have such an opportunity. Tao Lord Dark Sea's eyes lit up. With the ancient civilization's methods, if we can obtain this inheritance, even if we don't have the path of eternity, we can still become an eternal paragon and establish a third Holy Land universe in the Chaos Sea. Swoosh! Tao Lord Dark Sea transformed into a pale stream of light and flew directly into the limestone path. His body was instantly drowned by the red fog. Once the calamity arrives, all those who haven't attained eternity will die. How can we miss such an opportunity? Tao Lord Raindragon growled and charged into the stone path. This is an opportunity for the human race. It should belong to the human race of the third universe. Tao Lord Xiongla chuckled and took a step forward, entering as well Jin Lan. Shifang. The Tao Lords of the heavenly feather race smiled at each other. Their eyes were filled with determination as they stepped onto the stone path as well. Haha, the calamity is coming. It doesn't matter if we die sooner or later. Why don't we take the risk? Tao Lord Lian Xian of the heavenly feather race laughed and followed in. In just a moment, only Tao Lord Tuoyi of the Red Lotus Sacred Land and Jiangxi of the Fourth Universe were left in the square. Shanhai, are you going? Tao Lord Tuoyi asked Jiangxi. What about you? Jiangxi asked. Tao Lord Tuoyi's eyes were misty as he said softly, such a powerful civilization has already disappeared. So what if it's eternal? I've already lived through many calamity eras. I've seen everything that I should see. I've lived enough. This is a rare inheritance. If I miss it, I'll definitely regret it. This adventure might be the biggest adventure in my life. Whether I succeed or fail, even if I die in the adventure, it's worth it. Haha, I'll go first. Tao Lord Tuor Yi was extremely carefree. He quickly entered the limestone path. Only Jiang Ci was left in the entire square. With the EXP panel, I can steadily rise to an extremely high level and even reach the peak of the cultivation path. But what if I'm just a leak of a powerful existence? Will I be harvested one day in the future? There are many secrets hidden in the EXP panel. I can't let it control me for the rest of my life. Even if the inheritance in front of me can't reach the peak of the cultivation path, it's definitely very close. Then I'll give it a try. Maybe I can find a stronger path. I'll bet everything and take a gamble. Whoosh, Jiang Ci also rushed into the limestone path, his body covered by the churning red fog. Walking on this stone path, there was a feeling of space-time distortion, as if he was flying in a universe passage. After an unknown period of time, whoosh, his eyes suddenly lit up. After stepping on the limestone path, there was another square in front of him. It was paved with white jade and a faint sacred intent spread out at that moment. Tao Lord Tuor Yi, Tao Lord Xiongler, Tao Lord Shifang, Tao Lord Dark Sea, Tao Lord Yinglong and the other experts were waiting in the square. When Jiang Ci appeared, their attention was attracted. Phew! Jiang Ci flew over. Tao Lord Mountain Sea, you've cultivated for less than 100,000 years. It's an extremely short period of time and yet you dare to come here. Tao Lord Tuor Yi laughed. We were just discussing if you would come. You've cultivated for such a short period of time and have such high achievements. Actually, there's no need for you to take the risk with us. You can retreat now. Tao Lord Shifang of the Heavenly Feather Race smiled kindly, as though Jiang Ci was not an enemy of the Heavenly Feather Race. Since I'm here, there's no reason to retreat. Jiang Ci's expression was indifferent. He's just sending himself to his death. Tao Lord Dark Sea of the Corpse Race said coldly. Since this junior insists on sending himself to his death, there's no need to care about him. Tao Lord Yin Miao, who was also of the Corpse Race, said coldly. The Corpse Race was a crazy and cold race to begin with. They would only be united among their own race and were hostile to outsiders. This was especially so for Jiang Ci, who had cultivated for less than 100,000 years. They were extremely wary and jealous. In fact, be it Tao Lord Tuor Yi, Tao Lord Xiongler, Tao Lord Shifang and Tao Lord Dark Sea, all of them were extremely wary of Jiang Ci since they chose to take this risk in a vain attempt to obtain the inheritance. They knew very well that the selection of inheritors would typically focus on aptitude, comprehension etc. A junior who had cultivated for less than 100,000 years was already on the same level as them who had cultivated for countless epochs. In fact, he might even be stronger. Who would the 8 Clouds Divine General choose in the end? The answer was already very obvious. Right now, they could only hope that the methods left behind by the 8 Clouds Divine General could not determine how long the experts present had lived. However, they only felt that the 8 Clouds Divine General was unfathomable and therefore did not have much confidence. Naturally, they hoped that Jiang Ci would retreat as soon as possible, while Jiang Ci and the others were exchanging words in secret. Suddenly, a scarlet-armored figure appeared on the square that was paved with white jade. It was the 8 Clouds Divine General. All 9 of you are here. The 8 Clouds Divine General glanced at Jiang Ci and the others before nodding. Now, let's begin the first selection. Selection. Jiang Ci, Tao Lord Tuor Yi, Tao Lord Xiongler, Tao Lord Shifang and the other experts felt uneasy. None of them could be sure if they would pass the selection. Rise. The 8 Clouds Divine General pointed to the center of the white jade square. Rumble. Boom. A gigantic altar rose slowly from the square. It was filled with complicated and mysterious patterns and emitted an extremely ancient aura. One by one, the 8 Clouds Divine General said indifferently. The 9 Tao Lords present exchanged glances. Who would be the first to go? The altar was filled with mysterious patterns. Who knew what formation it contained and if it was dangerous? For a moment, no one was willing to be the first to attempt it. You, go in. The 8 Clouds Divine General pointed at Tao Lord Tuor Yi. This is just the beginning of the selection. Tao Lord Tuor Yi will definitely succeed. That's right. With his half-step heavenly venerable strength, it shouldn't be difficult. The experts of the heavenly feather race and the corpse race from the first universe, Tao Lord Yinglong from the second universe, and Tao Lord Xiongle from the fourth universe heaved a sigh of relief and began to tease. Tao Lord Tuor Yi merely chuckled and did not say anything. He took a step forward and entered the altar. Immediately after, the complicated patterns on the altar lit up with red light. A thick red fog rose and enveloped the entire altar. Powerful energy fluctuations circulated at high speed. The thick red fog almost formed a light screen, blocking vision and spiritual sense probing. What's happening inside? Jiang Xi was also a little nervous. Selection. What was the selection? What was the standard? Everything was still unknown. Chapter 608. The entire altar was shrouded in red mist, blocking all probing. Perhaps Tao Lord Tuor Yi was screaming in pain, but no sound could be heard. No one knew what was going on inside since there was no movement. This caused everyone to feel a little uneasy and nervous. Moments later, whoosh, the red mist began to dissipate. Tao Lord Tuor Yi walked down from the altar with a puzzled expression. His expression made Jiang Xi and the other Tao Lords confused. It seemed like Tao Lord Tuor Yi did not know what was going on inside either. Was that why he had such an expression? First selection. Qualified. The 8 Clouds General glanced at Tao Lord Tuor Yi. Tao Lord Tuor Yi was pleasantly surprised. Tuor Yi, what's going on inside? Tao Lord Shifang could not help but ask. Congratulations, Tao Lord Tuor Yi. What's inside? Tao Lord Dark Sea asked. The others also tried to obtain useful information from Tao Lord Tuor Yi. You'll know when you enter. Tao Lord Tuor Yi's smile disappeared as he said indifferently. Then, he stood aside and did not say anything else. No matter what, he had passed this strange selection. Naturally, it was easy. Next. The 8 Clouds God swept his gaze past the remaining 8 Tao Lords, including River Word. I'll do it. Tao Lord Dark Sea's corpse chi filled the air as he walked up the altar with a ferocious look in his eyes. Seeing that an expert took the initiative, the 8 Clouds General did not say anything else. It was like some kind of preset program that only followed the program and did not have its own thoughts. At that moment, the red mist rose from the complicated patterns on the altar again and enveloped the entire altar. Jiang Xi, Tao Lord Shifang, Tao Lord Xiongle, and the others were still waiting quietly. What was going on inside? After a short while, the red mist dissipated again. The 8 Clouds General looked at Tao Lord Dark Sea who had yet to walk out of the altar. A red glint flashed in his eyes as he said coldly, "You don't qualify." Instantly, the hearts of the other Tao Lords present trembled. That was because even though the red light did not emit any aura, it gave them a feeling that the world was about to collapse. Why didn't he qualify? Don't qualify. I don't qualify. Why don't I fit? How can I not meet the requirements? Tao Lord Dark Sea was anxious and could not help but ask. Tao Lord Wildlands has been alive for countless eons, while I'm still a Tao Lord of this eon. In terms of aptitude and talent, I'm stronger than him. He's only stronger than me because he's lived longer. Why don't I fit the criteria? This opportunity was definitely one of the greatest in the history of the Chaos Sea. No one was willing to give up, not even the Dark Sea Tao Monarch. Shut up. The 8 Clouds Divine General coldly shouted. Tao Lord Dark Sea's face was already pale, but now it was even paler. Next. The 8 Clouds General looked at the remaining 7. However, the Tao Lord of the Dark Sea, the only one who took the initiative just now, did not meet the requirements. This made the remaining 7 Tao Lords, including Jiang Xi, cautious and did not dare to take the initiative to go up. You. The 8 Clouds pointed at Tao Lord Shifang. The altar selection began again. Tao Lord Shifang fit the bill. Tao Lord Jinlan met the requirement. Tao Lord Lian Xian fit the bill. Tao Lord Insidious Malice didn't fit the bill. Tao Lord Raindragon fit the bill. Tao Lord Xiangla fit the bill. You. The Eight Clouds General pointed at Jiang Xi in the end. No one knew if this action was intentional or unintentional. That was because the 7 of them were all selected by the Eight Clouds General. Coincidentally, the 2 human experts were left for the last 2. The other experts who had already been selected were all puzzled. Riverward also took a deep breath, walked directly towards the altar, and took a step forward. After the scarlet fog enveloped the altar, it formed an independent space without any exits. Buzz, 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 distorted ripples began to appear in the void. Dazzling white ripples instantly filled the entire void. Then, a strange and unfathomable power descended and seeped into Jiang Xi's body. At that moment, the armor and essence spirit treasures on his body lost their effect and did not react at all. When the white ripples swept over him, it was as if all the secrets in his body, including his brain and sea of consciousness, were exposed. The invisible strange power kept drilling into Jiang Xi's body and sea of consciousness. It even intertwined with the immortal power in his body until it completely merged with him. A moment later, the white ripples in the void disappeared, and so did the strange power. Whoosh, the scarlet fog quickly dissipated, and the independent space also disappeared. Only now did Riverward walk down the altar and return to stand before everyone once more, and everything that had occurred earlier still caused him to be bewildered and vigilant in his heart. You fit the bill. The Eight Clouds General nodded and smiled. This, a smile? No. There's a big problem. Downlord Tuo Yi, Downlord Shifang, Downlord Xiangla, and the other experts who had already passed the selection were originally happy. Now, their expressions changed. That was because this was the first time the Eight Clouds General smiled since the beginning. In everyone's eyes, this unfathomable Eight Clouds General should be an extremely cold existence, or rather, emotionless. It was just an illusion left behind by the real Eight Clouds Divine General. But now, he was smiling. Everyone's heart sank, and their faces began to turn gloomy. You. The Eight Clouds General pointed at Downlord Dark Sea and Downlord Yin Kai coldly. The 2 of you, leave immediately. If you don't, die. The 2 corpse race Downlords exchanged glances, their faces filled with grief and indignation. Their corpse race was wiped out just like that. Lord Eight Clouds General, can you tell us why neither of us passed? Downlord Dark Sea gritted his teeth and asked boldly. You're not of my race and you want to inherit the legacy of my Eight Clouds lineage? Get lost. The Eight Clouds General's eyes flashed red again. Race. Jiang Xi, Downlord Tuo Yi, Downlord Shifang, and the others were all shocked. This was because, strictly speaking, the 7 powerhouses that had passed were not from the same clan. For example, Downlord Yinglong was a demon and looked completely different from humans and the Heavenly Feather race. However, he still passed. Race. Downlord Dark Sea and Downlord Yin Kai shuddered. If that was the reason, they would be in big trouble. If they failed, it meant that the other experts of the corpse race would fail as well and not pass the selection get loss. The Eight Clouds General's eyes shone with a scarlet light. Let's go. Filled with indignation, Downlord Dark Sea and Downlord Yin Kai flew towards the green stone path they came from and left the white jade square. After passing through the stone path that seemed to flow through time, they returned to the grey stone square at the beginning. Hate. I hate. Downlord Dark Sea lowered his head and roared, looking at the green stone path with a menacing expression. Since that's the reason, it means that the corpse race is completely not fated with this legacy. Haha. Since the corpse race is not fated, we'll spread the news and let all the major factions of Chaos Sea know about the supreme ruins and the legacy here. Let a large number of experts rush over. If the corpse race can't obtain the legacy, we can't let the Heavenly Feather race obtain it so easily either. If that's the case, the corpse race will truly be finished. Downlord Dark Sea said hatefully. He hated the Eight Clouds General, but he hated the Heavenly Feather race even more. They were the natural enemies of the corpse race. In terms of numbers, there were 3 Downlords of the Heavenly Feather race among the 7 who passed the first round. Based on that, there was a high chance that the Heavenly Feather race would obtain the legacy. As natural enemies, how could the corpse race watch helplessly as the Heavenly Feather race succeeded? On the white jade square, The Eight Clouds General, who was close to 10,000 meters tall, looked at the remaining 7 Tao Lords and said indifferently, "Those who are not of our race do not have the bloodline of this world. Naturally, they are not qualified to obtain the legacy." However, this stage was the simplest selection. It was also the only safe stage in the entire inheritance process. Later on, there will be danger of death. If you are still afraid now, you can still retreat. Jiang Xi, Tao Lord Tuo Yi, Tao Lord Xiong Le, Tao Lord Ying Long, and the 3 Tao Lords of the Heavenly Feather Race remained silent. None of them chose to withdraw. What a joke! Who would be willing to withdraw at this point? Perhaps they would hesitate and struggle when making the choice at the beginning, but once they made up their minds, how could they retreat? Everyone was able to reach the peak of the Tao Lord path and even approach the Heavenly Venerate level. In terms of temperament and willpower, none of them were weak in each universe. They were top-notch and legendary powerhouses. Ever since they embarked on the path of cultivation and walked step by step until now, the danger of death had never been far away. Perhaps they were unwilling to die, but none of them were afraid of death. For the sake of this powerful legacy that was countless eras before, they were willing to give up everything and risk it all. "All right." The Eight Clouds General nodded. "Follow me then." He was dressed in black-patterned crimson armor and held the halberd in his hand as he walked towards the other side of the White Jade Plaza. Jiang Xi, Tao Lord Tuo Yi, Tao Lord Shifang, and the other experts hurriedly followed. They were all puzzled. Did they have to go to the next plaza? This White Jade Plaza was also shrouded in red fog. Everything outside the plaza was unknown. Whoosh! When the 8 Cloud Generals arrived in front of the barrier formed by the thick red fog, a green stone bridge appeared in the churning fog. However, everyone could only see a small part of the stone bridge. The other 90% was covered by the red fog. This bridge is called the Bridge of 9 Worlds. In a while, you will have to walk down the Bridge of 9 Worlds. The 8 Clouds General's gaze swept across the faces of Jiang Xi and the other experts. As long as you can reach the next plaza alive, you will be considered to have passed the most basic selection. Then, you can begin to come into contact with the legacy. Come into contact with the legacy. The 7 Tao Lords were all pleasantly surprised and filled with anticipation. As long as they could pass through the Bridge of 9 Worlds alive, they would be able to come into contact with the legacy. Of course, although everyone was excited, they knew that the 8 Clouds legacy was so precious and powerful. This selection was definitely not as simple as judging the race. In other words, this Bridge of 9 Worlds was probably the time to decide life and death and reveal one's strength. It was very likely that one of them would die on this bridge. They had to give it their all. "The 7 of you." The 8 Clouds General looked at them. "On the Bridge of 9 Worlds, you can use Dharma treasures and all methods. You just have to reach the next plaza alive." Jiang Xi and the other experts' expressions turned serious again as they looked at the green stone bridge that was almost completely covered by the red fog. Regardless of whether they succeeded or failed in the selection, they could still leave if they did not pass. Once they stepped on it, there was no turning back. It was hard to say whether they would live or die. You. The 6 of you, go in." The 8 Clouds General pointed at the 6 experts. "Us. Me too. The 6 of us go in together. Tao Lord Tuo Yi, Tao Lord Xiong Le, Tao Lord Ying Long, Tao Lord Shenfang, Tao Lord Jinlan and Tao Lord Lianxian." The expressions of the 6 Tao Lords changed drastically. The 8 Clouds General was referring to the 6 of them. What about him? Tao Lord Shenfang could not help but point at Jiang Xi. What about Tao Lord Mountain Sea? "I'm a human too." Tao Lord Xiong Le could not maintain his composure and was anxious as well. Tao Lord Tuo Yi and the other experts felt uneasy. They did not dare to question or change the 8 Clouds General's decision. However, during the altar selection earlier, the 8 Cloud Divine Generals had actually revealed a trace of a smile because of River Word. That made them suspicious. Furthermore, among the Tao Lords present, Jiang Xi had cultivated for the shortest amount of time, less than 100,000 years. Compared to the 36 million years of an epoch, that was an extremely short period of time. Let alone an era of calamities that could last for countless epochs. Compared to an entire era of calamities, 100,000 years was no different from a single second. Thus, in terms of talent and potential, Jiangxi was definitely the strongest of them all. This special treatment caused Tao Lord Tuoyi and the other experts to suspect that the Eight Clouds General might have known about Jiangxi's cultivation time during the selection earlier. The six of you will go in together. He will go in alone. The Eight Clouds General had a cold look on his face. What? None of you are willing to go in? Then leave. You can still leave alive. If you don't leave, then the six of you will go in together. If you don't go in, then you will have failed the selection and be eliminated. Tao Lord Tuoyi, Tao Lord Xiongle, and Tao Lord Raindragon, the three Tao Lords of the Skywing race, all had grim looks on their faces. They exchanged glances, then glanced at Jiangxi. Let's go. The six Tao Lords simultaneously entered the Bridge of the Nine Realms, which was covered in red mist. Whoosh! The red mist churned violently. Just a moment ago, a small portion of the azure stone bridge could still be seen, but in an instant, it was completely swallowed up. The only ones left on the White Jade Plaza were the Eight Clouds General, who was nearly 10,000 meters tall, and the ordinary human Jiangxi. Once you enter the Bridge of the Nine Realms, you will no longer have a chance to retreat. Either you make it through, or you die. The Eight Clouds General glanced at Jiangxi. Jiangxi nodded, but his heart was filled with questions. The other six would go in together, while he would go in alone. Why was he given special treatment? Was it really because the Eight Clouds General treated him differently? Or was there some special danger waiting for him? Was this a blessing or a curse? The Bridge of the Nine Realms. Tao Lord Tuoyi, Tao Lord Xiongle, and Tao Lord Raindragon, the three Tao Lords of the Skywing race. After stepping onto the Azure Bridge, they discovered that the mist behind them had already covered them. They could no longer see the way back. This is bad. Tao Lord Shifang's sacred face was filled with a fierce look. Compared to Tao Lord Mountain and Sea, even the youngest of the six of us has lived for more than 100 million eras, right? If they were to choose a successor, as long as they weren't fools, they would probably choose Tao Lord Mountain and Sea, right? I suspect that the altar's screening earlier wasn't just screening for the characteristics of our race. It might also be able to detect how long we've lived. The other five nodded in agreement, but their expressions were ugly. They all had the same guess. None of them knew what the strange altar, the white ripples, and the strange power had detected. It must have detected something special. Tao Lord Shifang sneered. Otherwise, why would an existence like the Eight Clouds General, who treats us like ants, reveal a rare smile? Clearly, he's very satisfied with Tao Lord Mountain and Sea. Why is he satisfied? In my opinion, it must have detected that Tao Lord Mountain and Sea has lived for less than 100,000 years and has cultivated for an extremely short period of time. In the entire Cataclysm era, there aren't many who can compare to such a genius and talent. Even in the civilization of the Eight Clouds General, he's probably a top genius. He's naturally satisfied with such a genius inheriting his legacy. That's why he gave him special treatment. You're right. This situation is extremely disadvantageous for us. The other Tao Lords all agreed with this guess. They all held high positions in their respective races and universes. Of course, they knew that there was no absolute fairness in everything. When they chose disciples, they would give them special treatment if they really liked them. But what can we do even if we know this? Now that the six of us have passed through the Bridge of Nine Worlds together, we can't do anything to Tao Lord Mountain and Sea even if we wanted to. Tao Lord Lian Xian shook his head. I'm afraid the Eight Clouds General thinks the same. That's why he separated us from Tao Lord Mountain and Sea. No matter what we think, we can't do it. Tao Lord Jin Lan said coldly. Let's go. Don't think about it. This is the legacy left behind by the Eight Origins General. We can only do as he wishes. Right now, we should think of a way to pass through the Bridge of Nine Worlds. Only then can we find a chance to deal with Tao Lord Mountain and Sea. Tao Lord Tuoyi said solemnly. Tao Lord Tuoyi, of course you're not worried. You have a full set of grade 6 cardinal treasures. Your chances of passing through the Bridge of Nine Worlds are much higher than ours. Tao Lord Xiongla said with a dark expression. Tao Lord Tuoyi glanced at them coldly before flying towards the bridge that had no end in sight. Tao Lord Yinglong did not say a word and followed suit. The three Tao Lords of the Heavenly Feather Race exchanged glances and followed suit. Their only advantage now was that the three of them were of one mind. If they worked together, they would not fear Tao Lord Tuoyi, who had the combat strength of a half-step Heavenly Venerate. Tao Lord Xiongla was the last one. He had the most complicated feelings right now and was filled with jealousy. That was because he was also a human. Why was he treated so differently from Tao Lord Mountain and Sea, who was also a human? Was it really a matter of time spent cultivating? On the White Jade Plaza, Jiang Ci and the Eight Clouds General stood in front of the barrier formed by the red mist. He silently looked at this mysterious existence who was extremely similar to a human. He could vaguely guess that the Eight Clouds General's differential treatment had probably caused the other six Tao Lords to view him as an enemy and see him as the greatest threat to obtaining the legacy. Boom! A strong fluctuation came from outside the barrier formed by the red mist. In the area where the Bridge of the Nine Worlds was located, the red mist that was originally flowing slowly began to churn violently. Jiang Ci stared fixedly, trying to see through the barrier. However, given the strength of his essence spirit, his spirit consciousness seemed to have crashed into a thick wall that could not be penetrated at all. Boom! 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 Immediately after, powerful auras surged over one after another. Clearly, there was a huge battle on the Bridge of the Nine Worlds and the 6 people on the bridge might be in danger. Lord Eight Clouds General, may I know why I have to be separated from the 6 of them? Jiang Ci suddenly asked. The Eight Clouds General, who was nearly 10,000 meters tall, stood there and exuded a special aura. Although he looked extremely real, he did not seem to exist in this world. When he heard Jiang Ci's words, he said coldly, "Just do it. Don't ask for the reason. If you're unhappy, you can leave. If you withdraw from the selection now, you can still save your life." With that, he fell silent once more. Jiang Ci sighed softly in his heart and did not say anything else. Regardless of whether it was a blessing or a curse, he would take it. The Corpse Race was a pinnacle race in the first universe. Their overall strength was second only to the Heavenly Feather Race, and they had a total of 6 celestial venerables. Therefore, this race had 6 miniature universes. At this very moment, in the first miniature universe of the Corpse Race, 6 towering figures exuding towering corpse auras were scattered in 6 different directions, looking at each other in the endless starry sky. They were the 6 celestial venerables of the Corpse Race. This is what Tao Lord Yin Xiao and I experienced personally. We can confirm that it is indeed a terrifying inheritance left behind by a super great being called Eight Clouds General. This Eight Clouds General came from before the Infinite Calamity era, and he was at least a supreme being. His strength even surpassed that of Jun Tian Supreme and Red Lotus Supreme. Tao Lord Ming Si's avatar stood respectfully in the starry sky and explained the situation to the 6 celestial venerables. "Is that true, Yin Xiao?" one of the celestial venerables asked. Tao Lord Yin Xiao also bowed respectfully. "Celestial venerables, that is indeed the case. However, we were eliminated in the first round of selection. According to what Eight Clouds General said, the reason is that those who are not of his race are not qualified to receive his inheritance. Ming Si, show us everything you have experienced." The 6 celestial venerables of the Corpse Race attached great importance to this and wanted to know every detail. Yes. Tao Lord Ming Si's avatar performed a technique. Many illusions appeared in the starry sky, starting from the moment they entered the void world together until the end of the selection at the sacrificial altar and when they were dismissed by Eight Clouds General. The 6 celestial venerables of the Corpse Race were originally very excited when they saw Eight Clouds General introduce the inheritance. They could confirm that this was an unprecedented opportunity. However, when Eight Clouds General said that they were not of his race, the 6 celestial venerables' hearts turned cold and angry. Damn it! Our Corpse Race is not fated to have such an opportunity. Why is the Heavenly Feather Race so lucky to have 3 Tao Lords enter at once? The heavens are unfair. Spread the news, spread the news. Let the 4 original universes, the 2 Holy Land universes, and all the other powers know about the existence of this inheritance. Let all the experts rush over and make the situation chaotic. It must be chaotic. Let the void world be chaotic and even destroy 8 elements inheritance. In short, our corpse race will only have a chance if it is chaotic. Even if we don't have a chance, we can still destroy the heavenly feather race's opportunity. The heavenly feather race and our corpse race are natural enemies. We can't let them take advantage of us again. Otherwise, our corpse race will definitely perish. It's best if none of the powers in the Chaos Sea can obtain it. The 6 celestial venerables of the corpse race were indignant and furious. Without any hesitation, they immediately began to spread the news of the inheritance to the entire Chaos Sea. First published, then changed. Chapter 609. The abyss-like ruins of myriad worlds was enormous. Its entrance was 300 million light-years in diameter. In terms of depth, the known depth of the Chaos Sea was 90,000 light-years. Inside the abyss, it was incomparably silent, without a single ripple. Countless stone celestial bodies floated quietly. Each of them had a hidden space. Some had been excavated, while others had yet to be opened and were in an unknown state. The space inside these stone celestial bodies that had yet to be excavated was called the ruins. At this moment, a stone celestial body with a diameter of 90 million kilometers was completely covered by red fog. It formed a special area where even the turbulent grey fog couldn't get close. This was a newly opened ruin. Judging from the aura outside, it was a Tao Lord ruin. However, there was another world inside. As the news kept spreading, many forces in the Chaos Sea knew about this place. The ruins of myriad worlds hidden inside was actually a supreme ruin that far surpassed the heavenly venerate ruins. It hid a mysterious and powerful ancient civilization's inheritance. It could be said to be one of the top opportunities in the history of the Chaos Sea. Thus, the Juntian Sacred Land, the Red Lotus Sacred Land, and the 4 primal universes, a total of nearly 100 forces, heard the news and started to rush to this ruins of myriad worlds. A huge storm started to brew and evolve in the Chaos Sea. In the ruins of myriad worlds, the second square was paved with white jade. The outside was covered by red fog. Jiang Ci stood at the edge of the square and looked at the churning red fog expressionlessly. He wanted to determine what was happening inside through the aura fluctuations. What secrets or dangers were on the Bridge of 9 Worlds? The 8 Clouds General, who had been indifferent, suddenly said, 1 died. 5 left. Jiang Ci was shocked. How long had it been? Less than a minute. Only 1 died. In terms of strength, the 6 Tao Lords who had just entered could be said to be the top universe Tao Lords. They had been in the Chaos Sea for at least 100 million eras and were quite famous. Tao Lord Tuor Yi was a half-step heavenly venerate, close to Tao Lord Le. The 3 Tao Lords of the heavenly feather race might be weaker individually, but when they worked together, they were almost as strong as a half-step heavenly venerate. The only one who was slightly weaker was Tao Lord Yinglong. His body was extremely huge and was very difficult to kill. Even with the 6 of them charging in together, one of them had died, and in such a short period of time, Jiang Ci couldn't help but glance at the 8 Clouds General. However, this mysterious existence still had a cold expression. From the looks of it, she wouldn't answer any of his questions. It was pointless to ask. Another one has died. There are 4 left. The 8 Clouds General spoke again. Jiang Ci's heart trembled. This Bridge of 9 Worlds was too dangerous. Given the combined power of Tao Lord Tabo and the other 5 Tao Lords, even an Empyrean wouldn't be able to kill them so quickly if they wanted to. In the space of a single breath, 2 supreme cosmic Tao Lords had perished. At this moment, Jiang Ci was no longer as confident as before. He began to worry about himself. He did indeed have a half-step Empyrean, but it wasn't as if none of the 6 Tao Lords who had entered were half-step Empyreans as well. In fact, one of them was very close to becoming a half-step Empyrean. Even with the 6 of them working together, 2 of them were easily killed. What would he do after he went in? Although Jiang Ci was worried, he remained calm and didn't show any anxiety on his face. After a few more breaths, The faint aura fluctuations coming from the red fog suddenly stopped. Is it over? Jiang Xi looked at the location of the Bridge of Nine Worlds. At this moment, the Eight Clouds General nodded gently. Not bad. Only 2 died. Then, he looked at Jiang Xi. You, go in. Following his words, the red mist that had formed the barrier rippled once again, and a small part of the cyan stone bridge was revealed. Jiang Xi was still a little uneasy. 6 of them had entered together, but 2 had died. Was it a blessing or a curse for him to enter alone? Either leave or advance, the Eight Clouds General said indifferently. Jiang Xi took a deep breath and flew in without hesitation. He stepped onto the Bridge of Nine Worlds. Whoosh, the red fog churned and covered the path behind him. There was no way to retreat. I can only advance. Jiang Xi looked behind him. There was only red fog then. He raised his head to look at the cyan stone bridge that stretched for an unknown length. I want to see what's on the bridge that caused 2 of them to fall. Whoosh. Jiang Xi turned into a stream of light and slowly advanced. The green stone bridge that was more than 10,000 kilometers wide was also filled with red fog. It affected his vision and prevented him from seeing further. At the same time, his spiritual sense was also blocked. He could only maintain his vigilance and advance. With Jiang Xi's speed, even if he deliberately suppressed it, he could cross billions of kilometers in an instant. Soon, he crossed a distance of 1 light year. Something strange. He suddenly stopped. In the slowly flowing red fog, there was a vague figure standing in the middle of the stone bridge. Suddenly, the red fog became thinner, allowing Jiang Xi to see the figure's appearance. It was a 90,000-meter tall figure with a human-like appearance. However, there were 2 ox horns on his head. The figure's eyes were closed. The surface of his body was suffused with black and gold light. When Jiang Xi appeared, the tall figure's eyes suddenly opened. They burst out with scarlet light and stared at Jiang Xi. What you need to do is survive in the hands of this 9-realm puppet. A cold voice sounded. Jiang Xi immediately recognized that it was the voice of the Eight Cloud General. Don't hide in your tower treasure. That will only count as you being eliminated. You must fight. Other than that, you can use any other means. 2 of the previous 6 died in the hands of the 9-realm puppet. I hope you can survive. The Eight Cloud General said. Jiang Xi's expression changed slightly. The Eight Cloud General knew about the uniqueness of Sky Connecting Tower. Was it detected by the altar just now, or had the Eight Cloud General seen it before? He immediately became more vigilant. At this moment, whoosh, the scarlet light in the eyes of the 9-realm puppet became brighter and brighter. A dense evil aura suddenly burst out. The stone bridge was more than 10,000 kilometers wide. Although it was narrow compared to the void, it was enough for a battle. I have to fight. Jiang Xi temporarily put away the doubts in his heart. A long shuttle appeared in his hand. It was the transformation of Sky Connecting Tower. He couldn't hide in it, but he could use it as a weapon 9-realm puppet. It should be the guardian of the 9-realm bridge, not a real life. Roar. Die. The puppet of the 9 realms roared and rushed over aggressively. The stream of light whistled and instantly arrived in front of Jiang Xi. At the same time, Jiang Xi also attacked. The 9-realm puppet was able to kill 2 top universe realm Dao Lords in just a minute. Its strength couldn't be underestimated. Therefore, Jiang Xi didn't dare to be careless. He unleashed all his combat strength, including the power of the world, and poured it all into the long shuttle of Sky Connecting Tower. The sword light of the Mountain Sea Sword scripture also covered the entire long shuttle. Under the guidance of this supreme treasure, Riverward's figure flickered and pierced out. Bang! The tall 9-realm puppet's chest was pierced by the long shuttle. However, the long shuttle didn't pierce its body. It only sent it flying. Then, it crashed to the ground at an extremely fast speed, causing the entire green stone bridge to tremble slightly. What? This is the strength that can kill 2 top universe realm Dao Lords. Jiang Xi was shocked and forgot to follow up with another attack. It's too weak. Jiang Xi didn't expect such a situation. The 6 Dao Lords were all extraordinary. If he wanted to kill 2 of them when the 6 of them worked together, he would at least have the strength of a heavenly venerable. And to do all this in just a minute, the level of strength needed to be even higher. At least the strength of a 2nd step heavenly venerable, or even a 3rd step heavenly venerable. However, he was only a half-step heavenly venerable now. Compared to the weakest 1st step heavenly venerable, he was still far away. Therefore, Jiang Ci went all out as soon as he came up and planned to retreat after one attack. He wanted to judge the strength of the 9-realm puppet through one exchange and then come up with a counterattack. But the reality was that the 9-realm puppet was directly crushed by his full-strength attack. It couldn't resist at all. This caused River Word to be stunned in midair, and he even forgot to retreat after striking out a single blow. What's going on? Too weak. Any random dragon-class Dowlord would be able to crush it. River Word shook his head however, he still remained vigilant. This was because his long shuttle's attack just now could even seriously injure an ordinary Universe Realm Dowlord. However, the 9-realm puppet wasn't damaged at all. Swoosh! Jiang Ci rushed towards the 9-realm puppet in a flash. He raised heaven-reaching tower's long shuttle and swept it out. The 9-realm puppet's eyes emitted a blazing bloody light. It stood up again and kept roaring, "Die! Die! Die!" The long shuttle whistled through the air with 5-colored sword light. The 90,000-meter-tall 9-realm puppet still couldn't block it and was smashed hard. Clang! Its enormous body was smashed into the stone bridge. Strange. Jiang Ci shook his head. He raised the shuttle again and attacked with all his strength. Boom! 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 The 5-colored long shuttle smashed into the 9-realm puppet's body repeatedly, producing deafening sounds. The void trembled and the red mist churned. The 9-realm puppet was completely suppressed. Roar! The 9-realm puppet struggled. It pressed its hands against the ground and finally stood up. River Word took a single step backwards, standing there in midair as he stared downwards with a frown on his face. His defenses are far too strong. Even the most supreme of Dowlords would perish under my continuous, full-force attacks. But it doesn't have a single wound on its body. I wonder what material it is made of. The only thing is that it's too weak. Still, since it's weak, I'll give it a good beating. Jiang Ci gathered strength and attacked again. Heaven-reaching tower's long shuttle stabbed out. The 9-realm puppet roared and swung its fists. It wanted to throw a punch, but it was sent flying by the shuttle and smashed into the stone bridge. Boom! 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 The 9-realm puppet smashed into the stone bridge vertically, then flew backward and landed on the stone bridge. Gradually, River Word realized that even though the puppet of the 9 realms was being crushed, it was still blocking his advance. This obstruction slowed him down and made it impossible for him to quickly cross the bridge. Its strength is rising. It's rising faster and faster. As he continued to crush the 9-realm puppet and advance, Jiang Ci felt more and more uneasy. He felt that the 9-realm puppet's strength was rising from the initial 5 transformations True Lord level to the Desolate level, then the Eon level. Now, half a minute later, it was approaching the level of a Universe Realm Dowlord. At first, Jiang Ci could easily crush it, but now, it was getting harder and harder. Especially now, when he used the shuttle to send the 9-realm puppet flying again. This unbreakable puppet's strength finally rose to the level of a Universe Realm Dowlord. Whoosh! Jiang Ci advanced a little further on the bridge, but he wasn't happy at all. It's a Universe Realm Dowlord now. If this continues, if I still can't cross the bridge, its strength might rise to the level of a half-step Empyrean, a first-step Empyrean, or even stronger. What worried him even more was that the 9-realm puppet didn't know any secret arts. It used its body to fight. It had absolute strength, speed, and defense. As the saying went, when absolute strength reached a certain level, all Dao arts would be forced to retreat. This kind of strength was the most terrifying and difficult to deal with. The 9-realm puppet was now close to this level. Its fists began to affect spacetime, and its fists caused waves to rise in spacetime. These waves were extremely terrifying. Just a trace of it could annihilate an entire galaxy. Boom! Jiang Ci smashed out with the shuttle again, faster than the 9-realm puppet's counterattack, and smashed into its body. Boom, boom, boom. The two forces collided, creating a violent explosion. It's gotten a little stronger. Although the collision sent the puppet of the Nine Realms flying again, Riverward's figure also swayed a little. It felt like he had hit a leaf at the beginning of the battle, but now it felt like he had hit a boulder. Boom, boom. After hundreds of consecutive collisions, Jiang Ci still hadn't crossed the bridge. The front was still covered by red fog, and he couldn't see the end. At this moment, the Nine-Realm puppet's strength finally rose to the level of a half-step Empyrean. Roar! It began to counterattack, and its tall body broke through the red fog. Its fists were like light and meteors, smashing toward Jiang Ci. My defense isn't bad either. Jiang Ci didn't retreat and continued to advance. His aura rose as he began to fight the Nine-Realm puppet in close combat. His body was as strong as a 6th-tier supreme treasure, and he also had the 7th-tier armor treasure formed by the 6th-tier mountain. Ordinary Empyreans couldn't do much damage to him. Boom, boom. The Nine Realms puppet rampaged and punched out again and again. His fists turned into streams of light that could easily destroy a star system. The long shuttle in Riverward's hand flew, shattering the fist imprints one after another, and then continued to advance. Boom. The two sides collided again. This time, it was Riverward who was sent flying by a punch. He only felt his blood boil. The power of this punch was too strong. It surpassed a half-step Empyrean. Has it reached the level of a Empyrean? Jiang Ci hadn't fought a Empyrean before, so he couldn't judge. The situation was reversed. Now it was the Nine-Realm puppet that was crushing Jiang Ci. If his body's defense wasn't strong enough, that punch would have covered his body with cracks. Boom, boom, boom. The pure power of the Nine-Realm puppet's attacks made Jiang Ci's heart tremble. He had to use the shuttle to dissolve most of the fists. Because even with his current body's defense, it was difficult to block all the attacks. Jiang Ci had completely fallen into a passive situation. Like a sandbag, he was wantonly smashed away by the Nine-Realm puppet. And he could only rely on his body's defense to find an opportunity to advance. Its strength must have reached the level of an Empyrean. Even Empyrean powerhouses have to rely on secret techniques and treasures to display such powerful combat strength. But it only relies on its body. Jiang Ci was also anxious. The shuttle in his hand flew, blocking most of the fists. The power of the fists was transmitted to his body through the shuttle, causing his blood to surge. Too strong. If this continues, I'm afraid I'll be beaten to death by its fist. Do I have to hide in Heavenly Tower? With Heavenly Tower's sturdiness, it can easily block its attacks, but once I go in, I'll be eliminated. I can still hold on. I'll definitely succeed. Jiang Ci was sent flying again and again, and at the same time, he looked for an opportunity to advance. Dense cracks had already begun to appear on his body. One must know that his body was comparable to a 6th-tier treasure, and outside, there was a 7th-tier armor treasure formed by a 6th-tier mountain. Under such circumstances, even an Empyrean would find it difficult to cause damage to a 6th-tier treasure. But the puppet of the Nine Realms was able to smash his body into pieces. If his cultivation base was not that of a 5th transformation True Lord and it was relatively easy for him to recover, he would have died by now. After another 10 seconds, the puppet of the Nine Realms, which had been completely enraged, suddenly calmed down. Bang! Jiang Ci fell to the ground again, and was shaken to the core. After seeing this scene, he immediately flashed and floated in the air, looking at the Nine-Realm puppet in confusion. Why did it stop? Buzz! The scarlet light in the Nine-Realm puppet's eyes gradually faded until it disappeared. You have passed. Continue forward. The 8 Clouds General's cold voice sounded. Jiang Ci let out a long breath. He had finally endured it. He looked at the motionless figure with lingering fear. For an entire minute, he had been ravaging the Nine-Realm puppet in the first half, but the latter half had been ravaged by the Nine-Realm puppet without any ability to resist. Whoosh! Jiang Ci flew another 1,000 meters forward. The red fog had dispersed, and he could already see the other exit of the Nine-Realm bridge, as well as the 4 figures outside. He crossed the last part of the Nine-Realm bridge and arrived at the 3rd square, which was completely paved with black boulders. He actually made it out alive. Dao Lord Shifang of the Heavenly Feather Clan was shocked, and a hint of malice flashed through his eyes. His Dao partner, Dao Lord Jinlan, sneered without hiding it. Dao Lord Mountain Sea, you actually managed to escape from the Nine-Realm puppet alone, Dao Lord Xiongla said in a low voice. I admire you. Dao Lord Tuoyi smiled. The 4 surviving Dao Lords were standing together. Dao Lord Lianxian and Dao Lord Yinglong were not seen, so naturally, they had died. The 6 of you tried together. How did 2 of you die? Jiang Xi asked curiously. It was just a minute. The Nine-Realm puppet shouldn't have been able to stop all of you working together, right? Of course, the one you encountered wasn't that powerful. If you had been with us, you would have definitely died. Dao Lord Shifang sneered. What kind of situation did you encounter? Jiang Xi ignored him and looked at Dao Lord Tuoyi. Of the 4 surviving Dao Lords, only Dao Lord Tuoyi was easier to talk to. Whether it was the Dao Lords of the Heavenly Feather Clan or Dao Lord Xiongla of the Third Universe's human race, they were all very hostile towards him. Dao Lord Tuoyi smiled. The Nine-Realm puppet we encountered was fine at first. It only had the strength of an early universe Dao Lord. Any one of us could have easily defeated it. But as we fought, its strength kept rising. Soon, it surpassed the half-step Empyrean level and reached the Empyrean level. And it's still rising. It's more terrifying than any Empyrean I've seen. It fought with pure strength. One punch was enough to heavily injure us. Because Dao Lord Raindragon was slightly weaker and didn't have a Tier 6 defensive treasure, he was directly annihilated by one punch. Dao Lord Lianxian and Dao Lord Shifang worked together to fight it, but unfortunately, their teamwork wasn't good enough and they were also killed by 2 punches. Fortunately, after the Nine-Realm puppet reached that level, we reached the end of the Nine-Realm bridge. If the stalemate had continued, Dao Lord Shifang and Dao Lord Jinlan would have definitely died. Dao Lord Tuoyi sighed. The 2 Dao Lords of the Heavenly Feather Clan had cold expressions. River Word, however, was secretly surprised. This was because the Nine-Realm puppet the 6 of them encountered seemed to be somewhat different from his. It seemed that they had encountered the most ordinary universe Dao Lord right off the bat. As for the Nine-Realm puppet he encountered, its strength was only that of a 5 transformations true Lord at first. In the end, it only reached the level of a first-step Empyrean, but it ended very quickly. Is this special treatment? Jiang Xi guessed that the 8 Clouds General must have known his actual cultivation level, which was why he had allowed him to challenge it alone. If he had challenged it with Dao Lord Tuoyi and the others, he would have encountered the same situation. Of course, he couldn't be completely sure now, so he couldn't let his guard down. At the same time, he was also summarizing the gains from the battle just now. Although the battle with the Nine-Realm puppet was dangerous, it also gave him a clearer understanding of the combat strength of a Heavenly Venerable. He also had a clearer direction for his future cultivation and improvement. The remaining 5 Dao Lords continued to wait quietly. Whoosh, a red-armored figure condensed on the 3rd square. It was the 8 Clouds General. There are 5 left, the 8 Clouds General said coldly. 2 of them died in just 2 of the simplest selections. If it weren't for the fact that the Nine-Realm puppet state is no longer the same as before after countless eras, all of you would have died here today. Jiang Xi, Dao Lord Tuoyi, Dao Lord Xiongla, and the Heavenly Feather Clan couple were all secretly shocked. This wasn't the strongest state of the Nine-Realm puppet. Next is the 3rd round of selection. This round involves some inheritances. The 8 Clouds General spoke again with an indifferent expression. Everyone perked up and immediately listened attentively. Oh! Jiang Xi suddenly frowned. This was because his clone had received messages from Tomorrow Venerable and his master, Dao Lord 9 Firmaments. Why were they contacting him at this time? Chapter 610. In the Human Territory of the 4th Universe. A wisp of Jiang Xi's clone's spiritual consciousness entered the sky connecting mountain and river painting and arrived at the starry sky where the human Dao Lords were meeting. At that moment, All the human Tao lords and Venerable Ming had arrived at the huge long table. However, they were all absent-minded and waiting anxiously. River word is here. The gazes of venerated Ming and the other Tao lords instantly converged. Tao Lord Nine Clouds asked directly, Jiang Ci, we just received a piece of news from the corpse race's heavenly venerate in the first universe. He said that the inheritance left behind by a divine general called the Eight Clouds appeared in the myriad world ruins. Also, the corpse race's heavenly venerate said that you are one of the 7 Tao lords who are wandering in the void world. What's the situation with the Eight Clouds inheritance? Venerable Ming asked. The other human Tao lords stared intently at River Word as well, feeling rather eager and expectant. Although they had received this news from the corpse race, they did not know much. Perhaps they had not made it public and had only spread a portion of it. Everyone was eager to know what the inheritance was. Venerable Ming, Master, and everyone else, please take a look. Jiang Ci did not hide anything and immediately displayed his main body's experience in the void world. Images appeared from the moment they entered the void world, to when they met the Eight Clouds divine general in the first square, to the selection at the altar, and then to the Nine-World Bridge. Upon seeing this, the expressions of Venerable Ming and the other Tao lords changed. Some had solemn expressions, some were excited, and some were filled with fear and worry. Jiang Ci said softly, this is the situation. The Eight Clouds inheritance is a powerful inheritance from countless eras ago. This is an opportunity, but it is also accompanied by great danger. Now, 2 top-notch universe Tao lords have already died before we even came into contact with the inheritance. Moreover, this inheritance is destined to only have one inheritor. Even Tao Lord Tuo Yi and I will fail and die. However, this is an opportunity for the human race in the 4th universe. I should take it. Jiang Ci looked at Heavenly Venerate Ming and Tao Lord Nine Clouds. Celestial Venerable Ming and Tao Lord Nine Firmaments nodded slightly. If there was anyone who was most likely to obtain the inheritance of Ba Yun, all the human higher-ups present knew that it was definitely Jiang Ci. This was because Jiang Ci, who was still a 5th revolution true monarch, already had the battle prowess of a half-step Heavenly Venerable. With such talent, it was likely that any super expert would be willing to choose him as their successor. Jiang Ci, focus on receiving the inheritance. Don't be distracted by us, Ming Tian instructed. If we really have any arrangements, we'll inform you again. Yes. Jiang Ci nodded and then left the meeting. In the boundless chaos ocean, there were only 2 Holy Land universes that could exist eternally without fear of the calamity. They were Juntian Holy Land Universe and Red Lotus Holy Land Universe. Between the 2 of them, whether it was the length of time they existed, the strength of their overall strength, or the depth of their foundations, all of them were won by the Great Sky Holy Land. This was the publicly acknowledged number 1 faction in the Chaos Sea. In the depths of the endless starry sky of the Great Sky Holy Land universe, there was the giant hammer divine world. 90% of the tribulation transcender powerhouses, 99% of the true monarchs, Tao lords, and heavenly venerables of the entire Holy Land universe were gathered in the giant hammer divine world. The entire world was beautiful and peerless. There were countless buildings of various civilizations and styles. Between the layers of mountains, there were also strange flowers and herbs. It was full of tranquility and auspiciousness. Just by being there, one's mind would be at peace. In the center of the giant hammer divine world was a gray hammer that stood tall. It constantly emitted invisible fluctuations that spread throughout the entire world. Wind. Thunder. Oh. There was a faint sound in the fluctuations. It was intoxicating and couldn't help but be immersed in it. Figures sat cross-legged around the giant hammer. At a glance, there was no end to it. It was a vast expanse of darkness. Boom. Suddenly, there was a thunderous sound. The entire giant hammer began to tremble and emit a blue light. Whoosh. At the same time, a tornado condensed and howled around the giant hammer. Between the wind and thunder, the grey dust on the surface of the giant hammer faded, gradually revealing its true body. It was a black giant hammer with golden patterns on its surface. It was as if it was the truth of the world. It was awe-inspiring. The supreme treasure of a supreme. The supreme giant hammer has revealed its true body. A supreme is about to appear. Supreme. Greetings, supreme. Originally, countless tribulation transcenders, true monarchs, Tao lords, and heavenly venerables were sitting cross-legged around the giant hammer. At this moment, when they saw such a big movement from the giant hammer, they were shocked and excited. Many tribulation transcenders and true monarchs revealed fanatical expressions. Some even cried and knelt respectfully on the ground, their bodies trembling with excitement. The great sky Holy Land universe had existed for countless eras. Supreme Jun Tian was a supreme existence in the hearts of the living beings of the entire Holy Land universe. Because he was a supreme, he had granted them eternal life. They didn't have to fear the dangers of the calamities and enjoyed endless peace. However, in the endless years, it was as if Supreme Jun Tian didn't exist and rarely appeared. Even many Tao lords in the Holy Land universe who had lived for many eras had never seen Supreme Jun Tian with their own eyes. As for outside the Holy Land, in the vast Chaos Sea, no powerhouse had ever seen the supremes of the two Holy Land universes. They had only heard of their names and never seen them. This was also the reason why Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament was known as the #1 powerhouse in the Chaos Sea with his invincible strength. Compared to Supreme Jun Tian and Supreme Red Lotus, who were already eternal, Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament was definitely much weaker. However, no one had ever seen these two supreme beings. Even among the great beings from the two Holy Land universes, there were very few great beings who could see the supreme beings. Therefore, these two supremes who rarely appeared were only a deterrent in the Chaos Sea. They weren't like Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament, who had slaughtered everyone in the Chaos Sea. Especially Jun Tian Supreme, the number of times he appeared was pitiful. And every time he appeared, the supreme giant hammer would reveal its true body, causing wind and thunder. Supreme is about to appear. Supreme. The Tao lords in other parts of the Jun Tian Holy Land were also shocked and excited. A total of 65 eras have passed since I was born, but I've never seen a supreme. Today, I'm finally going to see one. A Tao lord was so excited that he didn't even care about teaching his disciples and directly used teleportation to rush to the Great Hammer Divine World. The last time I saw a supreme was 198 eras ago. Hurry, rush to the Great Hammer Divine World as soon as possible. The entire Great Hammer Divine World fell into a state of madness. Jun Tian Holy Land was the oldest Holy Land universe in the Chaos Sea. The living beings born in this universe were born with a kind of innate pride. They looked down on the entire Chaos Sea and even vaguely looked down on Red Lotus Holy Land. This was because from the size of the Holy Land universe, one could tell that their Jun Tian Supreme was much stronger than Red Lotus Supreme. Absolute pride. At the same time, they worshipped Jun Tian Supreme. Figures gathered under the supreme giant hammer from all directions. Some knelt on the ground, some stood, and some stood in midair. At this time, those who still dared to float in midair were all Tao lords and heavenly venerables. There were more than 500 of them. They were scattered around the supreme giant hammer, all of them extremely respectful, waiting for the supreme to descend. Wind. Lightning. The faint voice became louder and louder until it finally rumbled between heaven and earth. Every powerhouse present, including the heavenly venerables, was affected by this voice and fell into intoxication. Whoosh, a pillar of light shot into the sky from the top of the giant hammer. Immediately after, an incomparably dazzling figure condensed and formed in the pillar of light. He wore a black robe with golden patterns, and a gentle breeze circled around him. Lightning flashed. The wind seemed to contain rich vitality as it blew in all directions. At this moment, whether they were kneeling, standing, or hovering in the air, the hundreds of millions of experts all felt extremely comfortable. Many of the hidden injuries that had accumulated in their bodies for countless eras were instantly healed. Buzz. All the living beings that had fallen into intoxication, including the heavenly venerables, woke up under the gentle breeze. After seeing that dazzling figure, they immediately shouted fervently and respectfully, "Greetings, Supreme." Jun Tian Supreme looked down. His entire body was shrouded in a misty breeze mixed with flickering blue lightning, making it impossible to see his appearance clearly. Those few heavenly venerables and hundreds of Tao lords all felt a kind of pressure from the depths of their souls, and they involuntarily felt the urge to submit. I heard that in one of the 3 most dangerous places in Chaos Sea, the Myriad World Ruins, an inheritance called 8 Clouds appeared. Is this true? Jun Tian Supreme said slowly. Yes. The leading heavenly venerables answered respectfully. They had also just received the news, but everything that happened in the Holy Land could not be hidden from Jun Tian Supreme. This 8 Clouds inheritance is also one of the top inheritances in the civilization before the limitless calamity era. I order. Heavenly Venerable WN Luo, you will personally escort 50 Tao Lords, 500 Perfected Lords, and 5,000 Tribulation Transcenders of the Holy Land. Rush to the Myriad World Ruins at the fastest speed and send them to compete for the inheritance. Jun Tian Supreme said leisurely. Yes, Supreme. A muscular man with 8 arms hurriedly stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Heavenly Venerable WN Luo was an extremely ancient existence. He had become a heavenly venerable countless calamity eras ago, and he was an existence of the same era as Jun Tian Supreme. His miniature universe had long been destroyed by the calamity, and he could only rely on the Holy Land to survive. There will only be one inheritor of the 8 Clouds inheritance in the end. The others will be in danger. Are there any volunteers? Jun Tian Supreme looked down. I'm willing. Supreme, I'm willing. Supreme. Choose me. Almost instantly, the kneeling Tribulation Transcenders and the standing Perfected Lords below shouted enthusiastically. Although there were not many Tao Lords standing in midair, more than half of them were willing to go. Very good. Jun Tian Supreme nodded with satisfaction. Then let the elders discuss and decide on a detailed list. We must decide on it as soon as possible and rush to the Myriad World Ruins as soon as possible. 50 Tao Lords, 500 Perfected Lords, and 5,000 Tribulation Transcenders will try together. My Jun Tian Holy Land must get the 8 Clouds inheritance. I, Jun Tian, need this inheritance. Jun Tian Supreme's gaze swept across everything below. Yes. Immediately, those strong beings saluted excitedly. An inheritance that a Supreme needed. This sentence made everyone even more fanatical. In just a moment, the list was out. Heavenly Venerable WN Luo rode a sword-shaped flying boat true treasure and left the Jun Tian Holy Land with many geniuses, advancing at high speed in the Chaos Sea. I haven't entered the Chaos Sea for more than 30 calamity eras. Since I'm here, I must bring this inheritance back to my Jun Tian Holy Land. At the same time, when the news was passed to the Red Lotus Holy Land, the mysterious Red Lotus Supreme also appeared in the world. She gave a similar order, asking the juniors in the Holy Land to compete and bring back the 8 Clouds inheritance. Yes. We obey the Supreme's order. This inheritance must belong to my Red Lotus Holy Land. My clan's Tao Lord Tuor Yi is already there. We have the greatest advantage. According to the Supreme's order, choose 30 Tao Lords, 300 True Lords, and 3,000 Tribulation Transcenders. Heavenly Venerable Sparkling Dust will escort them to the Myriad World's ruins. Let's go. The Heavenly Feather Race, whose strength was closest to the 2 Holy Land universes, was even crazier in comparison. Although their overall strength was strong and they were the 3rd strongest faction in the Chaos Sea, they were still facing the crisis of the Calamity Era. The Calamity Era was coming. If they couldn't attain eternity, then their current prosperity would be just a passing cloud, and they would be drowned by the endless river of time. At this moment, the clones of the 9 sacred masters of the Heavenly Feather Race gathered. The Heavenly Venerable Ruins inheritance that we obtained back then recorded a message. This world is an abandoned world, and the path of eternity will no longer descend. Back then, Jun Tian Supreme and Red Lotus Supreme very likely obtained the eternal inheritance from the Myriad World's ruins. That's why they could surpass the Heavenly Venerables and establish the eternal sacred land. The 8 Clouds inheritance this time surpasses the Heavenly Venerable Ruins inheritance we obtained back then. There must be a way to attain eternity inside. Therefore, this is our only chance before the Calamity Era descend. Our race now has 2 Tao Lords accepting the inheritance inside. We have a huge advantage. Judging from the words of the Eight Clouds General, it shouldn't be just Tao Lords who can accept the inheritance this time. Perhaps perfected Lords and Tribulation Transcenders can also try to accept the inheritance. The avatars of the 9 sacred masters conversed in the void. I'm willing to go. I have a full set of 6-stage true treasures, and I'm a 2nd step heavenly venerable. In the entire Chaos Sea, there aren't many people who are stronger than me. Even if I encounter danger inside, I don't believe that the 8 Clouds General left behind after he died in the Limitless Calamity era can kill me, the 4th Sacred Master said. I'll go with you. The 1st Sacred Master nodded lightly. No. Master, how can you go? Even if you can't obtain the inheritance this time and the path of eternity doesn't descend, you can still try to attain eternity. That's right, 1st Sacred Master. You can't take the risk. We still have a chance to attain eternity. Heavenly Feather, don't be rash. The other Sacred Masters all objected. The 1st Sacred Master was the strongest in the Heavenly Feather tribe. If he took the risk and died, the Heavenly Feather tribe status in Chaos Sea would definitely be affected. In terms of strength, I'm much weaker than Heavenly Venerable Zi Xiao back then. Even if I'm compared to Heavenly Venerable Ming, I'm only slightly weaker, the 1st Sacred Master lamented. It's not that easy to attain eternity. The boundary wall in the endless void above Chaos Sea is extremely dangerous. Even Heavenly Venerable Zi Xiao back then didn't dare to attempt it. I can't even surpass Heavenly Venerable Zi Xiao and Heavenly Venerable Ming. The chances of me successfully passing through the boundary wall are extremely slim. This time, I'm afraid it's the only chance for the Heavenly Feather tribe to attain eternity. The 3rd Sacred Master shook his head and said, Boss, as long as you're alive, there's still a chance. Before the calamity descends, there's still time. However, if you die, the Heavenly Feather tribe might fall into chaos. If there are other chances in the future, we won't be able to fight for it even if we want to. Let me and 4th Sacred Master go. Although I'm weaker than you, I'm still a 3rd step Heavenly Venerable. I should be able to deal with the technique left behind by the 8 Clouds General. The 1st Sacred Master thought for a moment and finally nodded. All right, then bring my 7th stage Primordial Soul True Treasure over. The 7th stage Primordial Soul True Treasure was obtained by the Heavenly Feather tribe from the Heavenly Venerable Ruins. It was also the only 7th stage Primordial Soul True Treasure that the Heavenly Feather tribe had. The 3rd Sacred Master didn't refuse. Soon, the Heavenly Feather tribe sent the 3rd Sacred Master and the 4th Sacred Master. They brought a total of 20 Tao Lords, 200 Perfected Lords, and 2,000 Tribulation Transcenders to the Myriad Worlds Ruins to the Heavenly Feather tribe. This was already a very crazy move. Other than the 2 Heavenly Venerables, these Tao Lords, Perfected Lords, and Tribulation Transcenders were all geniuses and outstanding talents. If any of them died, it would be a heartache for a long time. This time, if all of them died, it would definitely be a huge loss. However, if they could obtain the 8 Clouds inheritance, it would be worth it even if only one of them could survive in the end. At this moment, the 4 primal universes and the 2 Holy Land universes in Chaos Sea were all going crazy for the 8 Clouds inheritance. No one was willing to miss such an opportunity. If they missed it this time, it would probably not appear again in the future for who knows how many calamity eras. If the major forces knew that the 8 Clouds inheritance could actually alarm the 2 Supremes, Jun Tian and Red Lotus, they would definitely go even crazier. The outside world was in a frenzy, but the 8 Clouds void world was silent. On the 3rd square, Jiang Ci, Tao Lord Tuo Yi, Tao Lord Xiong Le, Tao Lord Shen Fang, and Tao Lord Jinlan were all listening attentively to the 8 Clouds Divine General's description of the 3rd round of the inheritance selection. At the same time, they became more cautious and careful. This was because not only had Jiang Ci received news from his tribe, but Tao Lord Tuo Yi, Tao Lord Xiong Le, and the 2 Tao Lords of the Heavenly Feather tribe had also received news from their tribe. They knew how important this inheritance was to their tribe. Among them, Red Lotus had personally appeared and talked to Tao Lord Tuo Yi's clone. To Tao Lord Tuo Yi, this was definitely a supreme honor. At this moment, Tao Lord Tuo Yi had completely become the greatest contributor to the Red Lotus Holy Land universe. The 9 sacred masters of the heavenly feather tribe had also jointly summoned Tao Lord Shenfang and Tao Lord Jinlan, asking them to do their best. Even if they failed, they had to obtain more information to establish an advantage for the 3rd and 4th sacred masters. Tao Lord Xiongler had also been summoned by the human emperor of the 3rd universe's human race. He was also exhorted repeatedly, which made Tao Lord Xiongler excited. This is our only chance. We must seize it. Tao Lord Shenfang and Tao Lord Jinlan's eyes shone brightly. Red Lotus supremacy actually appeared in person. This is probably the most glorious moment of my life. I must live up to this honor. Tao Lord Tuor Yi was also in a frenzy. The 3rd universe's human race has always been mediocre in the Chaos Sea. If we can obtain this inheritance, our race will also shine in the Chaos Sea. Tao Lord Xiongler was filled with pride. The 4th universe's human race is the weakest overall. We have limited experts and can't compete with them in terms of numbers. Then, let's see what I can do alone. Jiang Xi was also filled with confidence. At this time, he had to be confident. Without confidence, how could he continue? The 5 experts looked at each other, their eyes filled with fighting spirit. At this moment, they were no longer independent individuals. Their respective races stood behind them. They couldn't back down. 8 Clouds General didn't care about the secret confrontation between the 5 Tao Lords. He said softly, although the 3rd stage is also a selection, this stage involves some inheritances. As he spoke, he waved his hand. Whoosh! In the center of the huge black stone square, a blurry and colorful light appeared. Then, this colorful light kept changing. In the end, what appeared was a complicated and charming diagram. This diagram is called the Heavenly King diagram. In my civilization, the Heavenly King diagram is the most popular form of entertainment. It's also a way to train one's comprehension. All the major factions and special orthodoxies will take it out to test the comprehension of the candidate. 8 Clouds General looked at the dazzling diagram and introduced the information about it. Heavenly King diagram? Jiang Xi, Tao Lord Tuor Yi, and the other experts' gazes were attracted by the diagram. At first glance, the diagram formed by the light was circular. After careful observation, it looked like a 3-dimensional diagram. However, when they continued to study it, it was in another form. Amidst all the changes, it seemed to contain a world. The Heavenly King was an ancient and powerful existence. He was the hero of my civilization. He was also the existence with the most hope to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Emperor. Unfortunately, he fell in a great war. Before the Heavenly King died, he exhausted his life's efforts to leave this diagram. Therefore, although he died, this Heavenly King diagram was remembered by all the experts of my civilization. 8 Clouds General's eyes were like the abyss of the 9 Nether Abyss, full of reminiscence. After the Heavenly King diagram spread, countless experts only thought of it as a form of entertainment. However, later on, they discovered that it had an extremely high requirement for comprehension. Moreover, frequently studying and deducing the Heavenly King diagram could also improve one's comprehension. In my civilization, whether it was a newborn child or a supreme existence, they all liked to study and deduce this diagram when they had nothing to do. The Heavenly King diagram contains thousands of changes. No one knows how many changes there are. Every living being sees something different. Even when I was alive, I could only find 18,042 variations. As for our civilization's highest record, it was created by the Supreme Emperor. The Emperor deduced 35,905 transformations. The 8 Clouds Divine General said with a look of reverence. Jiang Xi and the other experts remembered these 2 numbers. At the same time, they were secretly shocked. The gap between 8 Clouds General and the Emperor was so huge. How powerful was the Emperor? Chapter 611. In the middle of the huge black stone square, a complicated diagram formed by colorful lights was changing slowly, filled with a misty charm. Jiang Xi and the other 4 experts were all staring at the diagram. The Divine General of 8 Clouds swept his gaze across the faces of the 5 experts one by one and said softly, "I'll give you a longer time for the 3rd round. What you have to do is try your best to deduce the changes in the Heavenly King diagram. If you can't even meet my minimum requirement by the time, you'll be eliminated. You'll die if you're eliminated. Jiang Xi, Tao Lord Tuo Yi and the other 4 Tao Lords felt their hearts skip a beat. The Divine General of 8 Clouds' voice was still indifferent. Of course, you haven't come into contact with the true inheritance of the 8 Clouds in this round, so your souls won't be destroyed. I'll only destroy your current bodies and essence spirits. If you have any clones in the outside world, you'll naturally be able to survive. However, if any of you can pass this round and begin to come into contact with the inheritance, apart from one of you, you'll be able to obtain the complete inheritance. The rest will all be destroyed and die completely. At that point, the Divine General of 8 Clouds pointed. Rumble. Boom. The black stone square trembled instantly. With the Heavenly King diagram floating in midair as the center, 5 black boulders rose rapidly from the ground and formed a stone pillar. These 5 pillars belong to the 5 of you. The Divine General of 8 Clouds looked at Jiang Xi, Tao Lord Tuo Yi and the others. What you need to do now is to send your spirit consciousnesses into the Heavenly King diagram and deduce the changes within. Every time you discover a change, imprint it on the stone pillar that belongs to you and it will record it. If it's a correct change, the stone pillar will remind you. Although time is long, it's limited. Let's begin, juniors. If any of you can deduce more than 20,000 changes in the limited time, you'll obtain the inheritance of my 8 Clouds lineage directly. Of course, those who can deduce 20,000 changes are destined to have a limitless future and will definitely have greater achievements than me in the future. However, I don't think any of you will be able to do that. Try your best to meet my minimum requirement in the limited time you have. Lastly, I'll remind you that the more correct changes you find, the more benefits you'll obtain in the 4th round of the inheritance. The Divine General of 8 Clouds' abyss-like eyes glanced at Jiang Xi and the others before disappearing. Only Jiang Xi and the other 4 experts were left on the black stone square. They all felt an invisible pressure. Game. Entertainment. Xiongla Daojun said in a low voice, I didn't expect the 8 Clouds Divine General's 3rd round of selection to test us with a game from an ancient civilization. Fool. Tao Lord Tuo Yi sneered. Do you really think this is a game? Didn't 8 Cloud Divine General say that in his ancient civilization, from the juniors to the strongest existences, almost all of them found joy in deducing the changes of the Heavenly King diagram? Furthermore, as long as we can deduce and find 20,000 correct transformations, our future achievements will definitely be higher than that of the 8 Cloud Divine Generals. This means that in the future, when I become a paragon, it will be a piece of cake for me to create an eternal universe. The eyes of Tao Lord Shifang, Tao Lord Jinlan, and Tao Lord Xiangla all shone with divine light. This represented the desire in their hearts. Cultivate to become a supreme being and establish an eternal universe. To be able to lead an entire race and become an eternal existence, what kind of glory was that? My clan's Red Lotus Autarch has long since attained the eternal realm, but she still values this inheritance. Clearly, this inheritance is very important. I want to see just how powerful this so-called Heavenly King diagram is. I don't believe that I can't find 20,000 transformations. Tao Lord Tuo Yi's heart was also filled with ambition. Eternity. The race is eternal. The other 3 powerhouses, Tao Lord Shifang, Tao Lord Jinlan, and Tao Lord Xiangla, were also incomparably confident. As the top universe realm Tao Lords, their consciousness operated very quickly. Who knew how many thoughts they could think of in a second? With the strength of their primordial spirits, the speed at which they deduced and searched for the transformations of the Heavenly King diagram was naturally extremely fast. Unlike them, at this moment, Jiang Xi was thinking about an existence that was even more profound than eternity. This was because he had the experience panel. With its conversion function, he could continuously convert eternal shards. As long as nothing unexpected happened, it wouldn't be much of a problem for him to become an eternal paragon in the future. Therefore, what Jiang Xi was thinking about now was to see a realm higher than eternity through the 8 Clouds inheritance. Back then, Blue Frost's race had been incomparably powerful. They had a total of 7 eternal sacred lands universes, but in the end, they had all been destroyed in a great battle. It could be seen that eternity still had its enemies. It wasn't true eternity and couldn't exist forever. It would be killed by an even more powerful existence. The civilization that the Eight Clouds' divine general was from was even more powerful. They could step onto the final path, but they still disappeared in the long river of time. These powerful civilizations hadn't been able to exist forever. And what Riverward wanted was naturally an existence that was even higher than eternity. He looked at the intoxicating Heavenly King diagram, his eyes revealing greater confidence than Daolord Tuor Yi and the others. Because just now, when the Eight Clouds' divine general mentioned the word deduction, he immediately tried it and used the experience panel to deduce the Heavenly King diagram. The results showed that the deduction was effective. I have the experience panel. In terms of deduction speed and efficiency, who can compare to me? Jiang Xi glanced at the experience panel balance. Experience points, 1884 trillion eternal experience points, 1 yuan, 1 eternal experience points equals 1 trillion experience points. Each deduction consumes 1 million experience points, but it also requires a certain amount of time. So, in total, I spend around 10 billion EXP every day when I fully deduce. My current experience points are enough to deduce for more than 3,000 years. Jiang Xi calculated in his heart. He had used the deduction function so many times, so he was naturally very familiar with all the details of this function. Deduction wasn't something that could be completed in an instant. It was like a computer program. After entering the corresponding variables, it would take a certain amount of time to produce the result. I wonder how many changes I can deduce in more than 3,000 years. Jiang Xi came in front of his black stone pillar and stared at the Heavenly King diagram. As soon as his spiritual sense probed it, he seemed to feel a vast and boundless world. This feeling was somewhat similar to when he first entered the primal chaos sea, but it was many times weaker with such a vast existence. I'm afraid that I'll need at least the strength of a ninth tribulation transcender's primordial spirit to let my spiritual sense truly enter this diagram. If one's strength is lower than this level, their spiritual sense won't be able to enter at all, let alone deduce changes. That Eight Clouds general said that his civilization, from the children to the supreme existences, likes to observe and deduce the Heavenly King diagram. Could it be that the children in his civilization are already ninth tribulation transcenders? This thought flashed through Jiang Xi's mind, and he was secretly shocked. Then, he no longer thought about it. His spiritual sense was completely immersed in the Heavenly King diagram, and he began to use the interface to deduce. The difficulty of the deduction at the beginning was always the lowest. Soon, a month passed, and Jiang Xi had deduced more than 100 changes. At the same time, Daolord Tuor Yi, Daolord Xiongle, Daolord Shenfang, and Daolord Jinlan were all standing in front of their respective stone pillars, looking at the Heavenly King diagram formed by light and shadow. Shenfang, I just deduced the 10th change and finally found some patterns. Daolord Jinlan happily transmitted to his Dao partner. You found the patterns? Daolord Shenfang was pleasantly surprised. This damn Heavenly King diagram. I immersed my spiritual sense in it and deduced for so long, but I only found 3 changes. This pattern is. Daolord Jinlan quickly informed. Yes, yes, yes. Haha, so that's how it is. No wonder I could only find 3 changes no matter how much I tried to deduce. It turns out that there is a pattern to these light and shadow changes. According to these patterns, we can deduce other changes. Phew. It's so complicated. Daolord Shenfang was very excited. Jinlan, both of us know the pattern. I wonder if Daolord Tuor Yi and Daolord Mountain Sea have found the pattern? The couple glanced at Jiang Xi and Daolord Tuor Yi. Jiang Xi and Daolord Tuor Yi stood motionless in front of the stone pillars like statues. Don't worry about them. We can communicate and verify with each other. We have a much greater advantage than them. Daolord Jinlan transmitted with a smile. Haha, you're right. When the 3rd Sacred Master and the 4th Sacred Master arrive, we'll have a greater chance of success. Daolord Shenfang was looking forward to it, Almost all the great beings from the 4 primal universes and the 2 Holy Land universes were heading toward the Myriad Worlds ruins at high speed. The first to arrive was the Ice Eye clan from the 2nd universe. Compared to the many forces in the Chaos Sea, the Ice Eye clan's overall strength was not too strong. Boom! A shadow flashed forward in the Myriad Worlds ruins at a terrifying speed, passing by the floating stone celestial bodies. Soon, it approached the stone celestial body where the 8-cloud inheritance was located. It was the 8-cloud ruins that had already been known by the various forces. The entire 8-cloud ruins was covered by red fog, and void cracks were everywhere. At the center was a glowing stone door. It was the entrance to the 8-cloud ruins. At that moment, Tao Lord Darkseid and Tao Lord Yin Qiao of the Corpse Clan, who were guarding the stone door, immediately raised their guard when they saw the shadow. It's a heavenly venerate. They looked at each other, wary. Whoosh! The afterimage's speed suddenly decreased, and it stopped in front of the stone door in a very domineering manner. An incomparably cold aura instantly spread out. The terrifying power could kill a desolate-level Tao Lord. Tao Lord Darkseid and Tao Lord Yin Qiao were so scared that they had already retreated far away. Ice Eye Clan, Heavenly Venerate Ice Peak. They looked at the terrifying figure. A blue figure stood in front of the stone door. His entire body was covered with bone spikes that seemed to be made of ice crystals and emitted a cold aura. Greetings, Heavenly Venerate Ice Peak. Tao Lord Darkseid and Tao Lord Yin Qiao bowed respectfully. They were afraid that the other party would kill them if he was unhappy. Haha, Corpse Clan, thank you for passing the news this time. Heavenly Venerate Ice Peak laughed. I happened to be wandering in the Myriad World ruins. After hearing the news, I immediately found the 3 Tao Lords of my clan who were wandering in the Myriad World ruins and rushed over as fast as I could. Whoosh! Another 3 blue figures appeared out of thin air. They were the 3 Tao Lords of the Ice Eye clan. Heavenly Venerate Ice Peak looked at Tao Lord Darkseid. Your Corpse Clan should know about the situation inside, right? Yes, Tao Lord Darkseid said hurriedly. He took out a jade slip. I sorted this out. Very good. Heavenly Venerate Ice Peak checked it with his spiritual consciousness and nodded in satisfaction. Then, he sent the information in the jade slip to the 3 Tao Lords of his clan. Go in and try. Bring back the inheritance, for me. Heavenly Venerate Ice Peak ordered them. Yes. We will not disappoint you, Patriarch. The 3 Tao Lords were excited. Then, they turned into 3 streams of light and entered the stone door. Half a year later. Heavenly Venerate Ice Peak, how dare you block the stone door of the 8-cloud ruins and prevent us from entering? Does your Ice Eye clan want to fight the Boulder clan of the first universe to the death? Get out of my way, otherwise, we will fight to the death. During this time, 6 Tao Lords had gathered outside the stone door. They were originally wandering in the Myriad World ruins and immediately rushed over when they heard the news. However, Heavenly Venerate Ice Peak was thinking about his own clan and clan. Naturally, he wanted the experts from other factions to enter as late as possible. Humph! Heavenly Venerate Ice Peak blocked the door expressionlessly and ignored them. Boom! Suddenly, a powerful aura with dazzling light tore through the still time and space of the Myriad World ruins. Heavenly Venerate Ice Peak's expression changed drastically. What a powerful aura! I am familiar with the aura of all the Heavenly Venerates in the Chaos Sea. Which universe is this Heavenly Venerate expert from? I have never seen him before. Whoosh! The powerful aura turned into a stream of light. It was a sword-shaped flying boat that was heading straight for the stone door. Heavenly Venerate Ice Peak was so frightened that he hurriedly dodged, not daring to stop it at all. This was because he judged that the sword-shaped flying boat that the other party was driving had already surpassed a 6th grade supreme treasure and reached the 7th grade. This not only meant that he was rich and imposing, but it also meant that he was much stronger than him by many times. Boom! The sword-shaped flying boat stopped directly. An 8-armed brawny man in black armor walked out of the flying boat. His eyes scanned the surroundings and finally locked onto Heavenly Venerate Ice Peak. You are. Heavenly Venerate Ice Peak was very wary. From the Great Sky Holy Land? However, the eight-armed brawny man ignored him and quickly looked away. With a wave of his hand, a dense number of figures appeared: 50 Tao Lords, 500 Perfected Lords, and 5,000 Ninth Tribulation Transcenders. This scene immediately made Heavenly Venerate Icepeak feel bitter. It was a complete suppression. He had only brought 3 Tao Lords from his race over, but the Great Sky Holy Land had such a huge lineup. The eight-armed brawny man ordered, "Go. Take back the 8-cloud inheritance for our Great Sky Holy Land universe." Yes. More than 5,000 powerhouses and geniuses of the Great Sky Holy Land all rushed into the glowing stone door. In order to curry favor with the Great Sky Holy Land, the corpse race had already informed them of the situation inside the 8-cloud ruins. I, WN Luo, have not wandered the Chaos Sea for more than 30 eras. This time, I will let the name of Heavenly Venerate WN Luo leave a mark in this era. The eight-armed brawny man was very cold. He then looked at Heavenly Venerate Icepeak and the other Tao Lords. Since the Red Lotus Holy Land and the other forces have not arrived, they can forget about entering. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the sword-shaped flying boat expanded in size and blocked the glowing stone door. I, WN Luo, am here. Let's see who can still enter. Heavenly Venerate WN Luo stepped out and returned to the flying boat. On the third square of the 8-cloud ruins, there were 7 figures standing separately. Each of them had a black stone pillar beside them. They were Jiang Xi, Tao Lord Tuo Yi, Tao Lord Xiong Le, Tao Lord Shenfang and Tao Lord Jinlan from the Heavenly Feather race, and the 2 Tao Lords from the Ice Eye race who had just arrived. 3 Tao Lords from the Ice Eye race had entered the 8-cloud ruins. However, in the second stage of the Bridge of 9 Worlds, they faced the Puppet of 9 Worlds. In the end, one of them died, and only 2 made it through. At this moment, the 7 powerhouses were fully focused on observing and deducing the Heavenly King diagram that was formed by light and shadow in mid-air. Something is happening. Jiang Xi suddenly frowned slightly and glanced at the Bridge of 9 Worlds. Although it was shrouded in red mist, his spiritual consciousness could vaguely sense that waves of battle were passing through the red mist and reaching here. He was sure that the source of the waves was the place where he had fought the Puppet of 9 Worlds. Tao Lord Tabo and the rest of the 6 nearby Tao Lords all noticed this as well, and their faces turned ugly. Could it be that another expert has come? Riverward guessed. The 8-cloud general didn't close the stone door into this void world. He didn't even kill the 2 Tao Lords from the corpse race when he eliminated them. Instead, he let them go. Obviously, he wanted to spread the news and attract more powerhouses. After all, the more candidates come to compete for the inheritance, the higher the chances of the final inheritor being born. Jiang Xi knew this very well. The 8-cloud general had mentioned this when he first entered this void world. He hoped that more powerhouses would come to compete for the inheritance. Although he understood, Jiang Xi still felt pressured. The deduction of the Heavenly King diagram seems ordinary, but it seems to contain all the truth. The deduction at the beginning wasn't difficult. In fact, it was very easy. I deduced 100 changes in the first month. However, the deduction speed slowed down a lot. In more than half a year, I only deduced 384 changes. Obviously, the difficulty is getting higher and higher. Jiang Xi sighed softly in his heart. A moment later, boom! A strong aura fluctuation came. A large number of figures broke through the 9-realm bridge shrouded in red fog and arrived at the third square. Riverward and the rest of the 7 Tao Lords immediately turned to look, their faces changing dramatically. So many. How can there be so many? This, Riverward and the others were astonished. At a glance, they could see that there were more than 700 people in the crowd. Moreover, these figures looked very similar. They all had 8 arms and were obviously from the same race. Only a few were different. Almost all of them are from the Great Sky Holy Land. Only 5 are from other races. The Great Sky Holy Land is really generous. They sent so many people to compete for the inheritance. Tao Lord Shifang's face was gloomy. That's not all. Not only are there Tao Lords, but there are also perfected Lords and Ninth Tribulation Transcenders. Tao Lord Jinlan's expression was also ugly. The 9-realm puppet on the 9-realm bridge is very terrifying. Even perfected lords and tribulation transcenders can pass through. It seems that the strength of the puppet of the 9 realms is also based on the cultivation of the challenger. Yes, this news is very important. Previously, our race was worried about accidents and only brought 2000 9th tribulation transcenders to take a gamble. If even 9th tribulation transcenders can pass through, TMPH, our heavenly feather race doesn't lack 9th tribulation transcenders. Tao Lord Shifang and Tao Lord Jin Lan's clones immediately reported this news to their race. Unfortunately, the heavenly feather race had already sent the 3rd sacred lord and the 3rd sacred lord. There are quite a lot of people who passed through this time. A cold voice sounded. Jiang Xi turned to look. At the place where the 9-realm bridge came from, the blood-colored light converged into a figure. It was Divine General 8 Clouds. However, he only looked and didn't pay too much attention. This was because every time a newcomer came, Divine General 8 Clouds would come out to explain. When the 2 Tao Lords of the Ice Eye race arrived, Divine General 8 Clouds was also like this. It was as if it was programmed. In addition to Jiang Xi, Tao Lord Tuo Yi, Tao Lord Xiong Le, and the other experts also paid a little attention before continuing to deduce the Heavenly King diagram. As the first batch to arrive, they had a certain advantage. Even if there were outstanding latecomers, as long as the 5 of them met the requirements first, they would naturally be the first to come into contact with the 8 Clouds inheritance. Continue to deduce. It's almost 400 variations. I'll try to deduce 500 variations in the first year. With a thought, Jiang Xi used his spiritual sense to imprint the 385th variation that he had just deduced into the black stone pillar in front of him. The feedback from the stone pillar was the correct variation. Then, he didn't delay and continued to deduce with all his might. The further he went, the slower the deduction speed. One could imagine how difficult it was to deduce 20,000 variations. In the first month, he could deduce 100 variations. In the second half of the year, he could only deduce 385 variations. The difficulty rose exponentially. One could imagine that in the later stages, he might not be able to deduce a single variation in a month. Moreover, he didn't know how long Divine General 8 Clouds would give him. It might only be 1,000 years or even 100 years. Time passed. After the powerhouses of the Juntian Holy Land arrived, Jiang Xi and the others also sensed the fluctuations of several battles coming from the outside world. They all understood that since these battle fluctuations could be transmitted from the outside world to the 3rd square, it was most likely a battle at the celestial venerable level. In the 5th month after the powerhouses of the Juntian Holy Land arrived, boom, boom, boom. A terrifying battle broke out in the outside world again. The aura fluctuations passed through the stone gate into the 8 cloud ruins, passed through the red fog, and weakened layer by layer. When it reached the 3rd square, some of the 9 tribulation transcenders who were studying the Heavenly King diagram could actually sense it. For example, Jiang Xi, Tao Lord Tuo Yi, and other Tao Lords could naturally sense it more clearly. Despicable Jun Tian Holy Land, shameless. Tao Lord Tuo Yi's anger suddenly rose. He looked at the Tao Lords, perfected lords, and 9 tribulation transcenders of the Juntian Holy Land in the distance with killing intent in his eyes. That celestial venerable Wn Luo actually dared to block the stone gate. Despicable. He's actually so arrogant just because he has a 7th grade flying treasure. The 4 original universes had almost no understanding of celestial venerable Wn Luo, but Tao Lord Tuo Yi, who had also lived for a long time, knew that this celestial venerable was from the same era as Jun Tian Supreme. Empyrean Wn Luo was one of the few Empyreans of the High Sky Holy Land. Because the High Sky Holy Land had existed for far too long, it had also obtained several ancient inheritances. With the help of these ancient inheritances, Celestial Venerable Wn Luo's combat power was still relatively high among Celestial Venerables even without a miniature universe. And this time, the Juntian Holy Land went all out and allowed Celestial Venerable Wn Luo to bring over a full set of 7th grade true treasures. Attack, armor, primordial spirit, and flying a full set. Therefore, Although Celestial Venerable Wn Luo's combat power wasn't at the top of the Celestial Venerables, he was extremely difficult to deal with. With him blocking the door, even Celestial Venerable Sparkling Dust from the Red Lotus Holy Land couldn't barge in. Jun Tian Holy Land, how shameless. Tao Lord Tuor Yi snorted angrily again. Then, he stopped thinking about it and continued to deduce the Heavenly King diagram. It was useless for him to think about it. The battle outside wasn't something he could participate in at all. Time passed, and the competition for the Eight Clouds inheritance became more and more intense. All kinds of battles broke out from time to time, and Jiang Ci relied on the experience panel to establish an advantage for himself step by step. Chapter 612. Ever since Heavenly Venerate Ice Peak had temporarily blocked the entrance, the battle outside the Eight Cloud Ruins had never stopped. The two Holy Land universes were really going all out, but both sides had made ample preparations. As for the High Sky Holy Land's Empyrean Wn Luo, he was the first to arrive. His rank 7 flying supreme treasure blocked the entrance, leaving Red Lotus Holy Land's Empyrean Sparkling Dust helpless. Heavenly Venerate Sparkling Dust's attack alone was not enough to shake this 7th-grade flying treasure. However, just as the battle between the two Heavenly Venerables had reached a stalemate, the 3rd and 4th Sacred Masters of the Heavenly Feather Race had arrived. Heavenly Sovereign Wn Luo, Scram, Wn Luo, do you think you can stop the three of us? Scram. Sovereign Light Shadow, descend. Blast him away from the stone door. Outside the stone gate of the Eight Cloud Ruins, the three Heavenly Venerables of the Red Lotus Sacred Ground and the Heavenly Feather Clan attacked Heavenly Venerate Wn Luo with all their might. The Celestial Venerables of the Heavenly Feather Race had not experienced the crisis of the calamity, so all of them had miniature universes. Naturally, the power they could unleash was much stronger than the Celestial Venerables of the Holy Land universe. Moreover, the 3rd Saint Master was a 3rd-step Holy Sovereign. The Sovereign Light Shadow that he summoned together with the 4th Saint Master was even more powerful. Although Heavenly Lord Wn Luo wasn't afraid, he was only able to hold on for a moment before he was sent flying along with his 7th-grade flying treasure. The first batch of Tao Lords, Jiang Ci, Tao Lord Tuor Yi, and the other two Tao Lords, as well as the hundreds of clansmen from the Great Sky Sacred Land, were all immersed in analyzing the Heavenly King diagram. Of course, the fastest ones were Jiang Ci and the other Tao monarchs. As for the other Tao monarchs and 9th Tribulation Transcenders, although they were all geniuses selected from the Great Sky Holy Land, they were limited by the strength of their primordial souls. Thus, their deduction speed was much slower. This was especially true for many 9th Tribulation Transcenders. Although their fellow Tao monarchs had informed them of some deductions, they still couldn't figure it out. Of course, he couldn't rule out the possibility that some of them were incredibly perceptive and could deduce as fast as Tao Lords. Boom! Boom! In the direction of the Bridge of 9 Realms, there were waves of intense battle. Jiang Ci understood that there would be a large number of them this time. So many geniuses were sent here, but in the end, only one successor was chosen. The rest were all killed. It seems that all the major factions in the Chaos Sea have gone crazy. After a while, swish swish swish, nearly 1,000 figures passed through the Bridge of 9 Realms shrouded in red mist and arrived at the 3rd square. Upon closer inspection, it was the Red Lotus Sacred Ground and the Heavenly Feather Race that had barged in together. The clansmen of the Red Lotus Sacred Ground had a single horn on their foreheads and 2 pointy ears. The members of the Heavenly Feather Race had white wings on their backs, and each of them looked holy. In terms of cultivation, most of these figures were 9th Tribulation Transcenders, with a small number of them being true monarchs and Tao monarchs. In terms of numbers, the Red Lotus Holy Land and the Heavenly Feather Race only slightly surpassed the Great Sky Holy Land. However, if you counted in Tao Lord Wild, Tao Lord Shifang, and Tao Lord Jinlan, who were the first to arrive, these two forces would have a slight advantage. These are some of the patterns used to deduce the Heavenly King diagram. Tao Lord Wild immediately sent a mental message to the newcomers of the Red Lotus Sacred Land. Tao Lord Shifang and Tao Lord Jinlan did the same. What puzzled Jiang Ci was that the 8 cloud generals did not appear immediately like before. Boom. Boom. The Bridge of Nine Realms was shrouded in red fog. Intense battle fluctuations came from the Bridge of Nine Realms. Moreover, it was so intense from the very beginning. It was an Empyrean-level aura fluctuation. Empyreans are also here? Jiang Xi was shocked. Then, less than a minute later, two figures with 6 pairs of white wings rushed out of the Bridge of Nine Realms in a sorry state, attracting everyone's attention. They were the 2 Empyreans of the Heavenly Feather Race, the 3rd Sacred Master and the 4th Sacred Master. The 2 Empyreans joined forces, but they naturally did not have any advantage against the puppets of the Nine Realms. However, they still managed to break through. Apart from the members of the Heavenly Feather Race, many other candidates were also shocked. However, due to the deterrence of the Empyreans, no one dared to say anything. The Heavenly Feather Race is going all out. Jiang Xi shook his head inwardly. The 3rd Sacred Master was a 3rd-step Empyrean. Although he was not as strong as Empyrean Ming, his reputation was enough to shock the entire Chaos Sea. If these 2 Empyreans died in this inheritance, the Heavenly Feather Race would suffer a great loss. After all, once the final inheritor was chosen, all the other candidates would die. At this time, the blood-red light gathered once again, and the figure of the 8-Cloud General appeared on the Blackstone Square. His eyes were like the abyss as he looked at the nearly 1,000 new candidates and the 2 Empyreans of the Heavenly Feather Race. Then, he pointed at the Heavenly King diagram formed by light and said coldly, "Successors, this is the final selection to enter the 4th square. It is a test of your perception. This diagram is called the Heavenly King diagram, and it is the most widespread deduction game of our civilization. To be exact, this is an important supplementary cultivation method. It can test one's comprehension ability, and it can also increase it." The 8-Cloud General's eyes were emotionless as he slowly explained the rules of deducing the Heavenly King diagram. "Let's begin, juniors. You have to deduce enough changes in a limited amount of time and meet my minimum requirements before you can enter the 4th square." He looked at the candidates indifferently. Don't underestimate the Heavenly King diagram. Among the first 5 candidates to arrive here, only 1 human has managed to deduce 500 variations. The other 4 are too slow. If this continues, after God General 8 Clouds said this expressionlessly, he disappeared again. However, his words were like a stone that stirred up 1,000 ripples. There was an uproar on the Blackstone Square. Nearly 2,000 candidates from the Juntian Sacred Ground, Red Lotus Sacred Ground, Heavenly Feather Race, and other forces looked at Jiang Xi almost simultaneously. That was because there were only 2 human powerhouses now. Besides Jiang Xi, there was Tao Lord Xiongle from the 3rd universe. However, Tao Lord Xiongle's perception was obviously much worse. As the news of the 8-Cloud ruins spread, everyone had a detailed understanding of the first 5 powerhouses who came in. Now, almost all the forces knew that Tao Lord Mountain Sea from the 4th universe's human race was a heaven-defying genius. Fuck. This 8-Cloud General is too vicious. How could he say such things? Jiang Xi's expression had already changed. It was very ugly. He was making enemies for him. Attack this human. Interfere with his deduction. Attack him. Attack. The Juntian Sacred Ground, Red Lotus Sacred Ground, Heavenly Feather Race, and other forces all stood out at the same time and attacked Jiang Xi directly. The other candidates were still deducing with all their might. Tao Lord Tuo Yi, Tao Lord Xiongle, Tao Lord Shenfang, and Tao Lord Jinlan only glanced at him coldly and did not say anything. That was because the 8-Cloud General only asked them to observe and deduce the Heavenly King diagram. He did not say that fighting was prohibited. Moreover, compared to Jiang Xi, among the 4 of them, Tao Lord Jinlan had deduced the most changes, but it had only just exceeded 100. Therefore, in the hearts of Tao Lord Tuo Yi and the other experts, it was naturally best for Jiang Xi to die. As for the 3rd and 4th Sacred Lords of the Heavenly Feather Race, they were also very calm and did not seem to have any intention of interfering. Therefore, a total of 7 Tao Lords from the 3 forces stood out in the end, and their cultivation levels were all at the Universe Realm. The energy of these 7 Universe Realm Tao Lords surged and erupted, condensing into secret technique shadows. Some were mutated beasts, some were supreme treasures, and some were invisible ripples. Many attacks attacked Jiang Ci almost at the same time. Fuck. This bunch of trash. Jiang Ci was furious. He immediately activated the Tier 7 Supreme Treasure, 6-layered mountain armor, with all his strength. At the same time, he activated the Tier 6 Essence Soul Supreme Treasure in his mind. Boom boom boom. There was a huge explosion of energy. Those attacks landed on Jiang Ci's body, but in the end, he was unharmed. Great Sky Sacred Land, Red Lotus Sacred Land, Heavenly Feather Race, you are courting death. Jiang Ci roared angrily. Courting death? Haha, what a joke. You puny humans of the fourth universe dare to covet the 8-cloud inheritance. A universe realm Tao Lord from the Heavenly Feather Race sneered. Tao Lord Mountain Sea, you humans of the fourth universe are too weak. You don't have the right to spy on this inheritance. An expert from the Red Lotus Sacred Land sneered. Only Venerable Ming alone can't protect your race at all. If you obtain the inheritance, you will only bring disaster to your race. A universe realm Tao Lord from the Great Sky Sacred Land said indifferently, his words filled with threat. Jiang Ci looked at them coldly. Weak to be bullied. Disaster to be exterminated. These factions were all the same. They were all people who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Your defense is not bad. You were able to withstand our joint attack. Venerable Ming obtained 4 6th-tier supreme treasures from our race. It seems that the Armor Supreme Treasure and the Essence Soul Supreme Treasure are on you. However, do you think that the defense of a 6th-tier Supreme Treasure can ignore our joint attack? You may be able to withstand one attack, but how many times can you withstand the following attacks? A Heavenly Feather Race expert smiled coldly. It was completely inconsistent with his sacred temperament. Everyone, let's attack and destroy this human who poses the greatest threat. All right. Even if we can't kill him, we have to make him unable to concentrate on deducing the Sky King diagram. Immediately, they joined forces to attack Jiang Ci again. With 7 Universe Realm Tao Lords joining forces, Jiang Ci also had to deal with them with all his strength. I originally wanted to compete fairly with you, but since you are shameless, don't blame me for being impolite. Jiang Ci's face was cold and filled with killing intent. In front of such a precious inheritance, any method is not excessive. The human race of the fourth universe is so weak. What right do you have to talk about fairness with us? Haha, what a joke. The 7 cosmic Tao Lords roared with laughter as they simultaneously unleashed all sorts of attacks at River Word. Boom. Boom. Jiang Ci was once again covered by these attacks. Although his defense was shocking, this was the joint attack of 7 top Universe Realm Tao Lords. The impact still sent him flying and he crashed into the black stone pillar behind him. This situation naturally distracted him and he was unable to deduce the Sky King diagram with all his strength. His efficiency immediately decreased. Damn it. Divine General 8 Cloud is going to let all of this happen? Jiang Ci was furious and did not understand the other party's plan. The words that 8 Cloud's Divine General said just now were clearly to make him the target of public criticism. His cultivation time was short and his talent was heaven-defying. This was information that many factions in Chaos Sea knew. At the same time, he was the first batch of candidates to enter then. During the first round of the altar selection, Divine General 8 Cloud looked at him in a new light. And now, he was the first to deduce 500 transformations in the third round of the Sky King diagram. Jiang Ci knew very well that he had many advantages. Great Sky Sacred Ground, Red Lotus Sacred Ground and the Heavenly Feather Race could not even look at him and watch him obtain the inheritance. Let's fight then. Swash. The heaven-connecting building transformed into a long shuttle and appeared in Jiang Ci's hands. After the 2 exchanges earlier on, he already had a rough understanding of the strength of the 7 Universe Realm Tao Lords. They were all top Universe Realm Tao Lords. Even half-step Heavenly Venerates would have to fight against them with all their might. Clearly, Tao Lord Tuo Yi, Tao Lord Shifang and the others had already reported his strength to their respective races. Boom. Jiang Ci's long shuttle swept across and destroyed the incoming beasts, fist marks, saber lights, sword lights, and other secret technique phantoms. Tao Lord Mountain Sea, you won't be able to obtain this inheritance. The 7 universe realm Tao Lords attacked continuously. They were either melee attacks, ranged attacks, or essence spirit attacks. They were already prepared. They would rather not deduce the Sky King diagram and interfere with or even kill Tao Lord Mountain Sea. Jiang Xi's face was dark. He did not talk nonsense with them and used the heaven-connecting building's long shuttle and the armor on his body to block their attacks. At the same time, he was thinking of countermeasures quickly. This could not continue. The 7 top universe realm Tao Lords had all lived for countless epochs and had rich combat experience. Even without prior practice, they could coordinate their attacks and defenses very well. He would not be able to resolve the dilemma in front of him in a short period of time. Boom! Jiang Xi was sent flying again, but this time, he already had a countermeasure. Swoosh! He flew in the direction he was sent flying and arrived above a group of 9 tribulation transcenders almost instantly. Not good. Everyone, dodge. Run. Those 9 tribulation transcenders were terrified. What if they were affected by the battle between Tao Lords? In fact, since the 7 Tao Lords besieged Jiang Xi until now, no one had died in the square because no one knew the rules of the 8 Cloud Divine Generals. Since this was a candidate selection, from the perspective of the 8 Cloud Divine Generals, they should not be willing to see the candidates being slaughtered. Therefore, the 7 Tao Lords besieging Jiang Xi deliberately controlled their attacks so that the fluctuations of the battle did not affect those 9 tribulation transcenders and true monarchs. But now, Jiang Xi directly rushed above a group of 9 tribulation transcenders. Once they started fighting, even if they tried to control their attacks, the slight fluctuation of energy was enough to kill a 9 tribulation transcender. Bang! A giant hammer phantom with golden light filled the air and directly smashed onto Jiang Xi's body. This was the attack that had chased over just now, and it had already locked onto Jiang Xi. The power of this attack was close to that of a half-step heavenly venerable. Jiang Xi, who had not regained control of his body, was directly smashed to the ground. Boom! A 9 tribulation transcender who was slightly slower was directly smashed into pieces by Jiang Xi, and he couldn't be more dead. You killed a 9 tribulation transcender. Experience plus 180,000. At the same time, a terrifying energy burst out, and fluctuations spread out. Dozens of unlucky 9 tribulation transcenders who had already fled were swept by these fluctuations. It was as if a gust of wind had blown past them, and they disappeared into thin air without even having the chance to scream. The 3rd and 4th sacred masters of the heavenly feather race only took a glance before their spiritual senses were immersed in the heavenly king diagram again, and they continued to deduce with all their strength. Apart from them, the attention of all the other candidates was attracted. Dead! Jiang Xi suddenly stood up and looked at the ground. Just now, he had smashed a 9 tribulation transcender to death. A 9 tribulation transcender died. The 7 universe Tao Lords besieging Jiang Xi were stunned for a moment, and they all stopped. In the distance, Tao Lord Tuo Yi, Tao Lord Xiongle, Tao Lord Shenfang, and Tao Lord Jinlan also looked over with anticipation in their eyes. Ever since a large number of powerhouses had arrived, the 4 of them had not intervened to deal with Jiang Xi. This was because they were also the first candidates to arrive here. Their respective races had high hopes for them, and they were naturally unwilling to let them take the risk. After dozens of 9 tribulation transcenders died, the square fell into a short silence. Everyone's eyes finally locked onto Jiang Xi and the universe Tao Lord from the Great Sky Holy Land. It was he who had used the giant hammer phantom to bombard Jiang Xi, causing the deaths of these 9 tribulation transcenders. They were all waiting to see if this situation would attract the attention of the 8 Clouds Divine General. The universe Tao Lord from the Great Sky Holy Land had a gloomy face, but his eyes revealed anxiety. Jiang Xi was also a little nervous. Kai. Suddenly, the nearly 2,000 black stone pillars standing in the square shot out blood-red light at the same time. Jiang Xi's heart tightened, and he prepared to enter the heavenly tower at any time. However, these lights converged into a long-scaled snake. As if it had a mind of its own, It directly shot towards the universe Tao Lord from the Great Sky Holy Land. This long snake was so fast that it far surpassed the Tao Lord level. It didn't give him any chance to react. Oh! The long snake let out a shrill cry and instantly pierced through the forehead of the universe Tao Lord. Then, all the experts present felt a sharp and terrifying fluctuation. No! An unwilling roar sounded. The universe Tao Lord from the Great Sky Holy Land dissipated into thin air, leaving only some supreme treasures scattered on the ground. Swoosh! The long snake wrapped around those supreme treasures and drilled into the nearest black stone pillar, disappearing. The entire black stone square was silent again. There was no sound at all. It took a while for everyone to react. Tao Lord Chongyi is dead. He died just like that. Tao Lord Chongyi of the Great Sky Holy Land. All the experts present were completely stunned. Jiang Xi heaved a sigh of relief. Although the tension in his body receded, he was still a little scared because he also felt the arrival of death. He originally thought that even if the Eight Clouds Divine General wanted to punish him, he would send out the Nine Realms puppet or something. He didn't expect that the stone pillar that rose from the square actually hid such a terrifying secret technique. After the Eight Clouds Divine General had fallen for countless eras, he was still able to unleash such a powerful attack. He killed Tao Lord Chongyi with a single strike. This was no ordinary Tao Lord. Tao Lord Chongyi had lived for far longer than any universe Tao Lord in the four primal universes. This was because he came from the Great Sky Holy Land and wasn't afraid of the calamities. During this long period of time, he had long comprehended an ultimate secret technique and was extremely strong. If it weren't for the fact that the Tao Lords of the Holy Lands couldn't establish miniature universes, he would have become a heavenly venerable long ago. Moreover, he had a full set of 6th-tier supreme treasures. In terms of combat strength, he might be slightly weaker than a half-step heavenly venerable, but in terms of life-saving ability, he was on par with a half-step heavenly venerable. However, such an existence who had lived for an incomparably long time and could dominate the Chaos Sea was actually annihilated with a single strike? Too terrifying. Even a high and mighty Tao Lord was killed with a single strike. This inheritance is terrifying. Those weak 9 tribulation transcenders were all terrified. If they were a step slower just now, they would have been killed by the shockwaves. At this moment, Jiang Xi's mind was spinning rapidly. Through the scene just now, he had obtained something he wanted. The punishment of the Eight Clouds Divine General was either active or passive. As long as he didn't take the initiative to attack other candidates, there wouldn't be any punishment. This was because he had also smashed a 9 tribulation transcender to death without receiving any punishment. Unlike Jiang Xi, the 7 universe Tao Lords besieging him came to a similar conclusion. Previously, when we besieged this human Tao Lord of the mountain and sea realm, the Eight Clouds Divine General didn't stop us. In the end, Tao Lord Chongyi was killed because it affected a 9 tribulation transcender. That Tao Lord of the mountain and sea realm also smashed a 9 tribulation transcender to death but escaped punishment. Clearly, the Eight Clouds Divine General put the blame on Tao Lord Chongyi. In that case, we can continue to attack. As long as we don't affect the weak candidates around us, it will be fine. That's right. Right now, our 3 factions have a great advantage. No matter what, we must not let Tao Lord of the mountain and sea reach the end. Let's pin him down first. As for our 3 factions, it will depend on our own abilities in the end. I have a suggestion. Put all the 9 tribulation transcenders and true monarchs into the flying type treasures for the time being to avoid being affected by our battle in the flying type treasures. They can also see the Heavenly King diagram and deduce it, a universe Tao Lord of the Heavenly Feather Race said. Agreed. This is a wonderful idea. The Great Sky Sacred Ground, the Red Lotus Sacred Ground, and the Heavenly Feather Race immediately took action. Apart from the remaining 6 universe Tao Lords besieging Jiang Xi, the other Tao Lords took action one after another and put their true monarchs and 9 tribulation transcenders into the flying type treasures. With the defense of the high-grade flying type treasures, it was difficult for their battle fluctuations to threaten the weak candidates. Soon, only the figures of more than 100 Tao Lords from the various factions of the Chaos Sea were left on the Black Stone Square. Among them, the Great Sky Sacred Ground, the Red Lotus Sacred Ground, and the Heavenly Feather Race had the most Dao Lords, accounting for 90%. There were also more than 10 scattered Dao Lords from other factions. They had been in the Myriad World's ruins since the beginning, which was why they could come here early. However, although they were strong, they did not dare to interfere in the matter of the 3 factions dealing with Dao Lord of the Mountain and Sea. Pitiful humans. Unlucky Dao Lord of the Mountain and Sea. Dao Lord of the Mountain and Sea deduced the Heavenly King diagram slightly faster, and the 8 Cloud Generals directly said it. If we deduced the Heavenly King diagram very quickly, would it be announced? Would we also be besieged? It's indeed possible. How about this? Let's not imprint the deduced changes into the stone pillars for the time being. The 8 Cloud Generals won't know how many changes we deduced. It won't be too late to imprint them when the experts of our race are here. Alright. These Dao Lords discussed in private. They were naturally happy to see Jiang Ci being besieged. After all, everyone wanted to obtain this inheritance. It was a good thing to get rid of this person who was most likely to obtain the inheritance. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.